Good morning. Uh, Good morning. Good morning and welcome to the Spring 2018 meeting for the Census Bureau Scientific Advisory Committee. Members, we as always are delighted to have you join us, and we look forward to a productive discussion during the next 2 days. My name is Tommy Wright, the designated federal official for the Census Scientific Advisory Committee. As such, I am required to preside over the Advisory Committee meetings as specified by the Federal Advisory Committee Act. When I'm not doing duties with the committee, I'm honored to serve as chief of the Center for Statistical Research and Methodology. I had a pause there in my mind. Had a lapse. Before we begin, members, please note the sheet at your seat outlining the emergency exits and safety procedures. The proceedings are being recorded and transmitted live on webcast by the Census Ustream channel. Please be advised that any side conversations will be heard. Every time you're ready to speak, turn on the microphone and clearly state your name for the record. So stating the name for the record is important, and I may rudely interrupt on a few occasions. All meeting materials are posted on the Census Advisory Committee website for public online viewing, and hard copies of the agenda are placed outside the auditorium. Though I didn't see many this morning, I saw a few, but we have them on the tops. I'd like to introduce members at the head table. Before proceeding with the review of the agenda, to my left is the committee chair, Barbara Anderson. Next to Barbara is Tim Olson, Associate Director for Field Operations. To Tim's left is Al Fortenoy, Associate Director for Decennial Census Programs. Next to Al is David Zia, Chief Administrative Officer. To his sort of left is Karen Battle, Division Chief for the Population Division, and I think she's also acting for the Associate Director for Demographic Programs. And to Karen's left is Nick Orsini, Assistant Director for Economic Programs. To my right is Ron Johnson, performing the non-exclusive functions and Ron Jarman. I want to see if you're listening, Ron. That's right. There is another Ronnie Johnson, right? That's right. That name is in my head. Performing the non-exclusive functions and duties of the director. And it's only recently that I'm understanding what that term means more and more, and I'm sure Ron is as well. Next to Ron is Enrique Lamas, performing the non-exclusive functions and duties of the deputy director. Next to Enrique is John A. Bowd, whom I see lots of times in meetings because he's one of my immediate supervisors. Next to him is Stephen Buckner, Acting Associate Director for Communications. And next to Stephen is Kevin Smith, Associate Director for Information Technology and Chief Information Officer. Barbara and I, as in the past, will share facilitating your deliberations today and tomorrow. And roughly the way we do it, and I think we do it all right, don't we? I think
we're friends, that helps.
We're friends, but roughly I introduce things on the agenda and Barbara follows through with the discussion from the committee. So that's roughly how it's done. We welcome all members of the public and staff who are participating by way of webcast and in person. Kyle Wilkerson is going to give us a demonstration. Oh yes, there's Kyle from the telecommunications office of the iPads, content and how to navigate it. Kyle.
Thank you, Tommy. All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Kyle Wilcoxon. I'm going to give you a brief demo on how to use your iPads for today and tomorrow's conference. The iPad should currently be at the home screen. If it's not at the home screen, go ahead and hit the home button, which is located on the right side of the iPad in the middle. On the bottom of the iPad, you'll see 3 applications. The first application is Moz 360. So if you select that app, this application holds all of the presentations and documents for the conference. The documents will appear on the left-hand side and the content will be on the right. So if you select a presentation, it'll appear on the right. And if you want to expand the view, there is an X in the top middle of the screen. That'll expand the view and let you browse. And when you want to go back, you'll just hit Docs on the top left of the screen. Okay, if we go back to the home screen, the next application is Notes. And this application will allow you to create and email your recommendations. right, to start a note, to start a recommendation, you'll select the icon in the top right corner. It looks like a square with a pencil. You can then begin your recommendations. Okay, and when you want to email the recommendation, there's another icon in the top right. Again, it looks like a square with an arrow pointing up. And then you'll see an icon that says mail. So if you select mail, it'll bring up the ability to send an email. So the email address for the chair is csacchair@gmail.com. And if you can put your name in the subject line, that way the chair will know who is sending the recommendation. All right, if we go back to the home screen, the last application is Safari, and this app allows you to surf the web for anything you may need. All right, so you'll have two handouts in front of you detailing the functions of the iPad and instructions on how to send emails from the Notes application. And you'll also have a tent card that displays the guest wireless credentials. All right, and if anytime you need assistance, myself or other analysts will be here to assist. Thank you.
Are there any questions, clarifications? Well, thank you very much, Kyle. Thank you. And as always, if you need assistance, please raise your hands and someone will come. Our meeting agenda reflects a broad range of topics. We developed the agenda in response to our need to share and introduce critical research and program developments requiring your attention. Also, the agenda includes topics the committee recommended on critical program areas, research, and methodology. Sessions have allotted time for discussions, presentations, and committee member discussions, as well as an opportunity for you to jot down your notes you may have following the presentations. First on today's agenda is our committee chair, Barbara Anderson, who will bring remarks, and she will also lead the introductions of the committee members. Following Barbara, Ron Jarman and Enrique Lamas will provide executive remarks on important Census Bureau programs and activities. Al Fontenoy will present an update of the 2020 census and will be followed by Autry Kalaluria presenting on 2020 systems readiness. Committee member Sunshine Villegas will serve as today's first discussant. At 10:30, we'll pause for a short break. Then Deb Stemkowski will present on the 2018 end-to-end census test. Before the working lunch, our official photographer, Michelle, will take a group photo that will have a change in venue, and we will take place down in the hall of the atrium. So we won't, I think it's been out here, but it'll be in the atrium. Just follow her and it'll be just fine. The front entrance to the building. For our working lunch, Villa Lewis Willis will share a demonstration on recruiting and assessment, followed by a committee discussion. After lunch, Jennifer Ortman will present questions planned for the 2020 census and the American Community Survey process overview. And Jennifer Kim will update on language services operations. Committee member Doug Massey will serve as a discussant, followed by a committee discussant. Your afternoon break is at 2:15 p.m. After the break, Kevin Smith will present the cybersecurity in the 2020 census with Roberto Rigobon as the committee discussant, followed by...
No, we don't have a discussant for that.
We don't have a discussant for that?
Yeah, it'll just be this committee discussion.
Just be, thank you very much for that correction. Rounding out today, Barbara Anderson will lead the committee discussion and formulation of recommendations until we end at 5 p.m. Other matters, as a reminder to the audience, during any of the question and answer sessions occurring later today, only committee members are permitted to ask questions and or make comments of Census Bureau panelists. The public will have an opportunity to comment on Friday at 11 a.m. during the time set aside for public comment, which is, if anyone intends to give public comment, please leave your name at the registration desk. If you have comments that exceed 2 minutes, please submit your comments in writing at the registration desk for the record. Again, I would like to remind each of you to state your name and speak directly into the microphone each time you speak or have a comment so that we can accurately capture who said what. You're reminded that all meeting deliberations are recorded for the public record. Just a little housekeeping before we go. Finally, due to federal guidelines governing meetings and conferences, the refreshments are provided for committee members only. For those committee members needing to ride the bus to the hotel, the bus will leave this afternoon 15 minutes after the meeting ends, so that's at 5:15, from the front of the building near the metro entrance. For those committee members needing a taxi, please give your name at the registration desk. And finally, the restrooms are behind that wall there. So please welcome Barbara Anderson, who will bring chair remarks and introductions. Barbara?
Hi, gang. Why don't we start by committee members each introducing yourself and your institution and whatever you want to say. So Andrew, why don't we start with you?
Andrew Samwick, Dartmouth College.
Sunshine Hilligus, Duke University.
Krishna Rao, Zilla Group.
Kathy Pettit, the Urban Institute.
Juan Pablo Rocad, University of Iowa.
Peter Glenn, Stanford University.
Jeff Lauer, a company called IIC Technologies.
Barbara Anderson, University of Michigan.
Babs Buttonfield, University of Colorado.
Doug Massey, Princeton University.
Jack Levis, UPS.
Allison Plyer, the Data Center in New Orleans.
Roberto Rigobon, MIT.
I imagine there'll be an announcement from Tara or someone else about dinner tonight. Yes, at some point. We do have a non-required optional pay-your-own-bill dinner that I understand the acting director and associate director are coming, I think. No? The acting director? Oh. John's coming, and he's always very interesting to talk with. And we can chat with John, and we can chat with each other, and it will be great. So at some point, we're going to be told where and when, I think. I'm glad to be back. The committee is fabulous. Also, I would like to compliment the Census Bureau for getting their responses to our comments from the last meeting back before the agenda had to be finalized, which was sometimes not true in the past. I don't mean that as an insult in the past, really, but it was good that we actually had the comments back before we did the agenda. And as Tommy said, some of the agenda items were things that were the Census Bureau's ideas, some were things we suggested, and some of the things that we'd asked for that are not on the agenda are planned to be on, as I understand it, for the fall agenda. I think that many of us have been disturbed by various recent happenings, but I think that we all need to continue, as I'm sure the Census Bureau staff are, to just do absolutely the best we can under the circumstances, and there's nothing else we can do. But I am happy to see all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barbara. We don't normally applaud, but I want to just offer an applause for the next two presenters, Ron and Ricky, and not just because they're colleagues of mine and I'm trying to get some points on my performance review, but they're doing a tremendous job leading the Bureau at this time. So please join me in an applause for both of them. First, Ron.
I'm going to go right, Tommy. All right. All right, well, good morning, everyone, and thanks for that. And welcome to the spring meeting of the Census Scientific Advisory Committee. It's great to see everybody, and thanks for slipping out to Suitland on a foggy day, our first warm day of March, I believe. And I also want to welcome everyone who's not here in the fog watching us live on television. The work of the CSAC is critical to the Census Bureau, and I'm pleased that we can use technology to make it accessible to even more of our stakeholders. So to get started, we have several committee members whose terms will end by our next meeting. I want to extend my sincere thanks, and I'm sure my colleagues here at the table and in the back do as well. I think there's a small token of appreciation in your seats. Yep, there we go. So Sunshine, she's holding up hers. So thank you to Sunshine. To Doug Massey. and to Roberto Rigobon. So thank you very much. The insights and experience that they brought to the committee over the past few years were invaluable, and I want to thank you. I also want to thank our chair, Barbara Anderson, for her service, kind of herding the cats on the committee and all the work that she's done for us. So right now, the CSAC has several vacant seats, and we look forward to welcoming 9 new members at the fall meeting in September. I'm sure that the new folks will infuse this already knowledgeable and energetic committee with invaluable insights and perspectives. All right, so updates. Let me start with recent news. Over the course of the next 2 days, there'll be many presentations about the 2020 census. I just wanted to first talk about the topic that you all probably have been reading about in the news. The Secretary of Commerce decided earlier this week to include the citizenship question on the 2020 census. Note that this will be exactly the same question that we've been asking for many years on the American Community Survey. So most importantly, I want to assure this committee that the Census Bureau was consulted as part of the Secretary's deliberations, as were many other stakeholders. I'd encourage the committee to read the Secretary's decision memorandum, which provides a thorough discussion of his decision. I also want to ensure the committee of the Census Bureau remains committed to engaging with every community to ensure the success of the 2020 census. Today, we also take another important step on that path. We are delivering, well, we're hoping to deliver the questions to Congress, and there will be a brief presentation later today by Jennifer Ortman about the questions on both the census and the American Community Survey. So Jennifer will discuss some of the improvements in the 2010 census race and ethnicity questions based on research earlier this decade. There were a variety of changes considered during the past decade, and while some of these changes will be implemented, others will not. This is part of the process for every decennial census and reflects the commitment to seeking ways to improve accuracy for responses to the decennial census and other Census Bureau surveys, but also adhere to OMB standards. I'll just preview her presentation by noting that the major changes compared with the 2010 census questions include collecting multiple Hispanic ethnicities, such as Mexican and Puerto Rican, adding a write-in area and examples for the white racial category and for the black racial category, and removing the term Negro and adding examples for the American Indian and Alaskan Native racial category. Before I share a couple updates from the Economic Directorate, I'd like to acknowledge a second important step along the path to 2020 and acknowledge that this morning that we are moving along with the 2018 end-to-end test in Providence, Rhode Island. The objective of the test is to confirm that all of our key systems and operations are ready to go for the 2020 census. As you know, early operations were conducted late last summer on address canvassing in 3 sites in Washington State, West Virginia, and Providence, Rhode Island. Now we've started the peak enumeration operations, including internet self-response and paper data capture. That began earlier this month. So far, we have about 15% of the households in the test area responding. So we are live in the field as we speak right now, and everything seems to be working well. We've recruited approximately 1,000 people for the enumerator positions needed to follow up with households that do not respond. And by testing the questions as they will be asked for the 2020 census, we are ensuring the results of this test will be able to inform us on the final design and preparations for 2020. Now to put on my old hat a little bit, Nick's wearing that hat now, but we are also in the field with the 2017 economic census. Just a reminder, a few key things. This is the first time we've gone with complete electronic data collection, no paper. So collection of pre-census classification survey is underway. We're a little concerned right now that response is running about 20 percentage points behind where it was at the same time for this pre-census activity in 2012. We'll be watching this closely as we move into the main census collection. But so far, internet data collection and our Jeffersonville and Tucson phone center operations are operating as planned, and we haven't had any serious technical issues. The mail date for the letters to invite companies to respond to the Maine Economic Census will be on May 1st. And we have several respondent outreach activities planned between now and then to try to drive response by American businesses. You've heard us all talk previously about the difficulty of simultaneously innovating while in production. I think Bill Bostic used to call this trying to fix the plane while it was in the air. So this year we're going to begin testing a new approach of employing a designated team to assist with implementation of innovative approaches across Census Bureau programs. The first use case will focus on making improvements to and moving LEHD production from the R&M Directorate into the Econ Directorate. This will include working with program staff to provide any necessary training and upskilling. We're hopeful that this approach can help sort of break the Gordian knot of resource constraints for innovation and modernization activities. Now let me address the committee's prior recommendations. So obviously we value CSAC's feedback, and we dedicate a lot of time and resources to both responding to your recommendations, but also when appropriate to implementing them. So in the fall 2017, CSAC's first formal recommendation was that it would be helpful if the Census Bureau responses to CSAC recommendations were received by CSAC at least 2 weeks before the agenda for the next meeting. To this end, our advisory committee branch has worked with our program offices to share our responses to you in January, 2 months before the meeting, and we hope that the resulting agenda for this meeting will be an engaging one. Also during the fall meeting, CSAC stated that they remain concerned about the possibility that 2020 could be politicized, and it would be useful to measure the attitudes about census privacy and government privacy more generally in the context of completing the 2018 test. So although the integrated partnership and communications operation was no longer included in the 18 test, we are currently conducting the Census Barriers, Attitudes, and Motivators Survey, or CBAMS. In March and April, the survey will study, among other variables, attitudes towards privacy and confidentiality, and respondents' opinions of the Census Bureau and other federal, state, and local government entities. CBAMS will include a random sample of about 50,000 households and 42 focus groups, which I had the pleasure of observing one last week, featuring hard-to-count and hard-to-reach populations. We look forward to sharing the results of that survey at an upcoming meeting. Last year, the CSAC recommended more attention and research on user experience, and that the Census Bureau shares updates with the committee to consider starting a user experience working group. In lieu of a working group, we are sharing a two-part briefing series with the entire CSAC. In late February, we shared the first briefing with you on the user experience related to internet self-response. During our second user experience briefing, we will share our efforts on customer experience and overall user experience. We look forward to hearing your feedback on what you've heard so far and to open discussion at the end of the day. As a final recommendation, CSAC said the cooperation Census Bureau experts with the working group and the administrative records in the 2020 census is much appreciated. CSAC would appreciate a presentation about Census Bureau thinking about use of administrative records and the ACS. I'm aware that since August, convener Babs Buttonfield and the members of the Administrative Data and Third-Party Data Use Working Group have met regularly with our subject matter experts to develop recommendations for CSAC's considerations. In addition to meeting as a whole through this working groups, CSAC members bring a great deal of expertise to the Census Bureau's decision-making and planning. Tomorrow, I look forward to hearing from the Administrative and Third Data Use Working Group, and as recommended, we added a presentation for tomorrow morning on the use of administrative records and the American Community Survey. I saw a preview of this a couple of weeks ago, and it's pretty cool. So in conclusion, like tomorrow we have a full day, so I want to be brief and let Enrique talk about some budget news. I want to thank everyone on the committee for all the work that you do. We really do appreciate everything, and we look forward to continuing the dialogue and, in the fall, welcoming 9 new members. And I, again, want to thank Sunshine, Doug, and Roberto for all the work that they've done. So, Enrique?
Okay, good morning. What I want to do in my comments is really talk a little bit about the budget and then touch on a little bit of the work that we're doing in the Demographic Directorate. So there are 3 major directorates at the Census Bureau: the Decennial Directorate, the Economic Directorate, and the Demographic Directorate. I come from the Demographic Directorate, which is the most interesting directorate at the Census Bureau. So with that as the introduction, let me start off with the budget. I'll try to keep it at a fairly high level. There are lots of details that if you want to ask some questions about, we can talk a little bit about. But let me start with the 18 omnibus budget or bill that was passed by the Congress in March 23rd of this year. So that's the full appropriation for the fiscal year 18. And for that bill, we got $270 million to operate current surveys and demographic programs at the Census Bureau, and we got a $2.5 billion appropriation for periodic censuses and programs. Both of these were larger than what the President requested in his 18 budget. And in particular, the periodic census programs got substantially more than what was requested. The President requested $1.4 billion and Congress appropriated $2.5 billion. So the report language actually tells us what they meant when they did that. And their intent was that they would take the FY18 and 19 budgets, look at the request for both of those. The 18 request was $1.4 billion. The 19 request was $3.8 billion for the Bureau, $3 billion for the 2020 census. And since it's such a large increase, what they did was essentially level it out so that they could not have that large increase in the federal budget as it goes forward. So what the language of the omnibus bill said was that they were supporting the life cycle cost of the 2020 census as was presented by Secretary Ross in the request for the 18 budget. So Secretary Ross, when he came into the Department of Commerce, put together a team of budget experts from the department, from OMB, from the Census Bureau, did a look at the life cycle cost of the decennial census from beginning to end, and then went back to Congress and asked for a $3.1 billion increase from $12.5 billion life cycle cost to $15.6 billion. We very much appreciated his support. He took personal interest in all of the deliberations. He was very supportive of getting into the details and really getting into where the risk factors were associated with it. So the 18 budget supports that. The 2020 program received $987 million directly to the 2020 decennial census, and Congress supported a contingency fund of $50 million that the Secretary had asked for in the life cycle cost. So we were very appreciative of the support that we got in Congress for the 18 budget. One other thing to note in the language was that the report directed the Census Bureau to ensure that the FY18 partnership program and the communication activities in support of the 2020 census were at the level of what it was in FY08. So looking back at the previous decennial census at this point in time in it, they wanted to ensure that we were at the same level as what we would be, as we were in the 2010 census. The other thing that Congress did by providing that, if you want to call it the additional funding in FY18, is that they extended the period of the money to 3 years. Normally, periodic money is a 2 year, so in 18 it would go for FY18 and 19. What they did was they extended it to 3 years, so now the 18 funding goes as if it had been given in 19. What that actually does is that it provides us with funding in the very beginning of FY19, which is critical for us as we gear up for all of the decennial funding. So there was just a lot of good news related to the funding in the 18 budget. All right, let me turn a little bit to the FY19 request. So now this is what the president is asking for 19. It's Congress has not weighed in or has not passed a bill for 19 yet. So the FY19 request, as I said, was $3.8 billion for the Census Bureau as a whole, $3 billion for the 2020 census. And that supports the beginning of all of the work that we have to do to get both the economic census that Ron talked about, as well as the decennial census. So we have to finalize the build-out of all of the census offices. We have to kick off major field operations like in-field address canvassing in FY19. We need to get the systems all ready to go in terms of all of the IT systems. And we have to get the partnership and the communications contracts rolling in FY19. So all of that funding, I think, is going to put us, in addition to getting it early so that we can start right at October 1 and not be held by a continuing resolution at last year's level, which is what typically happens. We can now start off on all of those programs starting October 1. So that's primarily what I wanted to talk about in terms of the budget. As Ron and I have taken these non-exclusive duties, we also have some responsibility, but our colleagues in our divisions have taken over a lot of the work that we were doing in the economic director and the demographic director. So I think Karen and all of the division chiefs in the demographic directorate that have taken on additional responsibilities, as well as Nick and all of the division chiefs in the economic directorate. They have really made Ron and myself, especially me, much less important to the demographic directorate than I thought I was. But anyway. With that being said, let me talk a little bit about the demographic program. So this fiscal year, we're fielding 20 household surveys. Even as the 2020 ramps up, we're working with sponsors to design and implement new surveys. They have come to us with additional needs. So the Veterans Administration is working with us, we're working with the Veteran Administration on designing a national survey of veterans with a tentative production date of late 2020. The Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration is designing a new survey to collect data on the psychiatric workforce. And the Health Resources and Services Administration, we have worked with them on a new survey trying to understand the workforce of nursing professionals, and that's scheduled to launch in the spring. So with those surveys, typically around a decennial census, we put a freeze on in starting any new surveys that actually go out and impact our field staff. What we're doing with these surveys is leveraging other modes of data collection. So we're doing a lot of internet and CADI, computer-assisted telephone interviewing work, and leveraging a lot of the administrative records that are available for these sources. So those typically would not impact the field staff as much as fielding these where the interviewers are actually going up. So with that, I'd like to conclude again by thanking you for being here, and if you have any questions for Ron or myself, I think we can open that up and entertain those now.
Tommy Wright, please remember to always say your name.
Sunshine Hilligus, has a citizenship question been added to the 2018 test?
No, there wasn't time to do that.
I think that all the CSAC members received the internet address to find Secretary Ross's response and be able to read it. But I may be wrong, but I understand there was some kind of official Census Bureau document about the immigration, about the citizenship question, and if there is, that.
So right now, it's not clear what documents we can make public. As you know, there's been several lawsuits filed, and so I think we're kind of in a little bit of limbo. But I think the Secretary's memo does describe the consultations between Census and him fairly accurately. We described 3 options. One was not do anything, one was put the question on the Census, and one was use administrative records. Where he ended up going was he asked for a third option, which was fourth option, a combination of putting the question on the Census and using administrative records. That's where he ended up in his decision-making process. He didn't just listen to us. He talked to many stakeholders. He received, I don't know how many letters he received from the public on this, letters, emails, what have you. He synthesized all that information to make his decision. So.
Well, I listened to two or 3 hour presentations by Secretary Ross to congressional committees, and I was very impressed by what I thought was his excellent performance at both of those. And although we read Secretary Ross's response, it's nice to see what people with various views actually write. And so I understand the issue of the court suits, but whatever would actually be possible that the Census Bureau produced and such that you could release to CSAC members, I'm sure would be much appreciated.
We will try to be as transparent as we possibly can be.
Jack Levis. Just a quick question. You mentioned I think the economic census is internet only, and you're 20% behind, I think you said, where you normally would have been. Any thoughts about that? Any concerns? Anything you would do differently in the future? There's lots of things, right? It could be, I got a paper and I'm going to fill it out immediately. Internet, I'll wait till the weekend. I mean, there's lots of things. I'm just curious what your thoughts are.
So I'll let Nick weigh in here as well. So obviously we're very concerned about it because the main difference between now and 2012 is that it is all electronic. For most of our business surveys, we get very good response from electronic only type collection. But the economic census is where we're trying to reach a much broader portion of the business universe. So the mailing I'm talking about right now is really for small single location businesses, where we might expect to have a little bit more trouble with electronic reporting. So when we get to the real census, where a lot of the activity is centered in large multi-location companies, I don't think we don't anticipate we'll have a problem with that. But one of the reasons of doing the economic census is to get a broader picture, and so we are concerned. I think due to some budget cuts that we had to take over the last couple of years, including in 18, some of the activities that we'd planned to sort of help drive response were sort of cut from the budget. So I think this is something we're watching closely, and we'll try to address as best we can. Nick, do you want to add anything?
The only thing I'll add is that we went through a major redesign of the systems and structure for the economic census while we were taking budget cuts. So that didn't help the effort very much. And with some new infusion of some funding, we hope to restore some of our outreach efforts to drive response. So we are nervous, though.
Yeah, Jack Levis again, but, as I've mentioned many times, the key to being successful is managing risk, right? Thinking of all the things that can happen and what the response is. So here's one of the risks that may turn into an issue. Just, and so it's really thinking of 2020, what are all the other risks to worry about, and what's our mitigation should a risk turn into an issue, so.
Yeah, it's not clear how many, what's the applicability of lessons from the economic census are versus the 2020 census. The things that drive business response and household response are pretty different. And so, I certainly learning from the systems and stuff like that, I think there's probably some lessons there. But
And I wasn't clear, I was just using that as an example of thinking ahead of all the things that could happen, and, there's change. And whenever there's change, that's good, but you need to manage the change and the risks around it, so.
Babs Buttonfield. This is coming back to the citizenship question. Appreciating that there's not much that could be done for the 2020 census. There is nonetheless going to be censuses that follow, and I wonder if it would be possible to do some kind of a statistical sampling for those down-the-road censuses to actually look at the question of whether including the citizenship would drop response.
so we have had some preliminary discussions about how we could do something in the sort of the testing activities around the census to address that, but we haven't done anything formal on that so far, but we are looking into that.
This might have been partially what Babs was asking, but particularly since the census, this is Allison Plyer, I'm sorry. Particularly because the census will start with internet-based, and that's new, will folks have to answer every question to hit submit and have it be received?
No, that's not the case.
Okay.
Is the Bureau taking into account different modeling assumptions with respect to changes in non-response follow-up with the inclusion of the citizenship question? And what are, estimates of the implications for the cost of the census and the non-response follow-up in particular?
The only public information is the information that was summarized in Secretary Ross's instructions to Undersecretary Kelly, directing us to include the question on the 2020 census and to continue to investigate the use of administrative records in conjunction with the direct survey responses for developing a block-level citizen voting age population table. We have not internally made any implementation decisions about how we're going to do that. We promised the Secretary, and he acknowledged it, that we would be transparent in our modeling efforts, and he acknowledged that we needed to model some portions of the responses for a variety of reasons. I don't think, so At some point, we are certainly prepared to release the scientific evidence that we shared with the Secretary. But until that happens, only the information that is in that memo is, what's been released in FOIA emails is in the public. So it was released in FOIA emails that I prepared parts of the documents that were sent to the Secretary, including delimiting an initial set of alternatives, which is very similar to the set of alternatives we eventually communicated. It is correct to say that the implementation at the moment is very fluid, other than that we know what the question is because we're going to use the question from the American Community Survey. We were instructed to put it last on the form, and in the information that we'll talk about later today, you'll see how those questions are being conveyed to Congress. We made no decisions nor stated any final decisions about methodology in developing a new citizen voting age population by race and ethnicity table. Okay?
Barbara Anderson, have you gotten any, after the comment period, I mean more recently or any time, have you gotten any responses or indications from, in 2010, there was very good response, as you know, partly because of the cooperation of about 250,000 local and community organizations. Have you gotten any responses or reason to think that perhaps related to the decision about the immigration question, that any substantial number of community organizations are feeling reluctant to cooperate with response to the 2020 census?
So I don't know any, I don't know if Al or Stephen have any updates on that.
Good morning, Stephen Buckner. So in terms of working with various stakeholders and partners, certainly we're in tune with a lot of the things they communicate to us in terms of their likelihood to get their populations engaged and aware of the census and the importance of it. We're currently doing a series of 42 focus groups across the country as part of our research that will build into the Y&R communications campaign, and we're learning a lot of things from there. So we had some focus groups before the decision. We'll have some focus groups afterwards. We'll look at how this issue plays out in some of the focus groups. But obviously increased awareness and changes in census, things that people are concerned about may or may not impact that level of awareness and increase. I will say from getting people engaged just in the previous censuses I've been involved in, increased awareness is directly correlated to response at some point. And so we will be working with our partners to try to understand their concerns or the things they need to help get the word out. But regardless of the information we collect, all the information we collect is confidential and we keep private. So we will be stressing that with our partners regardless of the content of the questionnaire.
Enrique Lamas. Barbara, one of the things that it was in the budget is that we have $500 million in the life cycle cost estimate for advertising and $248 million for partnership activities. Those really kick in 19 and 20 as we get closer to the 2020 census. In the 2010 cycle, we had 800 partnership specialists throughout the nation. They were very instrumental in being a trusted voice within their communities. For the 2020 cycle, we will have at least 1,000 partnership specialists, so it's an increase over 2010. And I think that as we go forward with those activities, along with the CBAMS activity that Stephen was talking about, we will put every effort possible into that.
While I realize that this is Al Fontenot, Associate Director, Decennial Census. While I realize this is isolated examples, in the last day, I've received invitations from 2 large partnership groups who said, could you help us by appearing with us on our panel to talk about things we can do to continue the partnership we've had with the Census Bureau over past decades to ensure that people realize the data is confidential and to keep the responses in our communities up. So I've had that type of feedback, which is very positive feedback, because that's the type of thing that we want to be doing with our partners out in the communities, is working with them to help them get keep their responses up.
This is Tim Olson, Associate Director for Field Operations. So the field, implements the local partnership program. And I can tell you the public debate about the questionnaire content, particularly citizenship, regardless of how you feel about it, it has elevated the awareness of 2020 to the populations that we are very concerned about getting an accurate count, elevated it to very high levels, higher than I can recall in 4 decennials. Yesterday, and this is anecdotal, spoke to a former partnership specialist who is very engaged in a local state government, and this person is absolutely applying for a census partnership job. And this is from somebody very connected to a state that was probably litigating against us and very aware of the politics. I will also say, and this is not anecdotal, yesterday, one of our regions very surprisingly received 400 calls to the recruiting jobs line on the survey side, people looking for census jobs. That's uncalled. That's unheard of. We work very hard on the survey side through the regional offices to generate job applicants to do, as field reps throughout the nation. 400 calls in one night. Some of them asked about the citizenship question. They were referred to other entities that can answer those questions. We don't do that in the regions per se. That is unheard of. And so, I'm not going to paint any picture other than we have a census to take, and we're going to do everything we can to count everybody. And we're pretty excited about that.
Peter Glenn, does Congress need to explicitly approve these questions once it goes to them?
I don't think they have to explicitly approve of them, but they certainly could weigh in that they had concerns with them. So, is that right, Enrique?
I think that's right. Do you have a sense of what time frame that would be, and whether there'll be any issues in terms of slowing down the process in terms of preparing for 2020? Well, there's some uncertainty about the questions that will be on the census.
So I think that there's some uncertainty around that. I forget, Al, what's the drop dead date?
Well, we deliver the questions to Congress today. In our operational schedule, we plan to begin to finalize all the elements of the questions from an IT perspective and from a planning for papers perspective by the fall of 2018. That's our scheduled timeline at this point in time.
Doug Massey. In his opening statement, Ron mentioned that the Secretary picked a 4th option, which was to combine a question on citizenship with administrative data. What are the administrative data that's going to be used, and how is it going to be used? The only data that I know on citizenship comes from Homeland Security and BCIS.
So there's actually 3 sources. The 2 that you just mentioned, and we're in discussions with those agencies to get those data. But the primary source really is from Social Security Administration. We have citizenship on the NubaDent, which is a file that Census has used for decades. And so I think that will be the workhorse there. But again, as John said, in terms of a implementation of how both survey and administrative data will be combined, to come up with those block level numbers. That hasn't been determined yet. So again, I think we're less concerned. I mean, we will comply with the request from DOJ to provide those block level tables. We're less concerned about having, micro data with citizenship on it. We're trying to build those block level numbers.
I have great respect for the Census Bureau's perfect history of not handing over individually identified information to any other government agency, unlike Germany, which really messed it up some years ago. What is the legal strength of the census rule not to hand individually identified information over? I'm just asking out of ignorance. Does it have the force of law? Is it a policy? If some other part of the government, such as the Justice Department, after the census wanted individually identified information, how confident are you that the Census Bureau could resist that request even in the presence of a lawsuit?
So we have resisted that request in the presence of the lawsuit in the past, and we are fully confident that we will in the future as well. So it is prescribed by law. So Title 13, the Census Act, says that the data are for statistical purposes only, can only be disclosed in non-identifiable form. There have been challenges to that have gone to court, and the courts have always found with the Census Bureau. So we're confident.
Let me add to that. The culture at the Census Bureau is one to very much protect the data, to protect the confidentiality. But it is Title 13 that prescribes both a financial penalty of $250,000 per release, per individual release, as well as 5 years in jail. So those are hallmarks both in the law as well as very much in the culture of the Census Bureau, and we stand by that.
Oh, there. This is Allison Plyer. Sort of a different topic. I noticed in one of the announcements we got that that it was determined that people who are incarcerated will be counted where they're incarcerated. And I recall previously it being announced that that got an unprecedented number of comments. But there wasn't a rationale described in the announcement we got. I wondered if you all could tell us about that decision.
Right. So and Karen will correct me where I go wrong. In 2015, calendar year, June of 2015, I think it was, we put out in a Federal Register notice the 2010 residence criteria. So the residence criteria is how the Census Bureau determines where people are counted. So we count everybody one time, only one time, and in the right place. So it determines the place where we count them. In June of 2016, we put out the proposed 2020 residence criteria. And in that, we got, I believe it was in the neighborhood of 78,000 comments, all but, I want to say a few hundred were related to the prisoner issue. And in particular, there was a large number of comments that wanted prisoners located at their pre-incarceration address. The Census Bureau looked at that very carefully. There are actually multiple places where you could consider to be pre-incarceration address. It could be the address you were living at when you committed the crime. It could be the address wherein you were arrested, or it could be the address when you were previous to being sent to prison. So to us, it was not straightforward as to where the pre-incarceration address was. There are very few studies that show where prisoners, after they're released from jail, go to. And then the primary reason is that we go by the theory of where you are currently inhabiting is your place of residence, and that's where we're going to count people. So for prisoners, it is in the prison that they were counted, and they have been counted that way throughout all of the censuses, starting in 1790 through 2010. And we decided to continue that in 2020. So that's essentially the rationale. There was not a one source of administrative records. There was not a clean way to do it. We are also providing two data products for states. And again, this is for redistricting. We would give them a tabulation of where prisoners are located, Karen, and then we also would provide states with the ability, if they gave us administrative records from their sources as to where they wanted the prisoners to be located, if they had another address that they thought was a pre-incarceration address, we would do a tabulation for them, placing those prisoners in the block that the states gave us. So if a state thought that there was a prisoner in rural Virginia that came from the Northern Virginia area, I live in Virginia, then we could tabulate them in that location. That file that they would give us would have to be able to be geocoded, so it gets into technicalities in terms of what the address would have to look like. But that's essentially how we decided the residence criteria. Anything to add? Karen is over the residence criteria area and
Hi.
an expert.
Good morning. I'm Karen Battle, Chief of the Population Division. And I just wanted to kind of add on to what Enrique said, that the decision, one of the factors that went into making the decision was, again, knowing that we needed to continue following this concept of usual residence, which is actually rooted in the initial Census Act of 1790, where we count people where they usually live and sleep most of the time. And in addition to some of the things that Enrique mentioned, we also looked at things like statistics from the Bureau of Justice Statistics regarding the average length of stay that prisoners experienced when they were incarcerated. So we were seeing that a lot of prisoners were staying for several years being incarcerated. And again, that kind of gave us a little bit more evidence to back up our idea about we need to continue following the concept of usual residence. And regarding the products that Enrique mentioned, the first product that we were going to make available is within the redistricting summary file. What Enrique was mentioning is that we're planning to provide basic GQ data counts for different types of GQ facilities. And that will include a count of those who are in adult correctional facilities. So states will have access to that when they get their redistricting data, and they could use that and incorporate that into their redistricting process. And then Enrique again also mentioned a second approach where the states would have to come to us, provide us with data that we could then give back to them, where it would help them to reallocate their prisoners. And the one thing to mention with that is that even if we did this particular product, it would not change the official census counts that are produced and published.
Tommy, right, two last questions. Sunshine?
Sunshine Hilligus. Going back to that, then that implies actually it gives states some flexibility in terms of how they can do assignments. I mean, do you expect that this will end up just being litigated, or that there'll just be variation across state? it sounds very
Okay,
uncertain.
so the census is used for, in my mind, two primary purposes. There are actually three. So the first one is apportionment. For apportionment, the number of seats allocated to each state is based on official census counts. Those census counts would have prisoners at the prison. The second primary function is redistricting. That's a state function, so it's up to the states to determine how they're going to do redistricting. The Census Bureau provides them with the data to do that. And what we're trying to do is say the official counts, what Karen added at the end of her point that I had failed to make clear, was that the official counts will stay official. If they want a data product for their purposes in terms of redistricting, they can provide us addresses or they can exclude prisoners from their redistricting. But that's a state function, and it would be subject to all of the litigation on both sides of that issue. The third major use of it is an allocation of funding. And the allocation of funding, we would provide official estimates. They would be what we would produce from the 2020 census. And then each state or each federal agency can determine how they use those. So for example, HUD uses a lot of information about our population estimates in their funding formulas for housing assistance. So they could use our official estimates. I hope that gives a...
Just quick clarification, though. This will be a new product. So these estimates have never been made available before in terms of distributing prisoners.
It always is in the devil's in the details. So in 2010, we actually did provide the counts of group quarters at detailed at the same time that we provided the PL. What is new this time is a service that we're providing to the states that says if you give us addresses for the prisoners, that we would then provide you with a new geocode for those persons. That is a new service that we're providing for them. The detail is that we actually did that, I believe, for the state of Maryland when they asked for it in 2010, and we worked with them through our redistricting office to provide them with that tabulation. And what we're doing is making that available to all the states.
Tommy Wright. Oh,
That's not an official product. That a state has to do something, and then they will give us a file, and we will append the right geocodes on it.
Tommy Wright. We have one last question in this session. Juan?
All right. Juan Pablo Rocad. Due to the citizenship question coming up, I think there's been a fair amount of confusion both in the public and among some elected officials as to who should be counted as part of the census, especially with regards to immigration status. And I think we all know what the answer is here, but it would be good to have an official statement as to who the Census Bureau believes should be counted, and whether there is any uncertainty as to the legal basis for who should be counted, and whether there's been any alternative assessments of that coming from either Commerce or Justice.
Thank you for the, Enrique Lamas, thank you for the question. I think that's a very good point that we should make very clear. For the apportionment purposes, we will count, and the Census Bureau for all their official counts will count all persons that reside in the United States, regardless of citizenship, regardless of any other factor. They need to be in the United States as a resident for 6 months or longer. I think that's the usual residence criteria. So citizenship does not go into that formula. For the PL 194, which is our redistricting file, we also will put all residents into those block level estimates by age, race, and Hispanic origin. For citizen voting age population, which is a current tabulation that we do from the American Community Survey, for Department of Justice. It is at the block group level, and that's a larger geographic unit that already uses this citizenship question along with race and Hispanic origin and age. And what the Department of Justice asked for was to get citizenship voting age population file to protect the Voting Rights Act at the block level. And that's essentially the request. But you're right, Juan, the basic counts will be all residents of the United States, regardless of citizenship status. I appreciate your question.
Tommy Wright, thank you, Ron and Enrique, and everyone for this conversation. The next session, we're a little bit behind, but that seems okay, I think. I don't know, when I say that, I don't know how else is going to take that. But the next session has two presenters. One is Al Fontenoy, who will present on an update on the 2020 census, and also he'll be followed by Autry Kaluri, who will be give an update on the 2020 systems readiness. Al?
Good morning. I attempted to get around and say hello to each of you before we got started this morning, but if I missed any of you, I'd like to just reach out and say good morning to you. It's always good to meet with this committee and bring you an update on where we stand in our preparation for the 2020 census. I'd also like to just take a moment and express my gratitude and the gratitude of the Decennial Directorate for your input, your guidance, your time, your dedication that you have committed to the Census Bureau and to our efforts to conduct an effective, fair 2020 census. To just sort of ride on that last comment, we continually say we count everyone in the right place and once. So we're really looking to count every person in the United States and where they are at the time that we count them. So that's kind of baked into our methodology and our thinking. On Sunday, April 1st, we will be exactly 2 years from Census Day. I'd like to take a few minutes this morning and provide you with an update on where we are in our process. Many of the things that I will touch on will be discussed in much more detail later today or tomorrow morning. When I finish a high-level review, I'm going to then turn the microphone over to the chief of our IT division, Autry Kaluri, who will provide a detailed update on our systems readiness. We always like to open our presentations with our timeline slide, which presents a chart of our progress toward the 2020 census. I'd like to draw your attention to the white program bar, the progress bar, across the top of the timeline. You can see that we're right in the middle of the 2018 end-to-end test. We have completed address canvassing operations and are in the early stages of what we group under the title peak operations. But I'm going to leave that to Deb Stumkowski, our chief of Decennial Census Management Division, to take you into the details of our progress and activities and early results that are related to the 2018 end-to-end test. I would like to mention, though, a couple of key activities that are integral to the successful execution of a 2020 census. We have identified the number and initial locations of our area census offices, ACOs as we designated them this census. You all will recall there were local census offices, or LCOs, in 2010. We are working closely with GSA to acquire leases for the 40 early census ACOs, which will manage the address canvassing operations and need to be open in January 2019. We have also initiated work to identify and secure the additional 208 ACOs that need to be in place for our full conduct of the census. They need to be in place in the spring of 2019. Our revised 2020 life cycle cost estimate was completed last December and delivered to Congress in January. Thanks to the hard work of the Secretary's team that came down and worked with us, conducted a deep dive into our cost estimate, and the work of our staff, that worked with them to reconcile their efforts, our assumptions, our parameters. We now have a robust life cycle cost estimate in place of $15.6 billion. As Enrique mentioned earlier, we are greatly appreciative of Congress's support of our fiscal 2018 and fiscal 2019 budget summaries and submissions. While not shown on this chart, this is a good place for me to mention important changes that we are making to our operations in Puerto Rico. In many of the rural areas of the United States, and indeed in parts of Puerto Rico, we conduct an operation we call Update Leave. In the Update Leave operations, we have listers, enumerators walk the streets, every street and every road, and add to or adjust the address list as appropriate and fully validate the complete inventory of addresses. Very similar to an address canvass. It is an address canvassing operation. But at the same time as they're doing that, they leave a questionnaire packet with each housing unit that they visit at that time. So what happens next is those people who are in Update Leave operations have an opportunity to respond on paper with the questionnaire, on the internet, or through our telephone questionnaire assistance centers. During the decade, we have been updating the Puerto Rican addresses so that we could mail out the half of the island of Puerto Rico, basically that had traditional addresses. However, the damage done by the hurricane has caused us to say, how can we be more effective in the way we approach Puerto Rico? So we're doing the Update Leave operation for the entire island of Puerto Rico. And we will be doing a similar operation in other areas that may be hit by natural disasters to ensure that we get every housing unit and every resident of those areas and don't miss any. We have done that similar operation after Katrina in 2010 and in other places. The first major operation of the 2020 census is the Local Update of Census Addresses program. That program is well underway. We're pleased with the success of our LUCA program. So far, 11,537 governmental units have registered for the 2020 census program. This includes 45 states, but also major counties, cities, and tribal governments as well. One of the things that we've done differently this LUCA than in the past is we've encouraged larger governmental units that have capabilities and budgets to do a lot of the local updates for their subsidiary government units. So we're looking right now at 98% of all housing units and residents being covered by governmental units that are responding and working with us on LUCA right now. That is a phenomenal, unprecedented success relative to 2010. In 2010, we had 92.9% of the housing units and 93.5% of the population covered in LUCA. This is the third decade that we've done LUCA. I think 2000 was the first decade, and we were in preliminary stages of developing the program, so the data from 2000 is much lower. But we're seeing significant participation from governmental units in our LUCA program. The success of this is a testament to the strong relationships that our geography division has been building with state and local governments all decade. We will be wrapping up the next phase of the LUCA program when we ship the review packages to the government so that they can begin their review. That began February 15th and is scheduled to be completed by April 2nd. For several months, we have had ongoing training sessions with participating governments to assist them in knowing how to conduct the review process. And we're going to begin to ship the feedback materials back to the participants in August of 2018. Since we last met, we finalized the residence criteria, and we've had a significant amount of discussion on that so far today. But it will be very similar to the criteria we've used in past censuses with one important change. Military personnel deployed overseas will now be tabulated at their home of record upon deployment instead of upon enlistment. as was done in previous censuses. This will be more accurate in reflecting the population in and around the military bases, where many of them have left their dependents when they're deployed, and has been something that we were looking at to get a more accurate reflection of where our military should be tabulated. In accordance with the 1997 OMB guidelines on race and ethnicity that direct us to ask separate questions on race and Hispanic origin, we will use the two-question format similar to the way it was asked in 2010 and is being asked in the 2018 end-to-end test. As I mentioned earlier, Deb is going to talk to you about the 2018 end-to-end census test, but I'm happy to report that as we speak, we're receiving responses to our internet self-response, our paper questionnaire mailing, and through our census questionnaire assistance center by telephone. The numbers on this slide are from the beginning of the operation, but Deb will have information from our latest progress report that will reflect significant progress. She will be showing numbers that will reflect over 37,000 responses received in terms of our 2018 test to date. I would like to just take a moment, though, and remind us that the objective of the test is to evaluate and refine the integration of our systems, our processes, and the usability of our tools for both our employees and our respondents. We are looking for every way that we can identify areas that need to be adjusted, corrected, and improved to enable us to conduct a complete and accurate census in 2020. We have some things that have been working wonderfully so far, and we have experienced some challenges. In a test like this, we don't expect everything to be perfect, but that's why we do the test. So we can identify and fix any issues now and not encounter them during the actual census. Archie will mention some of these issues, how we've approached them, how we've identified them, what corrective actions we've taken, and what is happening with those same operations, those same applications, those same tools today. We are learning a lot from the early stages of our test, just as we did through the address canvassing operation last fall, that summer. Our boundary and annexation survey is underway. This, too, is an early operation for the 2020 census where state, local, and tribal governments provide us with important information about the boundary delineations in the areas they represent. The response stands at 58% as of March 16th, which is over twice what we experienced in 2010. This is another very positive indication of the level of involvement of the state, local, and tribal governments with our geography staff. We are continuing the development of the 2020 census questionnaires and supporting materials and the corresponding translations that will go with those. You'll be hearing about that later this morning also. This decade, as mentioned by Ron earlier in his conversation, we are building a research foundation for our communications and partnership program that is significantly stronger than we had in 2010. The Census Barriers, Attitudes, Motivators survey consists of two components. He mentioned the quantitative survey that's mailed out to 50,000 households, which will give us important information about the major population groups in the country, and the qualitative focus groups that will add more information to our pool of data on smaller population groups, including American Indians, Alaska Natives, as well as people who speak other languages in their household and are not proficient in English. I'm pleased to report that as of March 23rd, our response rate to the quantitative survey stands at 25.3%, which is well on our way to our goal of 30% response on the quantitative survey. We also have completed 15 of the 42 focus groups we have scheduled all over the country, including in Alaska and the state of Hawaii. The information we receive from CBAMS will be combined with the response propensity modeling that we have been developing all year long to provide the most robust research foundation that we have ever had. This was always planned to occur in 2018, but as Ron mentioned, or Enrique mentioned earlier, the budget passed by Congress will enable us to get other important communications and partnership activities underway in the months ahead as well. The redistricting data program is proceeding with production underway for Phase 2, which covers the voting district project. And for those of you who are not familiar with that, that project provides states the opportunity to submit to the Census Bureau their voting district boundaries, election precincts, wards, and smaller groupings of areas. These actions allow states to construct some of the small area geography they need for legislative redistricting. The provided voting districts will be included in PL 94-171 redistricting data file tabulations. This operation runs through May. We will then move to the Participant Statistical Area Program, which allows participating government units to review and update selected statistical area boundaries for the 2020 census data tabulation following our guidelines and census criteria. This is a placemat of our 2020 major contracts. All but one of our major contracts is now in place. The one highlighted in blue is the Field IT Deployment Contract. This contract provides support for the IT equipment in the regional census centers, the equipment and the support in the area census offices, island area offices, paper data capture centers, and for our remote workers. The IT equipment is purchased, installed, and monitored, shipped, provisioned, decommissioned by this contract. It will provide on-site help desk support centers and system administration support for our paper data capture centers. The FIT-D contract, as we call it, the request for proposal is being submitted against the National Institute of Health CIO's SP3 contract vehicle, and a final proposals have been received on February 21st. We're planning to award this contract in the August 2018 timeframe. Our other major contracts are awarded, and in the contract administration phase of those contracts, they are monitored, corrected when necessary to ensure that our contracts are meeting their performance objectives for the 2018 end-to-end census task and for the 2020 census. We do have a challenge with our 2020 printing and mailing contract. On October 16th, the United States Government Publishing Office awarded the contract to Synveo Incorporated on our behalf. I'm going to pause for a moment and just remind those of you who don't know, or who know, and tell those of you who don't know that for purchasing of large printing contracts, government units are required to work through the Government Publishing Office. It used to be called the Government Printing Office. They actually award the contract, and they manage the award of the contract. So working through them, they awarded this contract to a company called Synveo Incorporated. The contract provides primary print production and mailing services for the 2018 end-to-end census test, for the 2020 census also. Synveo is producing and mailing the materials needed for the 2018 end-to-end census test as we speak, and this work will be completed by July 2nd, 2018. Most of their primary work on this contract for the 18 end-to-end test has been completed. They're in the addressing non-response mailings and sending those out as we get to that stage of the test. The problem arose on February 2nd, 2018, when Synveo filed a petition for reorganization under Chapter 11 of the Bankruptcy Code. We are working closely with the Office of General Counsel, the Government Publishing Office, and the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York to ensure that our printing and mailing requirements for the 2020 census are fulfilled appropriately. This slide shows the key activities that have been completed or are currently underway. We always orient this slide around the major components of the program that we're currently involved in. For example, we are delivering the questions to Congress today to fulfill our legal obligation to present them 2 years prior to Census Day. These next 4 slides are not in the package that I provided for your advance review, and I apologize. But as I was preparing for our meeting today, it occurred to me that you would be interested in the increasingly sophisticated program management procedures and practices that we are putting in place that are being developed by Jim Treat, one of my assistant directors in the Decennial Program Directorate. Jim is responsible for providing executive oversight for our program management and scheduling activities. For those of you who have worked with the census in past decades, you may know Jim. He's been active. This is his 4th census that he has worked with us on. He's a very strong program management, schedule, and detail manager. In a future CSAC, we'll have Jim walk you through everything he and his team are doing. He is out of town today, so he's unavailable. Today, I want to draw your attention to the periodic performance management reports that he's just put in place to assist management in managing the many operations of the 2020 decennial census and the 2018 test. On this slide, you can see a list of the reports that are currently assisting us as tools to manage the 18 end-to-end test and the early stages of the 2020 census. We have closed reports on recruiting and LUCA registration. These were helpful in recent months, but we are currently concentrating on the 10 reports below that, which will be used to give management a snapshot of where we are on a weekly basis, and also to provide a mechanism for reporting to the Secretary of Commerce, the Deputy Secretary and her staff, and our oversight. With respect to LUCA, we've established a new report, which you will see LUCA in the closed and in the open, but that will be tracking the next stages of LUCA, the returns and all the further activities there. This slide shows reports that we'll be putting in place in the near future to show our progress during the 2018 end-to-end census test. The information that populates these reports comes from the daily real-time reports that are generated out of our more detailed systems, including our universal tracking system and our integrated master schedule. These reports provide management with a quick way to track and discuss important developments. For me and my team, we go through a review of the daily reports every morning. We have staff meetings at 7:30, 8 o'clock, and 8:30 with my key staff to review where we stand on the test activities on a daily basis. But for higher management, for the department, we synthesize that information into a series of reports, of performance reports that we're showing here. The urgency and frequency of these reports will change as the operations change and as we get closer and closer into the operations. This slide shows a list of some of the additional reports that are planned for the 2020 census. The reports on the previous 2 slides will remain in place for 2020 as appropriate. We think of these reports as a set of living documents. We will add to them as we identify other areas we need to track. And as you've seen, we'll close them out when the component being tracked is complete. I've talked about lists, but let me look at an example of what one of these slides, these reports will look like. This is an example of one of our management reports. Each of our reports are consistently formatted, showing information about the operation on the left. This particular report talks about the Regional Census Center space acceptance and operating status. Down the left side, if you will see, the dates current as of March 23rd. It's the acceptance dates. New York, being the only one that has not been completed, will be completed on April 27th. The others will all basically be completed. We've already accepted and signed. They plan to open on April 1st. If you look on the right-hand side, the key metric is either completed, on track, it requires management focus, or it requires attention. If it requires attention and it's red, we are running behind the planned scheduled time. But it's an at-a-glance dashboard that will enable management on every one of the areas that you looked at to see a quick dashboard to understand where we stand in our preparation and execution of 2020. At this point, I'm going to turn the microphone over to Autry Kalluri to talk about system readiness, which is one of the core areas behind many of these reports and many of this data. Autry, if you could join us at the speakers table up here, please. Oh, you're already there on that side. I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Do you need this, or are they handling it for you?
I'll need that.
I'll
yes.
bring it.
And while I get the clicker, if we could distribute the handouts. Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm happy to be here to give you an update on systems readiness for not only the 18 end-to-end census test, but also 2020 census. One noticeable change for this presentation is that I'm giving an update for both SETCAP and non-SETCAP systems. It's because, as you may have heard, the SETCAP program has been temporarily moved to the Decennial Directorate to ensure consistent and focused development approach on all systems for the 2020 census. As you know, and as was mentioned earlier, we have completed the address canvassing operation successfully for the 18 end-to-end census tests and are into conducting the peak operations. So what we put together is an agenda for today that briefly revisits the solution architecture, delves into the planned releases based on our integration and implementation plan, and finally, we'll give an update on all systems that are needed to support the remaining aspects of the 18 end-to-end census test. I'm not going to go over this. There is a handout, but for reference purposes, it's quite useful to see how the interfaces are developed. I think I showed this even in the last meeting that we had. There were a few updates that basically are interface updates, and we are also depicting at the bottom left corner the fact that there is an external dependency on USPS, United States Postal Service, for an interface to the Intelligent Postal Tracking System. We provision systems based on the solution architecture, currently for the 18 end-to-end census tests, and our objective is to use the same solutions to the greatest extent possible for the 2020 census. Of course, we'll make necessary enhancements or adjustments to the provision solutions based on lessons learned in the 18 test, as well as results from the scalability tests to be performed this fiscal year. We're working closely with the technical integrator and with established governance processes and procedures. We are standing up infrastructure to support these systems in the cloud, as well as our data center in Bowie, Maryland. As planned, we are moving some of our existing systems to the 2020 focused part of the data center and some to the cloud. The SETCAP eCase platform, Enterprise Censuses and Surveys Enabling Platform, solutions are already in the cloud. Now, while the solutions that are being developed in-house and identified to be cloud-based are all being provisioned in the same one cloud, solutions and services we have acquired through contracts, such as census questionnaire assistance and recruitment and assessment, come with their own cloud. So we are establishing reliable, secure, and scalable interfaces between these various cloud solutions and data centers, so they would work for not only the 18 census tests, but also for 2020 census. We're also working closely with the technical integrator to establish our network operations center, which actually is in place, our security operations center, which is also in place, and in alignment with the enterprise operations center, a combination of the NOC and the SOC, we also have what is called as the ZOC, XOC, which is, takes over the management of all these operations. Initial versions of these centers were successfully used and related procedures executed for the address canvassing operation. Now we are testing and learning as part of the peak operations. This is the second part of the solution architecture. Majority of the systems shown on the screen are support systems, and many were successfully used for the address canvassing operation. The same systems will be used for the peak operations for the 18 tests. Here also we depict the change, which is the interface to the USPS and the Intelligent Postal Tracking System. We are working closely with our Office of Information Security to ensure that all systems have the authority to operate before we go live with them. What that means is that all of the infrastructure components that are needed for the systems to operate on are also ATO'd. Additionally, any systems that are moving to an alternate provisioning infrastructure are being subjected to either an ATO or a security impact assessment, SIA as we call it. We take information security very seriously, and no system will go live without the needed authority. Some of the CSAC members have asked for more information on the releases for the 18 end-to-end census tests. As you all know, there are 35 operations defined for 2020 census. 24 of them are in scope for the 18 tests. Based on the capabilities needed in support of those 24 operations, we determined that we needed 44 systems. Not all operations occur at the same time. Not all systems support every operation. So we came up with an integration and implementation plan, IIP as we call it, working closely with the National Academy of Sciences that defined the combinations of systems that would be needed to support various operations, along with the timelines for releasing those combinations of systems. The objective for the IIP was to maximize the development time within the schedules for the 18 end-to-end census tests, ensuring enough time for integration testing, fixing of any issues or bugs based on the integration testing, and also to conduct the operational testing before going live. As shown on the screen, there are 9 releases defined in the first column. Every release supports a set of operational areas with a set of systems. The operational areas supported by each release are shown in the second column. Based on the systems engineering and integration framework, the SE&I framework as we call it, the IIP defines the dates when a set of systems under a given release have to be ready for program level integration testing. That is the test readiness review date, or TRR, shown in the third column. The integration testing has to be conducted for a period of time until the production readiness review date, or the PRR, shown in the fourth column. During the time between the PRR and the conduct operation date, shown in column 5, set of systems in that release are assessed for their production readiness, including the readiness of the infrastructure on which the systems are deployed. Once the systems are deemed production ready, the subject matter experts from the business area lead the effort to conduct an operational readiness review and an operational readiness test. And once the test is successful, the systems go live for conducting the operation. So for 18 tests, as you can see by the depiction of the dates in green color, we have successfully released, tested, deployed, and conducted or conducting operations for multiple releases. For some releases, we had the systems deployed for integration testing. We are eager to finish the remaining work in order for us to get the systems to production. As the slide shows, we have a well-defined plan. We are on track per this plan, and everyone involved in every system project, including the technical integrator, understands the plan and ensures that the timelines are met per this plan. Now this one, just as we did for 18 tests, we defined the releases and the associated milestone dates for the 2020 census. Because we plan to have the functionality of most of the systems for 2020 census developed in time for the 18 end-to-end census tests, we could better define the 2020 census releases and the set of systems needed for each of those releases. We have 4 releases. The operational areas supported by each release are listed in the second column, and the TRR, PRR, and conduct operation dates are in the next 3 of the following columns. Please note that we track, along with the readiness of the systems, the execution of tests for scalability and security, provisioning of infrastructure, continuity of operations, and disaster recovery plans, as well as the finalization of the operational aspects of the 2020 census. As you can see, it's clear from this slide that the first test readiness review date is in May of this year and fast approaching. Okay, so now I'll draw your attention to the chart, and if we could bring up that chart also, please, on the screen. So the chart that we distributed to you has information on all of the systems that make up the system of systems for the 18 tests as well as 2020 census. There are 44 systems in the 18 tests. At the top, the top 3 rows give you information about the dates on when a particular release is scheduled to be available for test readiness review or production readiness review or conduct operation. And the green color indicates that those systems have already been released and are in production. The purple color in the first column indicates that those are set-cap systems. I just wanted to highlight how we are integrating all of the aspects of the systems, and the purple ones are the set-cap systems. Now, there are some yellow and orange boxes for some releases, as you can see. Like on row 7, there are yellow and orange boxes, and as on the second page in the reverse, basically the key indicates, yellow is indicating that that system is at risk of meeting test readiness review. Orange is indicating that there is a potential delay for the production readiness review. So we track this very carefully. No, this is good, okay. And if you can go down a little bit to row 25, and we show that the internet self-response system basically is in production, but there are reported issues. And this is what Al was referring to. So what are those issues? So post-deployment, on some mobile devices, the text that was typed into some response boxes did not appear until the respondent moved to the next text box on the internet form. So basically, this is where you're trying to respond using a mobile device, but connecting to the internet website. So a fix for this defect was quickly developed and deployed before the internet first mailing hit mailboxes on March 20th. Now, as the number of online respondents increased, a small number of users experienced interrupted sessions. System developers diagnosed the fix for this problem in the platform that we are using, the Pegasystems platform. We deployed procedures for census questionnaire assistance operators. Remember, CQA operators also use the internet self-response system to collect responses. And that procedure reduced the session interruptions and continued monitoring the number of users affected. The systems team worked around the clock to develop and test the fix and deployed overnight, actually on March 26th. So that's also a fix that we applied. These are the issues that we ran into post-deployment of the system to production. Now, we are also monitoring issues that we have with the enumeration instrument. That's actually a solution that runs on the handheld devices. These are to do with the memory leak. Basically, there was a bug in that the memory of the instrument was not let go after using it. And so as you progress doing more and more cases, you were seeing bleeding of the screens because of lack of memory. And so this was a bug that Pegasystems identified and gave us a fix for it, and we have deployed it. Enumeration instrument is not in production, but I'm reporting that we ran into these issues. There was a synchronization issue with the cases that are in the enumeration instrument back to the backend databases, and that is also something that we got a fix for, and now it's transmitting quite well. During the beta testing, with iOS 11.3, which, as you probably know, is a major release, Pegasystems discovered that the update negatively impacts enumeration instrument. And so we realized that, and we have communicated through our device as a service contractors, CDWG and Apple, who are part of that group, and they have developed a fix, but it will not be available with iOS 11.3. It'll be available with 11.3.1, which is a specific upgrade that would be given for us. But what we are doing now is that we'll be at 11.2.6, pre-11.3 release, and we are intending to go live with 11.2.6. And the Pegasystems platform works well with that. Now, there is also an additional feature that is part of the 11.3 release, which helps us control how the enumerators would install the iOS updates, because if we give them 11.2.6 and somehow they click on the update button and it upgrades to 11.3, what do? So we have procedures in place. We are educating them to not do the upgrades. Just in case there is still an upgrade that's done, we have procedures to bring them in-house and give them a new phone with 11.2.6 with minimal downtime. So that's what we have in place. Can we switch back to the presentation, please? Okay, so this is the last slide. So this slide is furnished to show the upcoming releases and the systems associated with those releases. The review dates for test and production readiness are also shown, along with the conduct operation dates. Systems with an asterisk next to them are systems that have not yet been released as part of the 18 end-to-end census test. So what I'm trying to convey here is, out of the 44 systems that are in scope for the 18 tests, we have released in support of the operations until date 40 systems. And some of the remaining 4 are being developed. Those 4 are Centurion, the fraud detection system, the dissemination platform, SETSI, and the tabulation system, which are needed much later because the data has to come in before we do anything with respect to tabulating the data. All of us obviously are eager to conduct the 18 tests, peak operations, so that we can use the opportunity to not only test the systems and interfaces, but also learn from the tests so that we can make enhancements and improvements as necessary to our systems, procedures, and processes before going live for the 2020 census. That completes my presentation, and we'll be happy to take any questions.
Before questions, thank you very much. We do have a discussant here.
Yes, thank you.
We'll now hear from that discussant, Sunshine Hilligus.
Oh, yes.
This is Tara. Sunshine's presentation will be up in a couple of moments. Thank you.
This is Sunshine Hilligus. Thank you. This is my last CSAC. I thought that maybe it was appropriate that I was going to be the one commenting on 2020. And I have to say, you know, I initially thought that this is going to be one of those meetings and where I'd be coming in and, you know, maybe feeling a little bit good about the fact that the budget numbers were coming in stronger than perhaps expected, and then was really thrown for the loop. So, you know, just in case there's bleeping, I decided to say, what the hell, right? Like this, I am now going through the stages of emotions after learning about the citizenship edition. So first was just disbelief, then, you know, depression and anger, and perhaps now acceptance and a question of how does the Census Bureau move forward to still produce the best possible census in 2020. So, you know, I want to say in no uncertain terms that I think this is an absolutely awful decision. There were several members of CSAC that had sent a letter to Secretary Ross expressing this position. Again, I'm still dumbfounded that this decision is coming in at such a late date. My view is this is going to have severe negative implications for data quality and costs. All of the effort that has been put in terms of doing these cost estimates, I wonder how in the world those are now going to be viewed as you know, potentially accurate, just because we are unsure what the addition of the citizenship question will do to non-response follow-up. And so, you know, the Secretary Ross's, I read his rationale. I did not find it compelling. The, you know, basic fact that this question was on the census in 1950s, it does not provide reassurance that it's not going to have an impact on cost or data quality in 2020. Just as a, you know, example I could easily pull out, I wanted to show an example, for instance, of a very high quality gold standard survey that I've been a part of, the American National Election Study. We had an 85% response rate in 1956, and we were happy, thrilled in 2016 to get a response rate of 50%. So the notion that we can look at history and say that there was once a citizenship question on the census form, and so it will be an easy thing to slip in, just doesn't hold water. The other thing I would say is perceptions matter, that it really matters. I have already seen a Twitter campaign, I think it's #LeaveItBlank, trying to encourage people to either not complete the census form or to leave the question blank. We saw this in 2000 in terms of differential item non-response when there was the controversy surrounding the long form, when then candidate Bush said that he didn't know if he would fill out the long form if his household received it. And what we found in a study I did with Kim Pruitt is that conservative Republicans were then less likely to fill in questions about things like property taxes. And it raises the question of, you know, what is the point at which imputation measures aren't really adequate for dealing with levels of item non-response. It also raises all these questions that we've kind of already talked about in terms of how how will that question be imputed using what data? I think most importantly, what worries me is it's easy to say, oh yeah, the Census Bureau has worked super hard. They've just, you know, the number of times that I have heard the importance of confidentiality and you know, that the Census Bureau is nonpartisan, and just the efforts that the Census Bureau has put over the last several decades, it's depressing to see some of that thrown out the window, I think, with this decision, because it is viewed as a strictly political decision. And I think it doesn't matter how much the Census Bureau says, we will keep your data confidential. The Twitter commentary is about how the citizenship question is going to be used to target individuals who are not here legally. And that's going to be an incredible challenge that the Census Bureau is going to face in the coming years. And it's just devastating to think about how you switch gears to try and test and prepare for this over the next 2 years. And despite my typo here, it just stands in such stark I mean, the number of years invested in studying, you know, the race question, right? And to think that we don't have a test of what the citizenship edition is going to do to data quality or cost is just, it's mind-boggling. To think about. I'm encouraged to hear that there are potentially some internal efforts, even if it's not on the 2018, to do some testing around the citizenship question and what it might do, for instance, to how people will answer, for instance, the race and ethnicity question. These are things that, even if not in the 2018 test, I really hope that the Census Bureau is starting to try to get a handle on. And again, in terms of thinking about the Census Bureau's efforts to not be politicized, it's out the door. It's absolutely out the door. It has become political. This GOP fundraising request has gone out regarding the citizenship question. As you well know, following Twitter, right, it has been politicized on the left as well. And so we are now facing what I had long feared in terms of the current political environment, where the census has become incredibly political. So in terms of the, you know, acceptance, if you know, we're kind of stuck with it, the question is, what can we do to help? I mean, my initial response is like, maybe, you know, should I just resign and discuss that, you know, this is, you know, something that I think is really devastating to the 2020 census. The best I could come up with through those different emotions is, you know, a few questions about how to move forward. So again, I think it's a question of how can the Census Bureau test this question, and in particular test the question with respect to how it might influence people answering other questions on the census, in addition to total non-response. I do wonder, I mean, you know, of course it's terrific to hear the reassurance about, you know, the legal backing for ensuring confidentiality of the data. On the other hand, I think there is a real question that has to be asked. You're talking about individual level data, but at the block level, you know, isn't that sufficient information that's going to raise a lot of concerns to be able to have citizenship numbers at a block level? Again, I don't think that many people would feel reassured that their census block has been identified, even if as an individual in a household they have not. I mean, I know that everyone is still very much in early stages of processing this, but you know, a big question is how Y&R is going to update their messaging strategy. And I hope that there's some, you know, already, you know, initial conversations about how to deal with this more politicized environment. And I also wondered about morale within the Census Bureau in terms of, you know, anybody who has known me knows that my association with the Census Bureau has asked me about this, and so I wondered how leadership at Census Bureau was thinking about making sure that what could be a very difficult next couple of years as this has become politicized, how to protect census staff. A few other things that I have been talking about before, again, all of them feel in some ways quite minor relative to this recent change. But I just do want to emphasize that, as I've said before, the online interface, I think, is critically important. I don't know if that online interface now, in light of the content changes, should change. I mean, I think it's a question that needs to be discussed, whether it means, making more prominent confidentiality. There is just a critical, given that the vast majority of the public will be interacting with the census through the online interface, it just makes it critically important, I think, that it in particular thinks about how to think about the new content. There is, I think, the increased salience. On the one hand, it's like, as long as they spell our name right and get our website right, does this potentially drive higher rates of response? I mean, that is a reasonable hypothesis that in the end we could see higher rates of completion because of this controversy. My hunch would be is it's going to be differential response, and we'll get higher cooperation rates among some segments and lower among others. But I certainly think that with this politicization, what you do is you increase the risk of hacking and interference in the different systems. And Juan Pablo emailed me earlier this week and said he was checking out the website that's charged with doing all of the integrating, and the website was down. And we're like, not a good sign for how things are going. Who knows what it was? Maybe it wasn't, hacking, or, but it just did raise some concerns about, how, what the consequences of things being politicized will be. We were really happy to get the briefing, the WebEx briefing. I was especially happy to have it recorded since I wasn't able to be there. And we have long kind of raised concerns about user experience and the mobile device news that you're hearing, the bumps that you're hearing was one that we had really feared. And so would love to hear just a little bit more about additional testing that's planned. And one of the things I wondered from your presentation are the bumps that you're encountering in terms of operating systems. You're talking about on the enumerator side, but one question would be, is there going to be something, I just opened up a computer the other day that still has Vista on it. And so, would I be able to, use Vista to fill out the census form? I wasn't sure to what extent the testing is really going across mobile devices, but also across different operating systems and checking to see on usability. Especially now that citizenship is being asked, the asking of email address, I wasn't sure, is that still happening? And why? And how will that be explained to those completing the census, particularly now that the decision about logging out is taken off the table? It's not clear to me, and again, I wonder about the trade-offs in terms of confidentiality and privacy concerns. Is that something that's necessary, and more importantly, is that being studied? I wondered, I mean, this is, one of the things that has been frustrating over the process of the last several years is seeing, the Census Bureau being starved from being able to do the type of, even when you do a test, you can't necessarily follow through on learning the lessons from the test because you don't have the funding to do the type of analysis that you'd like. And I wonder, in terms of 2017, now that there is a little bit of infusion of funding, is there going to be some way to pull some usability testing out of the response, looking at things like skip patterns, break-offs, and other things in terms of trying to get some sense of that usability separate from a focus group and some of the other things that are planned. One of the things I'm most disappointed about, I guess, is that I am not convinced that CBAMS is going to get what you need in terms of getting at attitudes related to the census that are going to be relevant for completion. So this is a separate, just people's kind of without really engaging with the Census Bureau, you just get a phone call and they say, what do you think about the census? They're going to give a response, but it's not something that is topical and really they've given a lot of thought about. And I had been pushing for, and I was really happy to see that you guys are doing some studies of the comments at the end of the completion, but it would have really, I think, been most informative had some of those CBAM type of research questions been asked of people who actually completed the census test, or as part of the non-response follow-up of people. So the key question is how are these concerns about privacy and trust in the Census Bureau once they see that they're being asked for email address, or once they see that they've been asked for their citizenship? Asking these questions entirely separate from the experience of completing the census form just, I think, it's useful, but it doesn't really give you, I think, the critical information that you need in order to really be prepared for what could happen in 2020. Okay, so with partnership and outreach, again, these are things that we've kind of said before, and certainly are more prominent now. And so it goes back to the question that we ask, are the partners, how are the partners responding? And that's how the Census Bureau presents themselves, and I think right now is just going to be critical in terms of the outreach and partnerships, because they're going to be so critically important. And I did appreciate that there was some attention to this in the CSAC responses, but I do still would still really love to hear about, in particular, coordinated corporate efforts with, say, Facebook or Twitter or Apple, right? Or so what are the things that beyond the nonprofit groups, beyond community organizations, how is that moving along? And is there any way that the new salience of the census might be used in a way that can prop up the partnership and outreach, particularly given that it got off to such a slow start? I guess the only other thing I would love to hear about is the extent to which analyses of previous tests of online, how they're dealing with duplicates, and what it's looking like in terms of the overcount, and particularly a differential overcount, as well as the undercount that, of course, we've heard a bit about. And then on the Y&R, the real question is just how are they going to incorporate kind of the new kind of negativity about the Census Bureau in terms of their planning. There, on administrative records, there was just a few questions that I recall that it was supposed to be finalized in 2018. I wasn't sure what the status was. I wasn't sure, in particular, thinking about citizenship. I think that was addressed a little bit already. I wasn't sure if there were still any tests or analyses that are being planned, and the extent to which, does this new controversy change anything, and should it? And it is at least being discussed. So I think the last thing I'd say is, what are the metrics for success or failure at this point for the census? We very well could be looking at a case where the census comes in at a cost that is far, far higher than certainly initially projected, and even what is currently funded. How is the Bureau now thinking about how to handle high levels of potential item non-response on the citizenship question? And then finally, how can researchers outside of the Census Bureau help? We had some discussions like, is there any way that we can be involved in the analysis and offer any help in that regard? And I know that the Census Bureau I think the answer was probably no, but to the extent that the Census Bureau is able to lean on researchers outside of the Bureau, I mean, there is, I think, incredible concern among social scientists and lots of researchers about the quality of 2020, and so to the extent that they can be utilized, I think you would find advocates and people interested in contributing.
Tommy Wright, thank you very much, Sunshine. Please note that we're about 15 minutes behind schedule, and we're in the middle of a very, I can say there's great interest in this topic. I'm going to turn this over to Barbara, and I don't know if Al and Archer, you want to respond to comments now? You want to continue to hear from the committee, but I'm going to propose that we not go beyond 11 o'clock, so that's about 15 minutes, maybe allowing for further discussion of this session.
I think we can eliminate the break, can't we?
We can eliminate the break. Okay, so the chair is suggesting that we can go without a break.
This is important.
Of course. So the chair is saying we're going to go with, Jack is weighing in on how we proceed? Okay, you want to proceed. We're going to continue. Okay. All right, Barbara?
Jack, why don't we gather some more questions and then have a response from the Census Bureau? Is that okay? Okay. So, Jack? And then Roberto.
Thank you. So my question is going to be a little different. So I appreciate the presentation on 2020. And at this point in any project, you turn from making decisions to executing tasks, right? This is like a wedding, right? The date's gonna come and go, so you just start moving and you gotta make sure everything's done. And the presentation, at least to me, I saw that. Much more was discussion on plans and tasks and where we are than discussions on decisions we're going to make. So I could talk to you two all day long and ask you questions. So I'm gonna try to boil it just to 3, and then maybe, you can figure out if or how to answer them. So one in that line, and maybe there's 4, what big decisions are left in front of you? So I just saw one that said you had a contract to give out still, but are there other big decisions in front of us so that we know we're just executing tasks, because now you can measure? 2, of all the things you have to do, what are the major critical path items? Or said differently, what are the items that have no slack in the schedule? You have a couple of items that are at risk, right, that you already mentioned. If they're not critical path, you don't worry about it. You worry about the critical path items. So I'm just curious where you are critical path, because those are the ones that can hurt you. The largest risks you see in front of you moving ahead in any mitigation. And the final thing, and I don't know if this is a question, Autrey, or just a statement. With all of the mobile devices, and you already mentioned memory leaks, we deploy a couple 100,000 mobile devices, right? Every time there's something that goes on, and it's usually around stress testing, things you didn't see when you did your normal tests. And in fact, I was on the call all last night about something that looked great, and yesterday we just went over that hump and it's down. And I'll be on the call all night today because it's down again all day long. It looked good in testing, but whatever it was, that thin mint broke the camel's back. So I don't know where you are in stress testing, but that's a lot of mobile devices. Right thing to do, but it's horrible when you get that call and say the system's down because something broke somewhere in the chain. So.
Why don't we go to Roberto's question, then take one more question, and then take responses to all of this? I'd say from Autry or Al or Ron or Enrique. I think all would be appropriate. Roberto?
Actually, my comments are related to what Jack and Sunshine said. I am very concerned about the statement that with very few, that very low amount of individuals connecting, that was enough to slow down the collection. So it's, I want to say something related to what Sunshine said, that if there's a place now where there is a high likelihood of a hacking, assume it's going to happen on April 1st, 2020. I mean, the date is given. We know it's going to happen. We know that a lot of the collection is going to be electronically given. So actually, I don't think there's a stress test that we can run at the magnitude that will assure that that will not happen. So my question is, do we have a plan B? To assume that we will not collect. Actually, in cybersecurity, I was going to talk about cybersecurity, but it's me that right now. Assume that it will fail. So actually, with probability 1, there will be. And in fact, I do not imagine that that these attacks are not going to be geographically driven. So my question, I don't think that you can prepare for that to make sure that it's not going to happen. Actually, the identity will be kind of irrelevant in my view. So the question is what we're going to do after it takes place. That goes also to Sunshine's point about what is going to be the cost. So whatever we thought it was going to be, I'm pretty sure it's wrong. So I think it's important that we do this stress test. So I was going to also ask, are we planning to do any stress tests in the 2018? Have we hired 5 students, from dubious universities that that are willing to test if this can be attacked, if it has been slowed down? I think it would be an interesting alternative that we just tell people, can you simulate an attack and see if we can actually do it. So anyway, so I have not heard any of that, so it might be a good idea to do it. Anyway, let me stop there.
One more question? Anybody? Okay, then Al, Autry, Ron, Enrique, figure out however you want to respond to all of this. Ron?
I'll start.
Ron, great.
Thank you.
All right, so I'm just going to kind of rattle off a couple high points. So first of all, the citizenship question is in the field constantly in the ACS. The response pattern on that question and the other questions looks pretty good. So we don't have a lot of prima facie evidence to say that people don't respond to a citizenship question. That said, we don't know what it would look like in a census environment. There's no way of really testing what it's going to look like, because in the same way as with hackers, if the census environment's different than any other survey or test environment we can do. And so there's a lot of uncertainty. So we'll learn, and like we said earlier, we'll try to see if we can incorporate some tests during the 2020 to sort of suss some of that out. In terms of hacking, because I think this is a really important point, we have been engaged with a number of other government agencies and vendors to do penetration testing and what have on all of our outward-facing systems. We're engaging a lot of West Coast tech companies to engage their red teams and a similar analysis, and we'll be doing that all the way up until Census Day. And so we're going to do all that we can within the resources that we have available to us to ensure that the systems are hardened to the greatest extent possible. That said, nothing's 100% certain, but we're going to do that. In terms of contingency for response problems from both of these issues, because I mean they both speak to sort of, you know, are we going to have a problem getting the data in the door? You know, so like Enrique said, we worked with the secretary last summer. There is significant contingency in the life cycle cost estimate that we can use if we have to put more boots on the ground and non-response follow-up. We also have, you know, telephone and paper response options during the census. So if internet response is down because people have a concern about that, we'll be able to sort of make up the slack in some of those areas. So with that, I think I'll turn it over to Al. And oh, yes.
Go ahead, Enrique.
This is Enrique Lamas. So I think that Ron probably read all of my notes because I was going to touch on many of the points that he... But anyway, the only other point that I would add to Ron's general comments, and then we'll turn it over to Audrey and Al, and perhaps Kevin can make some points about how we've engaged the federal CIOs, both in the agencies as well as some of the security agencies that are tracking a lot of this. But it is a political environment. Social media is much more expansive now than it was in 2010. And what Y&R is trying to do with the CBAMs, with the focus groups, with all of that, is to bring some data as much as they can to the question. I think Sunshine's comment that they would, we would all benefit from having them come to this group and do a presentation about what they have found in their surveys, and they can present it to this group is a very good idea, and I think we should schedule that for the next meeting or in between the meetings. So that's the only other point that I wanted to add. Multi-mode is a way to reduce risk, and we do plan to do a lot of load testing, so we can not only have smart computer people, but we also can replicate multiple attempts to answer the question all at the same instant, so that we can get peak loads and all of that. So that's all in the planning.
I just wanted to interject briefly before we go to Al and Audrey. I appreciate what Ron says about the citizenship question on the ACS, but I'm not actually certain at all how relevant that is, because the ACS is a sample and the census is everybody, and I think people are acutely aware of this difference and the greater potential for what you might call misuse or something else of data from the census than from the ACS. So Al and Audrey?
Okay, Jack, I want to start actually with your question on what big decisions are left for us to make. From an operational standpoint, that's somewhat of an easier answer than some of the other issues. We review our decision inventory on a weekly basis. The only big decision left on the decision inventory at this point is which administrative records will be ultimately used, and that decision is scheduled to be made September 2018. So we are at that point. The other 28 decisions that are left on our decision inventory are relatively minor. The key decisions have been made. The problem and the challenge is what decisions will come up that had not been anticipated up until now. But going through our general decision inventory to take us to 2020, we are pretty much ahead of the game, on top of the game on that one. In terms of my major risk concern is cybersecurity. I think that has to be all of our major risk concern, because no matter how big a shield we build, somebody's out there building a bigger sword. And so that's a constant chase, and that's why. Is Kevin in the room? Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. So I'm going to ask Kevin to address some of the things we're doing with the federal CIOs and with private sector people in terms of looking at ways for them to try to penetrate us, looking at ways for us to be proactively engaged from a cyber standpoint. Kevin?
Yeah, good morning. So Kevin Smith, CIO Census. I'll just give a few comments because in the afternoon, I'm actually gonna have some slides that support some of this. But some of the comments that came out, we're absolutely in the census not doing this alone. We have engaged multiple parties across the federal government, the federal intelligence community. We're working with the Department of Homeland Security as a civilian bureau and agency to get all the resources we need in the federal government. And as mentioned before, and I appreciate when Ron and Enrique can say a lot of things that are supporting what we're doing, we're very aware that we've had the systems tested. We've had the internet self-response tested by private industry quite a few times. We've had it tested as well by the federal government. We've had everything that's publicly available, and even some of the tools like the enumeration device, which are not technically publicly available. We've had security experts from the federal government and private industry test them, identify things to correct and resolve, and we've corrected and resolved those. From the aspect of the approach for assuming breach or assuming if the systems will be down, I'll go into this more later today. We are not taking necessarily an all or nothing approach. There are quite a few things we're doing within the design of the performance of the systems for internet self-response and enumeration, as well as from the security aspect, that we may have portions of things shut down if we see an issue, but not the entire service. Like, we're really taking advantage of what the cloud can offer us to basically flex and adapt as we see something. And we're focusing our attention, if we do see something we don't like, as Al said, someone's gonna have a bigger sword. We're gonna make sure we contain that and turn that off as quickly as possible, but not shutting down the access for someone to respond for everybody. And from the federal CIO aspect, I will say that we're working strongly with the federal CIO, as well as with the rest of the federal intelligence community to get them involved early on now, looking at design, looking at testing, as well as during operations, having multiple eyes on what we're doing to identify an issue and then respond to it.
I think very, very briefly, Autrey and then Roberto, and then we're going to have to go to Deb and not postpone her off any more than we have.
Okay, Autrey, I'm going to ask Autrey to really respond to some of the schedule and critical path and scaling questions that were asked. I wanted to make a comment to Dr. Hillegas, though, related to morale in the Bureau and activities in the Bureau. When the announcement was made on Monday evening, I believe, on Tuesday morning at 9 o'clock, I had a all-hands decennial staff meeting in this room, and in a very transparent way, talked to them about our role as federal employees and servants of the people of the United States to ensure that we continue to do a good census regardless of the conditions that we do it under out in the community. We talked about what we can do in each of our jobs to ensure that the quality census gets conducted. We opened the floor for questions. Most of the questions we received from the floor were technical in nature. Will this happen? What will we need to do to incorporate administrative records? They were very detailed. People were very focused on what their job was. But I received comments through my secretary, directly, through email, from our staff saying, thank you very much, this was very helpful. It helps us stay focused on what we have to do. We have a very professional staff here at the Census Bureau, and it was manifested in the way they reacted to what their job has to be going forward. So we were very sensitive to that issue and wanted to be very proactive. So first thing in the morning, we called that all staff and talked with the people who are most affected, the decennial staff, or my team, about how we were going to approach that. Autrey, could you go to, oh, yeah, please.
Yeah, Tim Olson, Associate Director for Field. So Decennial Directorate is primarily in the Eastern time zone, this building. The Field Director were across, I think, 6 or 7 time zones. So we didn't meet at 9 a.m. The day after. We met at 12:30 with a teleconference with all of our senior leadership. So what we are doing in terms of, all of the stuff, we are just staying very close with our people, and because we're outside of the Beltway primarily, and that's where the respondents are in 2020, and that's where the partnerships are occurring in 2020. So we're just keeping very close to the ground with our people, making sure that we're aware of what's being said locally throughout the nation, and we're moving ahead.
Okay, so with respect to a few of the comments that Sunshine made, Vista was mentioned. So we are trying to do the testing with all possible browsers and as many versions as we can. What we did is, as part of the questionnaire, if you see the instructions, you'll see that for best results, we recommend using Chrome, Firefox, Internet Explorer, or Safari, the latest versions. But it doesn't mean that we are ignoring the rest. We'll continue to do the testing, but we specified what would best work on, with the information that we have. Now, regarding the outage of the T-Rex website, we don't control it, but I have information as to what happened. There was a premature implementation of an internet protocol cutover, and this happened on 3/26 at 11:43 a.m., and their website was down for 2.75 hours. And it so happens that your folks logged in at that same time, So that is the information I have. Now, regarding Jack's comments, I agree with Al that cybersecurity is one of the largest risks that we are tracking. And one of the other aspects of critical path items for me, scalability. We have not completed the scalability testing. I think we reported that for external facing internet self-response, we have done the scalability test, but there is much more work that we have to do to get to a point where we feel comfortable with the scalability aspect of the interfaces as well as the systems. So that's what my concentration is right now. Now, at the same time, we have one data center that we are relying on for the cloud provider. There is an expectation that they would have a data center on the East Coast. They're building it, and we are really going to rely on them for disaster recovery and continuity of operations aspect of the solutions. We have a plan B just in case, but our desire is to get that data center in place, and they have promised that they would have it ready in 2018. So we are tracking that. Now, regarding Roberto's questions, we always assume that there's going to be a hacking. We take that very seriously. How do we ensure that continuity of operations? Although we build so much redundancy, it depends on the type of attack or the type of incident that takes place. So as Kevin said, we are engaging the experts. The unknowns are what concern us, but the procedures and people management during an incident, how do we react, is what we are concentrating on, even as part of the 18 tests. We have done numerous times calling of people to come together, even in the middle of the night. There were times when we were all, even the assistant director of Decennial Census called into a midnight call to ensure that the systems are ready to be released because of a response that we needed to implement a patch for to minimize the impact on our respondents. So we take that very seriously, and I'm happy to say that the procedures we have for the Network Operations Center and the Security Operations Center are working, and we are coordinating. There is a text message that comes to majority of the Decennial staff that are directly related to an incident, and there is also an email message, and we track all of those, and we make phone calls, and the contractors are calling in, the federal employees are calling in. So that's how the processes, the people, and the systems have to come together in order for this to be successful. 18 is not the full-scale testing, but we have much more work to do.
Roberto, your comment very quickly.
Very quick. So first, let me come back to one statement I want to say. I have absolutely all confidence and trust in the census. I don't share the same sentiment on other organizations. So But so I do know that. A very important aspect that I think that we also have to think about it is that imagine that I'm filling my data on my phone and suddenly I see a slowdown on that data and I lose trust on the system. What do we do? So it's not very clear that if I have any doubts, so I understand we're thinking about this on the supply side, how to make sure that the supply side is protected, that we will collect the data. I'm concerned about what is going to happen to the individual filling the survey at the moment when it feels that something is slowed down, when something comes in Twitter by saying that there's an attack, so don't fill your data on the internet application. How will that change the trust of the citizens on the census, that they don't share the same trust I have? So this involves more than just the law enforcement. It implies that we need to have a messaging to the citizens in such a way that we encourage them to fill it or that find an alternative, either the paper, whatever it is. But that's what I mean by Plan B. I'm not thinking about the IT part from the census. I think that you are paying a lot of attention to that. I'm thinking about what is going to happen to the citizens if this it becomes an issue.
Stephen, do you want to talk a little bit about some of the work Y&R is doing in social media to be able to instantly respond to some of these changes and activities and hacks?
Yeah, hi, Stephen Buckner, Communications. I think just broadly a couple things. Absolutely. This becomes a communications messaging situation in any kind of crisis situation where you have systems go down or the availability of a response option per se. I think going into 2020, I'm excited because we now have the ability to have real-time data and be able to analyze that data, understand what's going on more so than in previous censuses. So being able to see perhaps a call center have call volume spikage. We can drive down and figure out what's going on with that, what's causing that. Is it coming from certain parts of the country or is it a national trend? Then trying to get the lower levels and layers of what's going on. Social media has been a tool that we have been using to really mine and see what is going on in local areas. Sometimes we hear about things first because of social media, not because we have seen something broadly, because even things that happen locally now, as we all know, can become quickly national. So we have to be able to understand what those challenges are. Going back to the real-time data, the ability to be able to do digital advertising, unlike what we were able to do in 2010, where we only spent 8% of our budget on digital ads, and most of those were just banner ads on websites. So now with digital, we can be a lot more prescriptive and quickly react to things to be able to put messaging in front of people around a particular issue. If an instrument goes down, if there is some kind of a system problem, we can actually advertise and get that message out faster than we've ever been able to do. So between utilizing the PR channels, social media, advertising, working with our partners, and making sure they have the right content to talk to as a trusted voice, to talk to their communities about what's really going on, we have to have all that built out beforehand. So we're working very closely across the decennial field communications directorates, along with Team Y&R as they get up to speed on things. A lot of the stuff we'll test beforehand as part of our creative execution strategy, our message development. We'll be bringing those before a lot of the committees as we get a little bit down the road for Y&R.
The last comment is really from Enrique, and
it's
then
gonna
we
be-
go on to Deb.
Thank you. And it's going to be very, very short. So one of the things that worked in 2010 was a quick reaction team for communications. Many things that we don't predict will come up. They will come up, and we will have a communications quick reaction team, an IT quick reaction team, and a management quick reaction team. We call them SWAT teams, but I think it's a very salient point on your part. So thank you.
This has been good and important, and we clearly could have gone on for 4 or 8 more hours. But also what Deb's going to talk about is also very important. So Deb, thank you for your patience.
Good morning, no problem. I think by having Autry talk about some of the system stuff before we talked about the actual test, you kind of got us in the reverse order of the conversations that we usually have at our PMRs, for example. I don't know if I can make up your time, Barbara, but we'll see. So it's good to be here today to talk to you about the 2018 end-to-end test. I heard Autry use something I say a lot of the time where people, process, and systems. That's what we're testing in 18. So we've designed, we've built, we've hired people, we've written procedures, we've trained folks on them, we've written instructions that go with our data collection instruments, and now we're putting that all together to see how it all hangs together. I think something I thought of when the group was just talking about sort of the on the fly, once it's in the field or once it's online and it's not working. Part of 2018 is also us as a management and a triage team practicing what happens when something doesn't go right. So we don't want to have to practice that too much during 18, but we are getting good practice. There we go. So those of you very familiar with us have seen this operational placemat probably more times than you have cared to. Important on this slide is that the purple boxes, the dark ones, as well as the light ones, which are just involved but not a focus of the test. Those dark boxes are what's in scope, and this morning I'm going to talk a little bit about what's actually running in real time right now, which is our self-response data. You may recall that we conducted our address canvassing operations in 3 sites, as Ron said in his opening remarks, but for this part of the test, in terms of peak operations, we're anchored in Providence, Rhode Island. Providence has a population of just over 600,000 people, and we're going to take advantage of the over 277,000 housing units there to run our census test. This is the final test, as some of you have said with questions. This is the final major field test. That doesn't mean we're not doing smaller scale testing on new things after the fact, but this is our last shot of the entire thing end to end. And like I said, we're in Providence as of March 16th. Oops. So let's talk a little bit about what peak operations are, and I'm going to focus actually on self-response today in this talk, but just to lay the groundwork for you, self-response, as I mentioned, started on March 16th and actually stays open till the end of July when we're done with non-response follow-up, so at any time you can still go online to the internet, for example. We're also doing a little bit of work here that I'm going to talk about revolving around our partnership with the United States Postal Service, so that is also in play here and what's going on right now. And then moving ahead this year, our group quarters data collection will be run over the summer. We'll practice our processes and use our data collection tools to conduct that operation. And update leave, moving down your presentation there, allows us to update our address and feature data as well as drop off a paper form. We're going to start that testing in Providence April 9th with a small group of staff from headquarters in our New York regional office, so we can have that operation tested in our toolkit for 2020. And then non-response follow-up, I think you're all familiar with that for those folks who don't respond after about 6 weeks of friendly reminders from us. That will be run starting in May. So what I wanted to really focus on here in the methodology, and I think this also goes to some of the questions that folks were asking about increased demand or peak on certain parts of our strategy. We're using a staggered mail strategy, which I'll show you in just a moment, similar to what we've done before. That allows us to flatten some of our peaks. We're again using the internet, of course, with our census questionnaire assistance operation, as well as the paper forms. We have real-time non-ID running in the background, so you don't need your ID to respond. And of course, those census questionnaire assistance centers will also just answer questions for folks, even though this time we're really pushing to have people, when they're on the phone already, can you just provide us our data? I like to think about the things I just described there as kind of the tracks we ran in our 17 nationwide tests. So we've used a lot of these solutions. We've spent time with these solutions and doing enhancements, and we've redeployed them again to the field for the beginning of peak operations. So on this slide, I just wanted to highlight for you our two-panel design. I think you're familiar with our approach here. We're internet first. We're going to encourage most of the country to go online by sending them a letter and having them hopefully respond online. And then we will have some parts of the country where they'll get a questionnaire in that first contact. You can see the split here for those two panels. So in Providence, about 68.4% is getting that internet first, with the balance getting internet choice. And you can see the split out here on our bilingual questionnaires. And so here's where it gets fun. I know there's at least one operations person sitting at the table with me. This is how we turn the lights on. So starting on March 16th, you can see the staggered mailing that I was talking about. So on that Friday, our Internet First cohort, the first one, as well as that Internet Choice cohort, they had something in their mailbox. And then a few days later, the second Internet First cohort on March 20th, they had something in their mailbox. And then that concluded with the March 23rd, the remainder of the group had something in their mailbox. So right there is where we're trying to spread the peak, not only on our internet, but our call centers. When you think about, they don't like everyone to call on the same day either. That's part of the thinking behind this strategy. Oops, let me see what else I wanted to say here. So today is March 29th. So if you want to scroll across the screen there, you can see we're in the throes with tomorrow. Mailing number 3 will start to arrive with that group who had first been contacted 2 weeks ago. And there's an asterisk at the top there by mailing 3, 4, and 5. It's because mailings 1 and 2 go to everyone, and then once we move across that table to mailings 3, 4, and 5, we begin to drop folks out who've already responded to us. Don't want to leave this slide without pointing to the fact that even though we started March 16th, the self-response mailings actually don't end until April 26th, or April 30th rather, when that third cohort gets their It's Not Too Late postcard in the mail. So our Census Questionnaire Assistance Centers, these were our good partners that we also had on board in the 17 test, and they will be on board for our 2020 census operations. We stood back up our 2 call centers that we had in Jacksonville, Florida, and Sandy, Utah. You can see there the supported languages that are offered when callers call in to these 2 centers. I was taking a peek. I think I'm going to jump ahead in a couple of minutes to a very small snapshot of where self-response is, but I thought it would be nice to show you all. As a data operations person, I have a whole folder here of everything that is going on, and there's a thick self-response report in there, and there's also one for CQA. And what I learned in studying the CQA is we've actually gotten calls in all of these languages already. I think the one with the lowest number was Tagalog, and that was still 3 calls. So if you think we've kind of clicked each button at least once on our languages and our CQA centers, we've done that. And in terms of non-English, Spanish, you're not surprised, is the highest volume. And we had about 170 calls in Spanish as of earlier in the week. So here's something we don't usually merge into this part of our talk on 2018, but it's now become more part of our integrated operations. We're testing a couple of things in this test in a partnership with the United States Postal Service. We've been partnering them for a long time. If you are familiar with our delivery sequence file and how that populates our master address file, that's tried and true, been in place for many years. However, there's a couple of opportunities here that my colleague Deirdre Bishop and her coworkers have worked very hard to put in place along working with the USPS. The first is informed delivery. I'm not sure if anyone here is actually a subscriber to informed delivery. This subscription service allows subscribers to initiate an internet self-response based on our mailing package. So let me step back for a second. Informed delivery, if you're not familiar, is free, publicly available service that enables a post office customer to register their home address with an email address. And that's after validating their identity. And once it's subscribed, a user receives a daily email message that contains a grayscale graphic of what's in your mailbox. I should probably be a subscriber, but I always laugh to myself that my kids don't think anything comes in the mail anymore because we do so much electronically. But if you wanted to peek in your mailbox now, you can sign up for informed delivery and see the front page. You can see what it would look like here on the screen when your census mailing came. There's about 13,000 informed delivery subscribers in Providence County, Rhode Island. And so we're looking to just watch what happens when those subscribers click on that link and have the census form. So this just started. We don't have a lot of data right now. I had one anecdotal number that apparently is not true to what goes on most of the time, but I guess in our first panel, we had 61% of the informed subscribers who got the mailing actually clicked to open the email. So I'm not a marketing person, but I know a lot of times people delete. So I think that's the first step, and stay tuned to this. We'll have more detail here. This is really new territory for us. And then a second component that we're running as a research project during this test is actually putting self-service kiosks in the post offices, in 30 different post offices in Providence County, Rhode Island. You can see some of the advertisement and decor that goes with those inside the Postal Service. The office staff are equipped with FAQs, and basic information about accessing this particular device, which only has a URL to go to the test page. It's not a public where they can surf the internet. It's just to go to the test. So the Postal Service employee can help you access the device. However, they're not providing questionnaire assistance. We'll need you to call our phone line on that. And these are being rolled out on Monday. And this is something else we're just going to watch and see what happens. We spent a great level of effort under Deirdre's leadership, brainstorming ways we could partner with the Postal Service. These are a couple of ways, and so we're going to use the 18 test to see what happens. We don't know what's going to happen. We're going to see what happens. So this slide here is, I'd say, under development. Al talked a little bit about Jim Treat's program management, performance management measures that we're going to start using across the test. Here you can see, and I'm actually wanting to give you like updated numbers, because as a person who gets updated numbers every single morning, I can't help myself. So we actually have, here it says 39,192. We're actually up over 43,000 responses as of today's report. So I like to see that number going up. I think that's 15.7. And what I take away too from looking at the numbers, slightly different way after much conversation with Alexa, who is really provides the leadership over self-response in my division, is about 87% of our responses so far have come in online. And so we're, again, we're very early in the test, and when you have the in-home dates like I showed, and it's very spread out, you see little peaks here and there. But we thought it was important to at least share some results with you, even though we're very early on. And this is my favorite part, if that hasn't come across yet in there. Al, I heard you this morning say a phone number call update, and after checking with a report that I got a day or so ago, we're up to about 7,000 phone calls. And something else that I mentioned just previously, when folks call and have a question, we're seeing, hi Tim Olson, while you're on the phone, how about instead of me answering that question, I'll just take your data. And actually of our completed interviews, that's about 25% of them. So I wasn't sure what that number we could expect to be, but in looking at our completed responses, about 25% are people who just said, let's just get it done, like I tell my kids, just get it done. So some interesting fun facts coming out through operations, and like I said, I have a whole folder that I like to look in that we'll do during the test. So stay tuned there. In terms of our non-response follow-up operation, I noted that that is going to start in May. Autrey actually spoke a bunch about the systems and the testing there with the handheld device, so it was good that he took care of that kind of conversation. We're just training our census field managers this week, so we're a little early here, but what I thought was important to talk about in terms of non-response follow-up is actually a prelude to what you're going to see during your lunchtime. You're going to see a demonstration. Our approach for NRFU, for short, we're deploying a new enumeration application, but something we've also done here is the last bullet on the screen in close partnership with Mr. Olson's staff. We are deploying an online application. It's a recruiting and assessment tool that you're going to see. It's the first time we've used it. I like to say there's reasons that we test for reasons of what's going to happen when you deploy all online recruiting and assessments and then plug right into the training. So I don't want to take too much of what Viola might say to you, but in terms of innovation that we talk about and how we're collecting the data or how people are responding, actually how we're going to hire hundreds of thousands of people very quickly. That's another thing that if that doesn't happen, we can't be successful. So in terms of NRFU, moving to the next slide, sharing here another one of Jim Treat's performance measures. We are almost done in terms of getting our staff selected, appointed, they're getting fingerprinted, and then their fingerprints are clearing. So we're getting very close to being ready to go there. And like I said, what Viola is going to demonstrate will be that online assessment tool. I think that's all I was going to say. Whoops, nope, we've got our date. So Al had that chart in there that had, oops, let me get back to that. Al had the key milestones chart for 2020. I always like that we can put the key milestones for a program that takes over 10 years and billions of dollars on one page. But in terms of what we have here, you can see where we're clicking along in the 18 end-to-end tests, and I think what I take away from this slide is not only are we making progress, and we started back long time ago, before 18, really in the field over the summer for address canvassing, but the test doesn't actually officially end till a year from this coming Sunday, April 1, because after we've done all the work in the field, we're doing all that to actually produce data products, tabulations, some of the things that we were talking about earlier today. So that prototype data product for Providence is April 1, 2019. I think at that point then we'll be ready to rock and roll on the census because we've only got a couple months and we switch our hat to those operations. So that was what I was going to say on that. I tried to go a little bit faster, Barbara, but I love talking about operations, so I can't.
Deb, that was
I can't go too
fabulous and
fast.
very concise. Thank you so much. And now we actually have time for questions. Sunshine?
Sunshine Hilligus, thank you for that update. I do wonder if you might be able to take advantage of the Monday announcement in analysis of the data. And so one of the things that I had mentioned but skipped over in my presentation is that I see in the self-response still some opportunities for what I call survey trolling, right? Where respondents essentially just try and mess with you. So I did it when I was playing around on the self-complete, when I was testing it. Like you could, for instance, put in that you were born yesterday, but that you were 100 years old. One of the things I wonder about is if you will see kind of pre and post reveal of there going to be a citizenship question in 2020, any changes in people's use of saying that their race or ethnicity is like Martian, right? That's one of the classic examples I use in surveys, is that sometimes people just try and give you bad data. And so could you look for the extent of bad data in the survey?
Thanks.
Roberto, you want to put in your comment, and then we'll go to Deb's response?
Roberto Rigo. So on the same, I was going to ask something very similar, that maybe you can look at the week before the announcement of the citizenship, the week after. Do people have a choice about the way they communicated the data? Maybe they use more phones and less internet, so maybe there's something that we can actually evaluate if this has any impact, but I don't know if if there was enough data. But again, you can see if there's a pattern before and after anyway.
Understand. Just like my colleagues here have communicated this morning with a relatively late-breaking decision, we haven't really given thought to those kind of opportunities.
Other questions? Babs?
Babs Buttonfield. It was a very interesting presentation. I'm wondering if you track what proportion of your responses are internet or CATI or CAPI or NERFU?
Yes.
So if someone calls for help and says that they started on the internet, and you say, well, how about if we just take your data now? How do you count that?
So in terms of, depending on how far they got and what their problem was, we do, if we happen to end up with 2 responses, I think is what you're really asking me, we do unduplicate that down the end, but it's closed if they had a problem on the internet and then they called us, the interview is closed in phone call. So it would be phone call. Is that what you're asking me?
But to answer her question a different way, our CQA provider gives us a rich palette of microdata. So we know why people called in. We know what element caused them to call in, and we capture all of that data to enable us to respond to that with changes, if necessary, to our systems.
I'm asking something different. I'm actually wondering what proportion of people might not respond to some questions on the internet or on the phone or in person. And so are you tracking this? And this comes back to this question of, I asked Ron earlier this morning, are you going to do statistical testing to find out whether there are some specific questions that people don't answer, and you could stratify that by mode? So that's why I'm asking.
Okay.
Yeah.
Item non-response is basically what you're asking.
Yeah.
Item non-response.
Yes. Okay, sorry, we did not answer any of the questions in our first 2 attempts that you were asking. Yeah, I was not meaning to be item non-responsive in that answer, but yes, that's what you're talking about, and yes. Okay, yeah.
Other questions? Kathy?
Hi, it's Kathy Pettit. I know it's early, but I don't really have a sense of whether 15% is good or bad, so if you both compared to early 2017 tests, or even, I know compared to paper in 2010, that would be really different, but
So
that's one of the questions. And the second one was, if you have any early ideas on how the non-ID response is going, because that also seems like one of the trickier user experiences about not having the code or whatever.
Right. So in terms of where we are today, we're about where we expected to be. We wanted to be a little bit higher, but I'll say I think we're still I hope Alexa doesn't give me evil eyes. But we're a little bit behind on the paper because we had a scanner issue. So once we pick up, I would say we're on track with our projection of where we thought we'd be. In looking at some of the non-response or the non-ID processing earlier in the week, right now it's about 1.7%, in between 1.5% and 2%. And that's a redeployment, again, of something that we've done, so I don't anticipate there's anything going on that's unusual at this point.
So if I can ask,
Some of it's,
you're saying
Go
that the non-ID is working well and there aren't any unanticipated, this has been a
Right.
question all the way through.
right.
No unanticipated problems?
There's no problems. It is, though, a small percent of the responses that are coming in thus far, but that's also how it's been in previous tests.
Other questions?
Out of the, I was going to do the math. Out of
Pablo?
43,000, yeah, Roberto's making me do a math problem on the fly that I can't do.
Juan Pablo Urcal. I wanted to learn about what, if there's being use of CAPTCHA or something similar to determine that people are people and they're
Yes.
filling this out, and in what situations is it being used? Is it being used in all cases or not? And what I would be interested longer term is to learn about the impacts of use of CAPTCHA on different demographics.
Okay. Alexa. So I can address CAPTCHA. I don't know that we're studying it on the use of different, within different demographics, but there is a CAPTCHA
Yeah, so
that's in there.
the
I think
concern
once
being
it
that there's-
establishes that you're not a computer.
Yeah, so the
goes
concern
away.
being that there's been some background that CAPTCHAs can be more difficult for certain populations to fill out. That's-
So the CAPTCHA component, if you already are signed in some system that you already have running on your computer, so if someone's running, let's say Gmail, or they use Google a lot or whatever, that CAPTCHA process is very, very quick, and they may not even need to do it at all because they've already been verified through CAPTCHA, reCAPTCHA. If not, the CAPTCHA that we've been using is an image CAPTCHA, so click on all the pictures of cars or all the pictures of a street sign, image instead of, typing or trying to figure out what the letters are on the mailbox, or, the numbers on the mailbox, those kind of things, it can be a little bit more difficult. Also, incidentally, to add to the non-ID question, we so far have about 800 non-ID responses.
Sir, and is it being used in?
I think I had your report from like Monday.
So, quick follow-up. So is it being used in all cases at any time someone goes to fill out the form, or if they have the ID, do they have to go through CAPTCHA also?
It is a requirement to move through the CAPTCHA process as you're starting the internet self-response instrument. That's part of what we do to prevent bots from hitting the system and bogging it down.
Other questions? Well, then maybe we can proceed to our group photo.
I knew it was in there.
Tommy Wright, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Barbara and everyone. We somehow, before we leave, I've been asked to do a couple of duties. One, I've been asked to get a show of hands for people planning to attend the dinner this evening. It's at La Perla, and I think that's the same restaurant as in the past. It's near your hotel. So is someone going to count? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is what I see. 7. 7.
And you're going to give directions?
Well, yes. Someone, yes. It's near the
it's
hotel.
right down
It's
there.
near the hotel. 7.
And let me just say that when Barbara mentioned it earlier this morning, I had wanted to say that the reason that I couldn't go, and I think it's similar to Ron, is that it's very close to Easter and there's a family religious session that we need to attend. So otherwise, we would attend.
It is Good Friday.
It is
Yes.
Good Thursday.
It's Monday, Thursday.
Yes, Monday, yes. Tommy Wright. So if Michelle, I saw her a minute ago. Oh, Michelle, if you would just follow her, and I think she's going to take a photo, and you're going to grab a lunch and then be back here at about 12:15. So following the photo. If you follow Michelle now. Thank you. Amy Jackson. And they will give a demonstration on the recruiting and assessment, so please.
Good afternoon. I'm Viola Lewis Willis. I am the program manager of the Census Schedule A Human Resource and Recruiting Payroll System Government Personnel Management Office, for short, known as C-Sharp's GPMO, okay? You don't have to remember all that. Oh, you can't hear? Oh, I thought it was loud here. I can definitely move it over. I'm a loud speaker. So we're here this afternoon to demo for you our application, the Job Online job application. But I want to tell you a little bit about the GPMO, give you a little bit of historical background before we start our demonstration. The C-Sharp's GPMO is actually an office which really deals with onboarding software applications. So not only do we have the online job application, which is new for this census, very first time we will have done an online job application for the senior employees, but we also have within that office the learning management system where we're doing a blended training approach, so we have the vendor for that, and we also have the fingerprinting vendor in our office. All of which you will actually see as part of this demo today because it's an integrated applicant experience. And so the demo you're going to see is really focused on applicant experience and how we have tried to make it easy for them when someone who's coming off the street coming into census and to apply for a job, get through the clearance process, get onboarded, and then also then take their training. So just to start with that then, we're actually going to talk to you about recruiting and the assessment application. As you are aware, in previous censuses, what we've done is we've scheduled recruiting sessions where every applicant actually had to call into a telephone number and schedule a testing session through our office. And so what would happen is that the person would go to the testing session, fill out the job application, and then take an assessment. This system, recruiting and assessment, has replaced all that with an online system. A person can go online 24/7, wherever they are, at home, at a library, wherever, and apply for, and across media. They can do it with the cell phone, they can do it with the tablet, they can do it with the laptop, they can do it with the desktop, but they can actually go online 24/7 and apply for a census job and indicate their interest, and then take the necessary assessments that are attached to that particular interest or position, whether it's a field or it's an office. So we virtually really try to eliminate the need for recruiting assistants to be at every session and for a person to have to go sit for several hours to get through the entire process. They don't have to sit at one sitting and complete the application and the assessment. They can do some of it, it saves, come back, do more of it, so that we've broken it up so it makes it applicant friendly. So that is available 24/7 for a person to apply. I will tell you that we successfully used it during the 2018 end-to-end test. At this moment in time, we have taken it offline as we prepare for 2020, but we're still going to give you a demo of it. What occurs right now, someone would go to go onto that site and try to apply, they would see a message that says, we're not taking applications for 2018 now, but allows them to click on a button that takes them over to the 2020 page to express their interest in learning more about 2020 employment, and to tells them the date that we will go online for 2020, which is September the 4th of this year with the 2020 application. So that's our recruiting and assessment application. We're going to start giving you a demo. We're going to walk you through it. And then what you're going to see as we go along is you'll see how we've integrated in the onboarding process, and also, as I've said to you, the fingerprinting process for the background clearance process. So at this time, there are no questions just about what we're doing. So let me just say this that I didn't add beforehand. One of the major drivers of this is, one, not only applicant experience, but also eliminating all that paper that we used to collect, okay? All the application forms, all those forms for onboarding. There are like 8 or 9 onboarding forms, most of whom we have automated. So we have eliminated a great deal of paper, which of course reduces the cost of printing all that paper. It also reduces the applicant burden time, and it also reduces the risk of lost PII data from all that paper. So these applications have taken all that into account to try to make this a much better applicant experience for the 2020 census. So at this time, without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Amy Jackson, who is my operational integration. I'm sorry?
Tim Olson.
Oh, Tim. Hey.
If I could just add some context. In the 2010 census, as Viola said, everything was paper-based. You called a number, you got scheduled to go to a church basement, a library, a donated location to fill out the application. In 2010, we had 3.9 million people that went through that paper-based process to be considered as applicants for the census. 3.9 million people. So that we could hire, the corresponding number that we actually needed to do the work. This, what you're seeing, is an amazing advancement in how we can be more efficient for not only us, which is a big change, but also the applicant. A major improvement. Now, we've learned a ton through the end-to-end test, major stuff that we've learned in the end-to-end for the recruiting process. Thank God for that. But just kudos to the folks, Viola and your team, that have led the way on this. Thank you, and I'll cede back my time.
No, that's okay. We'll be providing more helpful information as we go through the demo also. Go ahead.
Okay. So this is the page when they come in, that they will see where they can apply. We do have other options. Those are currently not available. This will be for decennial at this point. Click apply. I can learn a little bit more about the position. If I click on one of these, it opens it up for more information. We do have the electronic disclosure, why we're collecting the information, and the authority we have to collect it. I go ahead and I accept and sign. And then a little bit more information about the job and what I'm going to see as I progress through the application. Also, if there was some reason why I wasn't able to do this, there's instructions if I needed an accommodation of some sort. This is for any of our decennial jobs that are Schedule A field. And so it includes our office positions that are in our area census offices, but they are Schedule A, intermittent.
Sorry, Krishna Rao. Maybe a step back. How do they find this portal to start with?
So that's a great question. They go to there's a www census, and there'll be a 2020 page from there that'll say if you're interested in a job, click here, and that'll take them to the page that was displayed as you walked in, the portal. And from there, they'll have the option to be a new user or a returning user. And as a new user, they'll set up a profile. And what that profile is their first and last name, their email address, and then they set up a password. And once they do that, they'll get a validation email, and they click on that email, and it takes them back to that portal page, and then they log in as a returning user. So we validated that they are, that is a valid email, and that they are the person. It also has CAPTCHA, just to make sure that everything's, that they aren't a robot. And then they get to where I just showed you, that apply page. Okay? Then we get to the personal information, and what I'm putting in is test data.
As Amy is typing, what you're seeing are the screens that we use in the 2018 test. We are in the process of doing enhancements for the 2020 census. And so as we go through, we will show you some parts that we are eliminating, which makes it also a much more friendly applicant experience. Eliminating, modifying, enhancing, I should say. And of course, Amy is entering the applicant information. We do have double entry of information because, of course, we hire people. We do indigenous hiring. We hire people by where they live to work in their neighborhoods. So the system automatically geocodes information, which she will talk about. So the double entry ensures that a person does it twice and lessens the likelihood that they will make a mistake that would have them automatically geocoded to a wrong location. Go ahead.
Okay. And then that's what the nearest streets also help with, that geocoding and making sure that we are putting them where they live. I actually will get to the job preferences, and we'll show you that in a couple of pages here. And that is one of the changes that we're making for 2020, is where you can do that. We'll talk about that when we get there.
So as I don't know if I'm pretty sure you're aware, we don't actually recruit by job. We actually recruit by your level of interest, whether you're interested in working in the field or in the office. And so the assessments are based upon the fact that you're interested in working in the office, in the field, and we ask questions. And then you go into the applicant pool, which remains from the time we start until the time we end. So when we go live for 2020, The applications that go in starting September the 5th, September the 4th, they will stay live throughout the entire process unless the person decides they don't want to be in the pool anymore. And so based upon that, whether the job, if it's a field job that is actually, an enumerator, and if it's supervisor, we have a supervisory tab for that. But they're in that pool, and then whatever field jobs are available, or office jobs, then they come up for that. It's not actually like they apply to say, I just want to be an enumerator. They apply for field interest or for office interest, so.
Okay. And then if I had selected I was male and I fell within the time frame, the selective service question would be there. So this is the personal information. So I've entered my birth date, all that. Then if I had military preference, I would enter that information here, and I have the ability to upload my DD-214, which is then looked at in the office, and points are awarded if appropriate.
Yes, ma'am.
Some people live in very small states, so they live near a border of a state with another state. Can they list more than one state as their preference, or only one?
So in actuality, people don't list that. The system automatically geocodes them based upon the addresses they enter for their home address. They don't actually indicate a preference. And based upon that, that address is geocoded to an office location. And when that office does selection by geography, that is how it pulls a person for interest. So they are actually geocoded based upon where we've decided the geography is at in our math system.
Maybe I was wrong. I thought, Amy, when you were showing it, I thought they had to say what state they were interested in working in.
No, it was their home address.
Okay.
Yes. And then on that first page too, if I had a different mailing address, I could add that, which is where PO boxes. We need them to have a physical address for the geocoding, but they can provide a mailing address if that's different. So this is the page that you were asking about where they put the preference, what type of job they're interested in. So we have 3 types. One is the data collection. Those are our enumerators. The other one is outreach, which is our partnership, and the other one is, or our recruiting assistants, and then the other one is office, which is our clerks and office operations supervisors. So what selections they make here is what assessment they will take. So and I can click more than one. If I clicked all 3, I would take all the assessments for those positions. Then I also have the supervisory questions. Am I interested? Have I been a supervisor, and am I interested? And if I answer yes to those, then when a cert is run for a supervisory position, I would be considered. Sorry. Yes?
Sorry, Amy,
Yes.
do people know how many people are we hiring in each of these jobs? So do we share that information or no?
So on the recruiting webpage, this is a link, we come off the recruiting webpage. The recruiting webpage will have information on the possible number of positions, but if you're saying at this point, do they know that we're gonna hire 5,000 enumerators in ACO 2204? No, they will not know that. Right.
Okay. This is a page where we ask questions about previous federal employment, just to make sure we don't have any conflicts of interest and that they're not currently employed with another federal agency, or that they don't have a relative working for the census that would impact them working for us. So I'm going to go ahead and answer no to all those questions. If they answered yes, they would provide a little bit more detail, and again, that would come into the office so they can look at it and make some determinations. Yes.
Like, what would be a conflict?
Law enforcement could be a possible conflict.
What?
ICE agent could be a possible
Okay, but if
conflict.
they had a relative who worked for the census.
Relative that worked for the census could be if it was somebody that handling the payroll. You'd have to look and see what, if my family applied for a job in the field, it probably wouldn't be a conflict of interest because I'm not
Okay.
over their payroll. But if somebody in the office was working as a clerk and a family member applied, you'd have to, to make those decisions. Supervisory, yeah.
To avoid nepotism, so, yes.
Okay, then this is where I put the applicant puts the hours that they're available that they want to work. We do have some shift work, or we have any hours. They could choose any hours of the day, or it breaks it down by 4-hour blocks. And then they answer how many of those hours actually they are willing to work a week, with the max being 40. Then the other question we asked for 2018 is if they'd ever worked for us, if they'd ever worked, and to provide prior work history, but that's going away for 2020. So I'm just going to go ahead and say no. Yes, yeah, it was any type, whatever their previous job was, yes.
What was the rationale for taking that question out?
So the rationale for taking it out is that we select people based upon how they do on the assessment, because it's behavioral-based assessments and job skill-based assessments. So your previous work experience may not come into play at all. So it kind of creates a level playing field. It's based upon your skill set and your behavioral. So.
Okay. The other question that we ask is if they speak any languages. And then we give them the opportunity to enter any languages and tell us whether they speak, read, or write. Yes?
And if they say they do they have a language test then?
No, there is no
I
language
mean,
test.
there are a lot of people who may have studied something a little bit and couldn't actually conduct in that language at all.
The information at the top says, can you help somebody? Would you be able to have a conversation and provide the information from the census to somebody? So
And there's no test at all?
No. It's to help us in areas where we may need that. We have an opportunity to hire somebody that has that language. I'm guessing they could come back and say they aren't interested in doing it in that language. That'd be fine. But we do allow them to provide us any language, and we do run certs by that language if we have a need. Yes?
Could you hit the drop-down so we could see the range of languages?
So I assume the intent is anything in addition to English?
Yeah.
Okay, because it just says, do you speak a language? So I assume everybody speaks some language somewhere.
This is the list from OPM, so it is rather extensive. It has all of the Native American languages as well. So. Can you skip down by pressing a letter? Yes. Yes, I can. Yes.
Over time, this is actually a knowledge database also, because over time, over the last couple of censuses, census has added languages to the list that may not have been on the OPM list. So we have done that. So.
Okay. The next question is about transportation. And yes, in some places, we have needed a boat and an automobile, so those are valid requests. And then here's where we get to our voluntary demographic information, which is the level of education, the race and ethnicity.
Which is optional at this
It
point in
is.
time. They can decline to fill out this information. Yes, ma'am.
Since it's assessment-based and you don't ask about work history, why do you ask about education?
It's voluntary and it's done for study purposes.
I mean, if you get it, what do you use it for?
So in actuality, the assessments are being evaluated, and of course they're being evaluated to make sure they're validated, to make sure that they don't have a bias in them. And so that's part of the data that we collect that can be used by the occupational people who do that, so, yes.
Okay. And then the last voluntary question is, where did I hear about the job? And so fill those out. Or I could decline. There was a button to decline if I didn't want to provide that voluntary information. Now I'm here, I go ahead and can electronically sign the application. Has the date and my name, date, and time. And then I'm taken back to the portal, and I now have a status. My application's in progress. The next step is to take the assessments. And then I also have the capability to download a copy, a paper version. Basically, if somebody was to fill out the paper application, that's what it would look like, and have that for my records. So I know what I put on that, in that application. So I can download that, I could save it on my own, save it outside of the system if I wanted to, but we don't have to print or anything, they can do that themselves from this site. So just real quick, the assessments, they can take them stateside in English or Spanish. If they choose to take them in Spanish, they have to take an English proficiency. So that's the application. The next step is that a selection certificate would be run in our legacy system. Do you want to talk about that?
So I'll talk, over the past two censuses, we've used a system called this, well, we call it now Decennial Applicant Personnel and Payroll Systems. It's had different names over time, but now that's the name we had in 2010. That is our legacy system where we still do selections in. So what occurs is that after the person finishes their application and assessment in the recruiting and assessment system, the application is then transferred over into the Decennial Applicant Personnel and Payroll System, better called DAPS, and that system becomes our system of record. It's where we house all the applications at. When the office is ready to do selections, in the ACO, they go in, they create a selection certificate based upon geography, position, number of people, other attributes like if they need a car, if they need a boat, if they need a language. And so they go into the clerks in the ACO go into there, they create the selection certificate, and then phone calls are made to the individuals and we do a job script. And one of the beautiful things about this system is that we now have the job scripts online. So when a person, as we're talking to them on the phone, we can record for 2020, they're going to be able to record their answers online and whether they accept or decline right online. So we also eliminated that paper that they were holding in the office on the selection certificates. And so after a person is selected, they become a selected applicant. And when they are selected, they're now ready to be going to the fingerprint vendor. So they will receive an email from the system saying, because they've been on the phone, we say, we selected them. Now they receive email saying, hey, congratulations on being selected. Your next step, as we told you on the telephone, is to make an appointment with the fingerprinting vendor. And so that is a system that you're not going to see today, but it is an online 24/7 appointment scheduling application. A person goes online and they can put in their zip code or a zip code even where they work. And it will bring up a zip code, a state, a county, where there are localities where the vendor will be collecting fingerprints at. And it will then the application will populate a series of sites, and the person can select a site and also then select an appointment time frame that they can go to the vendor to be fingerprinted. We've learned a couple of things during the test which we're going to implement, like we are going to show a limited number of dates, like the next 7 days, okay? Because people tend to procrastinate, and so they were scheduling like the last date that we were fingerprinting. So we learned a few things during the test, but they will have the ability to schedule an appointment. And then, of course, we're going to have an algorithm in there that after 75% are completed, then we'll open up more dates for them. But they will go online, schedule their fingerprinting appointment. They will get a confirmation email saying, hey, you've been confirmed at this appointment time. In any confirmation email, there will be a barcode. That barcode will contain what we call HRS person ID, so that when the person reports to the fingerprinting vendor, that's how they will check in. And so we will know that person is a valid selected applicant. So they will check in at the fingerprinting vendor site, and then we will, at the site also, we will take their photo for their picture badge. They'll be created later by a different system. And then we will do identity proofing at the vendor, and then we will also collect 2 sets of fingerprints. Those fingerprints, not like paper in 2010, they will be collected electronically. And the 2 sets, and they will go over to they will be sent into our census hiring and employment check system. And that those pins will then go from the check system over to the FBI. The FBI will then come back with a record, and then the CIS staff, the census investigative staff, will make a determination on the person's background status. Is it favorable or unfavorable? That information will then be communicated back to our legacy system, the DAP system, who will then send a code back to the recruiting and assessment system, and it will tell the system whether that person is available to do their onboarding forms. And so that's the next thing that we've now, and if you recall, if you don't know, I'll tell you, there were about 10 onboarding forms. So imagine what Tim said earlier about 3.9 million applicants, 10 forms, 3.9 million applicants. We actually only hired 1.2 million people, but still, that was over 12 million pieces of paper that we are now not completing. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Anderson.
What kind of criminal background does a person have to be disqualified?
Unfortunately, I'm not able to answer that question. That would be the census investigative staff.
I'm just curious.
Right. And actually, because it is such confidential information, our office staff does not have access to that information. The census investigative staff, if they have a finding, send out their own letter to the person, and they will have a hotline that person can contact.
Tim Olson, I would just say the obvious things, murder, you know, home invasion, embezzlement.
What about misdemeanors?
I can't address that, but anybody who would be deemed a safety concern to respondents where they are visiting their households, and we absolutely want to make sure everybody who's hired that we do not have concerns about negative things happening with respondents. So, but the specific list is, I'm not even aware of it to detail, to be honest with you.
Okay, so the person has received oh, yes, go ahead.
Aren't you expecting more applicants, given that this has become simpler? So my question is that team, the investigative team, is ready to handle maybe a bigger volume of applicants? Or maybe I'm just have the wrong assumption.
No, one of the most interesting conversations you can have with us is our guesses on how many applicants we're going to have, because now we don't have that control. It's available 24/7, anywhere anyone can apply. And so that is one, we ourselves are anxious to see that experience, to see how many people actually apply. Now, as far as the number of clearances that actually happen, people only clear it after selection. So the number of staff that CIS will have to actually clear it will be based upon the number of people that we select. So that number is a controlled number, because we have a number, of course, that we start off with, say, this is the number we want to invite to training. So that will be a controlled number. And the CIS staff will be staffed up to deal with that number.
Tim Olson again. I just wanted to, from the operational side, what keeps me up at night is with, you know, a very strong economy and a really historically low unemployment rate, our ability to attract applicants to be considered as employees. In 2010, our nation was going through an incredibly bad economic period, and those 3.9 million applicants is reflecting of we had literally 3.9 million people that flocked to us. A lot of effort on our side, but it was more of a paper manual, you know, processing side, but it was not hard in 2010 to attract people that were looking for employment. 2020 is an entirely different situation. That's what keeps me up at night.
Okay, so this person has become favorable, and as Viola's mentioned, the forms that we are not having to print anymore with paper are now available for them to fill out. These include their direct deposit information for their paycheck, their emergency contact information. The new employee data is the race and ethnicity that's now required on the hiring side. It was voluntary on the applicant side, but it is required on the hiring side. And then we also have an overtime policy and a telephone reimbursement policy that they read through and sign. And then the other one is their census employment agreement. Tells them a little bit about the job, the schedule and that information. So they read this information and they electronically sign. I'll go ahead and do this one. Then you can see the red forms turn to green. When all of the forms are green, there would be a submit button, and they'd go ahead and all the forms would be sent as one package into the legacy system. And my status, instead of saying selected, would be updated that the forms have been submitted. And I also would have available copies to download of the forms where I signed. It's not for all of the forms because we figured they didn't need a copy of their direct deposit information. They should probably already have that. or their emergency contact. It is the forms that they've actually read and signed that we provide them a copy of. That's not their information that they would actually have. So once they fill these out, the next step is they get put on a training roster, and they're told when their first day of training is. They report. That's when they get sworn in as an employee. They fill out some additional paperwork that could not be done as electronic, such as the I-9. That is definitely a paper form that we have to continue to do. So they fill out the few forms that are left, and that's where they start their training.
So at the point of hire, when the point of hire happens in the ACO, the legacy system DAP sends a code over to the recruiting and assessment system, which actually activates the training in the learning management system and tells the learning management system the operational training and the position of the person, so that a person, when logging into this system, will only see the training specific for the operation of which they are going to work. So it makes it very user-friendly. They don't have to go searching around for, which training am I supposed to take? And the training plans have been such established that it takes them sequentially through the training that they have to have. So it becomes very, very applicant-friendly and very, very almost foolproof to get the training done. So it targets them, it sends them in the right direction, and only gives them what the training that they absolutely have to have. And so Amy's going to show you that.
So this is the learning management system, and I logged in with my the same the email and password that I used in the other system. Even though this was a different link, I can still use that same information, and then I click on the training that's available to me, and then here's the courses I need to take.
So this information also allows the supervisor to track the status of the person's training completion and determine if they've done all the training that they've done. So what we've done is created almost a seamless applicant experience. Now what you just saw obviously is what I like to call the kitchen cooking show demonstration. We threw some ingredients in, we stuck it in the oven, and you came out with this finished product. Okay, obviously you haven't seen all the integration behind the scene that has to happen, or how the data transmits between the three systems, or what data is being transmitted. But this is the applicant experience of how they go literally from a point of application through hire, through that initial training, blended training that the Census Bureau gives them. So that's really the end of our demo. If you have other questions for us.
This is Kathy Pettit. So could you click on help?
Sure.
I mean, it's all so automated, but you can still see people having questions. Is there like a phone number to call?
So there are help desks, there are phone numbers, and you actually probably saw the phone number on the one page.
Oh, okay,
There are
I
help
probably
desks
missed it.
there are help desks both for technical, so the Census Bureau will operate a couple of hotlines. One is the recruiting hotline, where people can still call and ask questions about job. Off of that hotline, we are a button for technical help. So we have stood up a help desk working with the vendor if they have any problems with the application.
Got it.
Additionally, if they have problems with training, as you'll see, there's the program support number. That number will actually be routed through our Decennial Service Center, and we will be a button off of the Decennial Service Center. So you get one-stop shopping. If you're an applicant, you have one phone number to call. If you're an employee, you have one phone number to call. And then the IVR will route you to the appropriate people to assist you with your issue.
And are you getting feedback from those to link into, like, a lot of people are having trouble with some training piece of it, or?
Yes, yes. So we have, not only do we have knowledge bases, but yes, on a weekly basis, we get that information, we build our knowledge base, and then we address those issues. And I will say we've had a very proactive help desk that if we've had a problem that they've seen that's a real issue right away, they have contacted us immediately and said, we have this issue. I won't tell you what one was, but someone called in with this issue and they allowed us to address it immediately. So, yes, we do.
Sunshine Hill, I guess. I assume that for 2020 that you guys will roll out some type of campaign to get people.
The recruiting
part.
program will.
And I mean, given, I think it is a real issue, could you speak a little bit about what?
Unfortunately, that's not me. I'm the systems person who is charged with getting the systems online for onboarding. That's actually the field division, recruiting and operational staff who handle that.
Tim Olson, field, again. Yeah, it's my fault. So there will be an advertising, social media, various forms of advertising for census jobs. Y&R, it's one of their tasks that we've just turned it on to do research as far as how that recruiting advertising will commence. And the challenge we always have is, in the past, we've done a recruiting advertising campaign to generate applicants, and then we've had a separate participate in the census campaign, which is proportionally much larger. And that has caused some, branding issues. So this time, by having the same contractor do both, they can connect them a little bit more with a similar look and feel, et cetera. So they're working with us now on that.
And I presume also the partnerships will also be involved?
Yeah, absolutely. So what I love about the fact that we can do this online is it's so much easier to engage partners, organizations, city governments, tribal governments, all of the 250,000 partners. It's so simpler this time around to give them a prepackaged email, a graphical email, or whatever is going to meet their need with the URL, and then they can push that through their connections to their actual constituents. And that is going to be something brand new. So we're really excited about that.
When you sign enumerators to go out to knock on doors, is there any attempt to match race or ethnicity of the interviewer to anything about the composition of the neighborhood?
Well, I don't know that I can answer that exactly as you asked.
Anything close.
But what I would say is our strategy has always been, and it will be in 2020, to hire at that local neighborhood level. And so the presumption is the people hired in that neighborhood will reflect the makeup of that neighborhood. And that's why when Amy and Viola talked about the geocoding, that is so critical to us, because when we hire and we create a selection certificate, it is for that geography of whatever addresses will fall into non-response follow-up. The people hired would work in that specific area.
Ken Simonson, I'm sorry if this was covered before I got in. Do you have any information on what sort of attrition rate there is once you've recruited somebody? How many of them make it through to actually do the job you're hiring them for?
So the recruiting area and field division uses historical information to make that determination. We are just now, as we're winding up the fingerprinting and the determination, we are just now turning that information over for them to look at the 2018 experience. But yes, the recruiting office does use historical information from the past for that. Yes, ma'am.
In any survey and such that I know of, there's some enumerators who aren't any good when they go out, or they make up answers, or they browbeat respondents. What system do you have to try to find bad interviewers and get rid of them?
That's again Tim Olson field. The answer is a 5-hour discussion of what we do. Each interviewer is monitored on a real-time basis, minimum daily, on their production rate, on the quality standards that are established. And because they're using an electronic instrument to collect the data, we are able to flag anybody who's out of bounds. Let's say, for example, their hours per case are out of bounds, or let's say that they're conducting the interviews at, and I'll make this up, a Starbucks, when in fact we know geographically the housing units are out in a neighborhood, or they're far away from the door. We take action very quickly, and I'll just say that if anybody is suspected of anything that's not proper, of any nature, it's a very quick process to say goodbye to them. It's very quick.
And of course, our systems support that, and that once someone is terminated for cause, while they are still in the applicant pool, they're ineligible to appear on a selection certificate going forward. So they would not again be hired to come back and work subsequently after that.
Enrique reminded me too, if an employee, we've got a re-interview process that goes on that's baked into the non-response follow-up operation. If there's work by an individual that is suspect and determined that it's not right, we redo the work. It gets reassigned. Also, anybody who is terminated, any work they had remaining is quickly reassigned through the electronic systems to other people in the area.
I'm actually interested in this stuff. Do you have a system where at the beginning, some portion of people that you contact them and find out if they actually were interviewed? So that the person didn't just go and make it up?
So there's a re-interview process, and that will identify through that process. I'll just say this, Tim, again, it's really hard from the field perspective to do bad things and not get caught. It's very hard. And bad things will happen. I mean, when you've got up to 500,000 people, it will happen. We've got experience decade after decade. We catch it quickly. And it's the difference with an electronic environment versus our former paper environment. It's much quicker. And it's much more accurate because it's not dependent on somebody looking at paper forms and making a judgment call. It's just really cool.
There are no more questions for you. Thank you for having us.
Well, thank you very much, Viola and Amy. Tommy Wright, I'm speechless. We're a little bit ahead of schedule, so let's continue that. And the next presenter is here. We'll now hear from Jennifer Ortman, who will present. Oh, we had one at lunch. Took a break. And now, Jennifer will present on questions planned for the 2020 census and the American Community Survey process overview.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know this has been a few hours in for all of you, so hopefully I'll be able to keep you engaged. I'm Jennifer Ortman. I work in the American Community Survey Office, and I'm here to talk to you today about the submission of the planned questions for the 2020 census and the American Community Survey. So I'm very pleased to be here to talk to you about this today. As I think this group is likely aware, the Census Bureau is required by the Census Act to submit the subjects for the next census by 3 years out from that census day of April 1st. We did issue that document on March 28th, 2017. We are also required to submit the planned questions for the next census no later than 2 years before Census Day. And we actually just about 10 minutes ago put it up on the website, and here is a hard copy we are in the process of delivering to Congress. So the document is up. I can't say everybody's name, but this was a huge team of people involved in getting this out the door. So I'll just say thank you to all of the census staff who pitched in on this, including those who showed up in Tori's office about 2 hours ago to assemble all of these binders. So we are very thrilled that this document is out and that we have met our constitutional mandate today. So let me tell you a little bit more about the document. So what we did with this document, we started with that subjects document, which I imagine most of you have probably taken a look at. We kept the introduction. We added in question images for each question, and we've retained the information about the federal government as well as selected community uses for each question. The statutory uses are in the subjects document. We did not carry those forward. So the subjects document is still the resource for statutory uses for each question. This questions document is the source for getting actual question images. So in terms of how a question becomes part of the census or the American Community Survey, there's been a bit of discussion about this lately, so I thought I'd go through this with you. First, the determination of content for the decennial census program. That's both the decennial census as well as the American Community Survey. This rests with the Secretary of Commerce. Any requests we receive for changing or adding content to either of these data collections undergoes legal, technical, and policy review to determine whether a question should be included. If the question is not currently used on an ongoing survey, it is the Census Bureau's standard to develop and test wording of the new question before we do put it into a production environment. The Census Bureau must submit to Congress the planned questions by March 31st, and we did that today. And in compliance with the Paperwork Reduction Act, the Census Bureau will publish a Federal Register notice about the planned questions. I believe that will be coming sometime in April or May of this year. So the questions planned for the 2020 census. We plan to ask about the number of people, age, citizenship, sex, Hispanic origin, race, relationship, tenure, and some operational questions. So now, since they are now public, I'm going to walk you through the images for the 2020 census. So we will ask about age and date of birth to provide the data that help us understand the size of different age groups and how other characteristics may vary by age. We ask a question about a person's citizenship to create statistics about the citizen and non-citizen populations. In accordance with the 1997 OMB standards on race and ethnicity, the questions about Hispanic origin and race are asked separately. We ask about whether a person is of Hispanic, Latino, or Spanish origin to create statistics about this ethnic group. And you might note here that the examples for the another Hispanic, Latino, or Spanish origin category, that last checkbox, those examples have been updated. And this version of the question will also be implemented on the ACS in 2020. So those are updates for 2020. We ask about a person's race to create statistics about race and to present other estimates by race groups. In 2020, this question will now include write-in fields for the categories white and Black or African American. In addition, examples are now listed for the categories white, Black or African American, and American Indian or Alaska Native. This version of the race question is also planned to be implemented on the ACS in 2020. We ask about the relationship of each person in a household to one central person to create estimates about families, households, and other groups, and to present other data at a household level. In 2020, to improve coupled household counts, the two coupled relationship categories will be expanded to distinguish between opposite sex and same-sex relationships, and unmarried partner will be moved to the top of the list immediately following spouse. This update to the relationship question will be implemented on the ACS in 2019. So race and Hispanic origin will be updated on the ACS in 2020. Relationship will be updated in 2019. We ask about the sex of each person to create statistics about males and females and to present other data by sex. We ask about whether a home is owned or rented to create data about tenure, renters, and home ownership. And we also ask a series of operational questions to better administer the data collection process and to ensure greater accuracy of the data that we collect. Contact information is not part of the published data and is carefully protected as mandated by federal law to respect the personal information of our respondents. So on to the American Community Survey. The ACS will continue to cover more than 35 topics, for example, school enrollment, veterans status and period of service, home value, and computer and internet use. really wouldn't be practical for me to show you the question image for each of the 70-plus questions we ask on this survey. So what I thought I'd do today with our time is to talk about changes that we're planning to introduce to the ACS in 2019. So the data that we collect on the ACS are critical for communities, and we conduct content tests about every 5 years to test whether changes to question wording, response categories, or the definitions of underlying constructs for those questions would make it easier for the respondents to answer and improve the quality of the ACS data. So based on the results of the content test we conducted in 2016, we plan to make changes to several of the questions on the American Community Survey. The changes will be made to the questions on telephone service, journey to work, weeks worked, class of worker, industry and occupation, retirement income, and relationship, as I just mentioned when talking about the 2020 census. So these changes will all be made in 2019. There are reports for each and every topic on our website, as well as some other summary documents about the testing and the test results if you're interested. Also, in response to a request from the Department of Health and Human Services, which they recently reaffirmed, we are proposing to add a new question on health insurance premiums and subsidies under the subject of health insurance on the 2019 ACS. No changes to health insurance coverage, just an additional question about health insurance premiums and subsidies. These changes will be carried forward into the 2020 ACS, and as I mentioned, we will implement the version of the race and Hispanic origin questions that are put on the 2020 census on the ACS in 2020. And this is my last slide. I also wanted to mention that the island area censuses, so we do conduct or collect data in those areas. So for 2020, we will be using the ACS form as a base, and then the form will be modified to better meet the needs of the island areas. Those modifications are noted in this table. So we took the ACS table and we show in orange shading and orange font what is changing for the island areas to meet their data needs. So for example, in the housing subjects, we do not plan to ask about home heating fuel, but we do plan to ask questions about sewage disposal and source of water for the island areas. So that is it. Any questions or comments?
Why is parental place of birth on the island version but not the overall ACS?
My counterpart, Jennifer Kim from the Decennial Census Management Division, can answer that.
Thank you for that question. This has to be part of the COFA, the compact impact that they have in the island areas with specific funding they get with the migrants that come into the island areas. So in finalizing the questionnaire for the island areas, we leveraged the ACS content as our base. But we also got input from the island area local governments to finalize that, and it was part of their recommendation that we added to the questionnaire.
I'm not sure how we should proceed. There's another presentation, and perhaps, Doug, you want to talk about both of them in your discussion? Well, even though I was rude and asked a question because I was eager, would it be okay if we had the other presentation? And is that okay? Are you going to die, Sunshine? And then we'll have Doug's discussion, and then we'll have general questions. And I promise not to interrupt that way again. So now our second presentation.
So I am the next presenter.
Well, that's great.
but
You're already
my
there.
materials are back there, so give me 3 seconds and I'll get that. Okay, good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Kim, and I'll be presenting to you today an update on our language services operation for 2020. And my very good colleague Jennifer is handing to you a one-pager that gives examples of the materials that we are planning for 2020, and I'll be making references to this handout as I do my presentation. I'll just wait for the materials to go across, and then I'll go and get started. Thank you so much, Jennifer. Okay, so my goal today is to share with you how the 2020 language program will be different and will be a significant expansion from what we have done in 2010. But to provide you with a little bit of context before I start talking about the 2020 plans, let me start with some of the background of our language support that was provided in 2010. To highlight a few things for you on this slide, you see that our mailing materials and bilingual paper questionnaires in 2010 were provided in Spanish. Our telephone assistance was supported in Spanish as well as 4 additional languages that you see listed on the slide: Chinese, Korean, Vietnamese, and Russian. And through the telephone assistance, respondents in these languages were able to complete their interviews with an agent or make a request that a paper questionnaire be mailed to them. We also created language guides in 59 different languages, and we had a language identification flashcard that was available in 50 languages. So as we concluded our 2010 operation, we had some key recommendations that we took into our 2020 planning. And this included improving the quality of our translations, as well as conducting more testing of our non-English materials, and engaging our National Advisory Committee earlier in the decade for their input. And in operationalizing these recommendations, in 2016, we created a brand new translation branch where we adopted industry standards on translation and review. And we began language testing earlier in the decade and did establish the National Advisory Committee Language Working Group in 2015. We also awarded 2 key contracts, one being Prisma International to handle all of our translation production work, as well as one to RTI International to do all of our pre-testing of our translated materials. So as I mentioned in the beginning, our 2020 program will be a significant expansion of 2010, and hopefully the next 2 slides will demonstrate this for you. With the introduction of the Internet instrument for 2020, we are able to provide the Internet in multiple languages. And unlike in 2010, where respondents had to call our telephone line, request a questionnaire be mailed to them, or where they had to pick one up on their own and designated be counted sites, they are able to now go into the instrument, toggle within the instrument, and select one of the supported languages. And when you look at the handout that Jennifer gave to you, if you look at the top portion of page 1, you will see an example of what the Chinese instrument looks like. And then if I can get your attention back on this slide here, we will be developing the Internet instrument in 12 non-English languages for 2020, and this meets over 85% of the language needs in the US. Census questionnaire assistance will also be supported in these 12 languages, as well as TDD. And when you look at page 1 of that handout, looking at the middle section, you will see what we call the CQA insert. This is included in the mailing materials where we list all of the languages that are supported through CQA and the dedicated phone lines written in that language. Okay, so directing your attention to the first 2 items on this slide you see here for the enumerator instrument and the language glossary. In 2010, the questionnaires that were used by field enumerators were in English only. In 2020, the enumerator instrument will be bilingual, where our enumerators will be able to toggle between English and Spanish. And then you can see a snapshot of this instrument on that page 1 of the handout at the bottom portion. Okay, what's also new for 2020 is that we will have language glossaries in 59 different non-English languages. These will be glossary of census terms that our enumerators, partnership specialists, and other staff can use, and this will help translation on the fly and having to come up with terms on their own. And you can see a snapshot of the glossary on page 2 of the handout in the top portion. Okay, the third item on this slide that you see here is the language identification card. And this is a tool that's used by our enumerators when they encounter a language barrier. It has a message in different languages, and they open it up for them, and they get to look at it and identify what language they speak. In 2010, this card featured 50 different languages. In 2020, we're going to expand it to 59 languages. And you can see a snapshot of this on page 2 of the handout in the middle section. And in case you're wondering why we are expanding to 59 languages, this is to be consistent with our language guides that will be made available in 59 languages. In 2020, we're also going to provide language guides in both print and in video format. In 2010, we had paper guides that were available that had a similar look and feel of the paper questionnaire and that explained it in 59 languages. We are going to continue to have the print guide, but it has a different look and feel. In 2010, there was some misunderstanding of people thinking that was the questionnaire that they can fill out. So we were very intentional this time to design it to make them understand that this is not an actual questionnaire, but with additional information on how to fill out the paper questionnaire. But in addition to that, we will also have a video guide that will walk our respondents through the Internet instrument, and this will be narrated in 59 languages. That also includes American Sign Language. And with the coverage of the 59 languages, we will be meeting 98% of the language needs in the US. And then the remaining items that you see on this slide are the materials that were provided in Spanish in 2010 that we will continue to support in 2020. Okay, now that you've seen the plans, let's look at how the languages were selected. The 2020 languages were determined using the 2016 ACS 5-year estimates that were released in December of last year. So in doing this, we first took the ACS language data and created tabulations of the languages spoken by limited English-speaking households. And in determining these households, we used the ACS definition, where no one 14 years or older who speaks English only or speaks English very well. And you can see that in the middle portion that's bolded for you there. We took these tabulations and made a cutoff at 2,000 households, and then we sorted them in descending order. What we also did for 2020 was we compared this list with the regional and state level data and made sure that top 10 languages at the state level, at the regional level, were represented on this list. And then as our final stop, we assessed for languages for translation feasibility and then also added American Sign Language to the list. So on the next slide, you will see the list of the languages. And these are the languages where we will provide the language guides, glossaries, language identification flashcard. And these languages are listed in descending order from top to bottom and then left to right. So if you look at the leftmost column, these are the top 12 languages that will be supported by our Internet instrument as well as census questionnaire assistance. So as I turn to the next slide, we will look at how these 12 were selected. In 2010, we determined the top languages using a cutoff at 100,000 housing units or more. And if we were to use the same criteria as we did in 2010 into 2020, we will once again yield 5 languages that you see with the red line there. As we were planning throughout the decade for language, our intention was to increase the number of top languages. And we had estimated throughout the decade that it would be around 10 languages. And when we received the ACS data, we were fairly close. We saw statistical significance at 60,000 housing units that yielded 12 languages that you see represented here. So this brings me to the summary of the language support that I just discussed. One thing that I like to note on this slide is our work with Communications in Partnership. Although our materials won't meet most of the language needs in the US, we do recognize that there are other diverse small language groups that will need further assistance as well. And we have always recognized that partnership is our key area where we can support these additional languages. But that's as far as we've gone in previous censuses. Simply, we have said partnership will take care of the rest. And in this census, we're going to take one step further. We're looking at ways to provide more effective tools for our partnership specialists that will reach out to these languages. And we're already now working with our regional offices to determine ways to establish templates or video shells or materials of this nature to better support these groups. And we are also working more closely with our communications and partnership staff to ensure that these populations are also being supported. So one example that I can give you is the video guides and the print guides that I had talked about. What we will do is we will create shells of these videos. So if there are other language groups that would also like their materials in their language, we will provide the shell for them to create the narrations, and as well as the paper guides as well. And this is just a graphic representing the languages that will be supported in 2020 and then their level of support. So a lot of our support will be through our Spanish materials. And then you see in purple, including Spanish, the top 12 languages for internet and for telephone assistance. And then you see the remainder languages that will have the language glossary, the identification card, and the language guides. And I know we're going to go into our questions. So as final part of our discussion, some of the questions that we wanted to ask you now that we have rolled out our plans for it is, what can we do to ensure that our non-English speakers are aware of our materials? One challenge that we had noted after 2010 operation is that despite the materials that we had, the usage of these materials weren't as high as we were expecting. So we're looking to you for recommendations on what we can do to making these materials aware, or that making our respondents aware that they actually do exist, in addition to us creating them. And then another thing that we have been grappling with is, because we will have our internet instrument and census questionnaire assistance available in the top languages, when we create the video guides and the paper guides, should the content be different? So in other words, for the remainder of the languages, while we'll have the entire walkthrough of the internet instrument, what do we do about the languages that are already supported by the internet? Should the video guides and the paper guides still have the same content, or should this be more abbreviated? So that's another question that we wanted to discuss today. And in terms of the languages beyond 59, what are your recommendations for communicating the availability of the Census Bureau to provide these shells and templates and to work with them on creating additional materials? Okay, thank you.
So Doug, you can talk about as much as you feel like the presentations by both of the Jennifers.
I knew this wasn't going to be a normal meeting, and I started getting hints a long time ago. I was asked by Barbara, I think in February, to comment on this portion of the program, and in early this month I got emails from Tara saying that I would soon get background material. About 2 weeks later, 2 weeks ago, I got an email from Tara saying it would be delayed. Then I got another email saying it would be further delayed. And then I got another email saying it would be here first thing this week. And then the first thing this week, I got an email saying it was not going to come. So I, like you, am seeing this for the very first time. That's debatable. Before I begin, let's remember that the census is not simply a data gathering exercise for statistical purposes. It's a constitutional obligation. And historically, it's been treated with a great deal of solemnity and respect and nonpartisanship. And the importance of the census was illustrated by the fact that Thomas Jefferson was the first census director of 1790, the signer of the Declaration of Independence, the author of the Declaration of Independence, at the Constitutional Convention, third President of the United States, first Secretary of State. And since then, presidents have honored the fact that the census should not be a political document. Of course, it is underneath, but it's important that the people at the top represent it as a constitutional obligation that is beyond and above politics. So like many, I was very dismayed when I learned on Tuesday morning, actually, that what I was about to discuss coming down here was going to involve a last-minute insertion of citizenship onto the short form that goes to all households in the United States. And not only was this announced, it was broadcast as the Secretary of Commerce and the President took to the media to inform the nation that the data would be collected so that we could develop block-level estimates of citizens and non-citizens to learn where citizens and non-citizens live down to the block level. Now, this all occurs in a context. And the context begins with President Trump's announcement of his candidacy by announcing that Mexicans were rapists, bad hombres, they're not sending their best people, and that we need to build a wall to stop them, even though Homeland Security's own estimates show that illegal migration from Mexico ended 10 years ago and has been negative for the last decade. We're building a wall, which is a gigantic symbol of rejection of people south of the border. And that's how it is taken, and that's how it is meant. Then the first days in office, he tries to launch a travel ban on Muslims coming to the United States. And then more recently, he announces that we don't want immigrants from shithole countries around the United States. And this is in a context when deportations from within the United States are at record levels, and they are very high profile, with raids on 7-Elevens, raids on places that were formerly kept apart from raids, like courthouses, schools, churches. So this is the context in which the President and the Secretary of Commerce have announced that they want data to find out where the non-citizens are down to the block level. Now, I don't know how many ways you can take this, but it is, I know how the, let's see if I can get this up. MALDEF is the nation's most important Latino rights, civil rights organization. They released a statement yesterday. Over the years, presidential administrations of both parties have administered the census scientifically and moderately, refusing to politicize a sacred constitutional mandate that goes back to our nation's beginning. Yesterday, the Trump administration ended that tradition, opting to politicize the decennial enumeration of all persons by precipitously adding an unnecessary citizenship question in the clear hope of reducing the count of Latinos, the nation's largest minority group. Now, that may or may not be true. You can make up your own minds, but that's the perception. And that's the leading civil rights organization for Latinos, who are now 18% of the US population. And so today I come and I learn that not only is this citizenship question going to be added to the short form, it's going to be the very first question after you put your name down. Isn't that what I saw? Alphabet, what is the question order? It's going to be the last question? Okay, that's better. I'm a little bit reassured. Because I think that this is going to be a very inflammatory question. And there's going to be, whether it appears on the short form or not, is going to be decided in the courts at some point, I assume, probably to the Supreme Court. I have no idea what will happen. But if it goes forward, this is going to be to completely politicize the census, both for and against. There are going to be boycotts. There's going to be, there's already hashtags for don't answer this question. It's embroiling the census in a high power, high visibility politicization. And it's going to do no good for the country. So I know the Census Bureau is between a rock and a hard place. They don't have any choice in this. And I very much worry about what's going to happen when this citizenship question appears. I'm relieved to learn that it's not the first question, and that was alphabetical order. I'm sorry if I missed that. So I share Sunshine's major reservations about what's going to happen when this question appears on the census and how it will affect the census 2 years from now. I do have slides for the language services operation because I did get those in advance. And I have a clicker. So this is just the stuff that you saw. I'm happy to say I'm very pleased with what the Census Bureau is doing with respect to languages. As you see, they're going to have ability to go online and self-respond in 12 non-English languages. And they did this for any language that had 60 or 1,000 more housing units, including American Sign Language and Braille and large print. These are all the languages, as you saw. The solid line there is where the 2010 census left off, only 78% of the population covered. But now we're up to 87% of the population covered on self-enumeration, which is a huge gain and will improve greatly the census. At the end, she asked 3 questions, so I'm going to try to answer 3 questions. What are your recommendations for ensuring that non-English speakers are aware of our materials? Well, I would use ACS data to tabulate foreign languages spoken at home by county or MSA. We know that these languages are not going to be scattered randomly around the country. They're going to be concentrated in certain areas. When you find out where they're concentrated, you can use lists of foreign language media to find outlets in areas where high densities of certain speakers are found and try to target them. I got on Google and found a lot of lists of newspapers, of radios stations, of TV stations that are in foreign languages. So it shouldn't be that hard to place ads to get awareness out in the other languages. Do you recommend that the content be the same for 59 languages or abbreviate the content for languages that will be supported by the Internet Self-Report and Census Questionnaire Assistance? I would recommend the content be the same for all 59 languages. There's no point in, it's a low cost to include all the information for everybody, and you don't know how people are going to fill this out and where they're going to go get their information, so you might as well maximize the information. And then what are your recommendations for communicating the availability of language guide templates and video shells for languages beyond the 59 supported languages? I would recommend having a box somewhere saying for other languages, and then you write in the language, that when checked sends a message to the decennial translation branch for some enumerator or translator assignment. So if you speak another language, you can't deal with the census, you write in your language, and it goes directly to the new translation branch, and then it can be assigned to an enumerator or a translator to facilitate with the enumeration by phone or in person. So I'm dismayed at the addition of a citizenship question to the census. I'm pleased with the work that the census has done to improve the coverage of different languages and taking full advantage of what the Internet offers along those lines.
I think Sunshine had a question, and then why don't we go to committee member questions on either topics or whatever topic. So Sunshine?
Sunshine Hill, I guess. I had a number of questions about the ACS and census specific items. So one is about redundancy. So the age redundancy has a long history, right? That you ask age as well as date of birth. And I wonder to what extent with the self-completion online, if there's any differences in essentially flagged cases of error between age and date of birth. And I guess partly a question of why ask age if you have date of birth. Another redundancy is now going to be with the same-sex versus opposite-sex spouse. Given that sex is collected, it again creates this opportunity, and having played around with an earlier version of the online, I played around and was able to eventually get it to accept that I was giving an inconsistent response, and it becomes this question of like how common are the responses that don't make sense, and then what's going to happen, how do they get reconciled? Particularly for the online completion, the expansion to have same-sex, opposite-sex, like it just creates so many categories. It is also, my hunch, one of those items that could spark some of the survey trolling that I had talked about earlier with people trying to just mess with the data. The final question I ask is slightly different, and that's about the email telephone use. I wondered about how long that has been, the telephone had been asked on the forms. So email, I presume, is new for the self-complete, but I wasn't sure if telephone had been asked previously, and if so, could you speak to how often it is used, like what rate? Like, again, these are going to be huge red flags in terms of, I think, confidentiality concerns, and so I wonder to what extent there's been a explicit evaluation to figure the trade-offs of raising concerns about confidentiality versus how much it's actually used to follow up and clarify questions. Final question is about telephone use or telephone service within a household. I presume that when the include cell phones was added, it's probably been several years, but it's a little bit of this weird question because you're asking about household level, is there telephone service, but to include cell phones. And an unfortunate thing is just that because cell phones are attached to an individual rather than to a household, right? Just kind of conception-wise, it's a little odd. It also really misses an opportunity to be able to distinguish between landline and cell phone usage, which, given the importance of the ACS for surveys that are conducted in every field, it's unfortunate not to have that distinction. Okay, so I'll stop.
I did have one more comment.
Why don't we have your comment, Peter's question or comment, Allison's, Roberto, and then you can answer everything you want.
It's just my surprise to see the birthplace of parents question on the island census, but not the regular census, when it's something, at least I've been advocating for a long time, and many National Academy of Science reports, committees of science reports, have said that this needs to be on the main census. And all the time it's so hard and it's impossible and we can't do it. And then glibly I find out that it just got put on one census of an island, of the island populations. It's at least nothing if not ironic.
Peter?
Peter Glenn. Doug raised a point that it's likely that the citizenship question may be litigated to the Supreme Court. I guess I'm wondering, has the census thought through the issues that may arise if the decision from the Supreme Court comes back quite late, so in particular much later than October of this year? I also have a question with regard to the legal requirement for respondents to respond to specific questions on the census. I know that there's a legal requirement to answer the census, but is there a legal requirement to answer all the questions on the census? And one further question I have has to do with the specific wording of the citizenship question. And the question sort of implicitly differentiates between people born in the United States and people born in the U.S. territories. I guess I'm wondering why that differentiation is in the question.
I think Allison was next.
Allison Plyer. So I know previously we've had conversations about the order of the race categories, and it was explained that rather than alphabetical or anything else, the largest category would be at the top, so there's white is currently at the top. And I remember at that same time saying, well, wouldn't we then have female first in terms of gender? And so I'm not seeing that, so I'm curious about why do we have male first on gender? And my other question is, and you all might have covered this before, and I really apologize if you have, and I'm not remembering. You can just refer me back to the previous webinar if we talked about this before. Filling in for white, my people came over on the Mayflower, right? So it's like, I don't know. And then of course, most African American folks have been here that long too and have no idea, right? So I know not everybody's been here that long, and they might have a good idea of who their ancestry is, but it's a very small space for trying to communicate what my background would be, and I imagine for other people, and other people don't even know, I imagine as well. So you probably have tested that, and if that was in a different webinar that I forgot, please just tell me that.
Roberto?
So first, very impressive on the languages. Congratulations on that. I was wondering, how do people, when they connect to the census webpage, imagine that I know nothing, I cannot read the English, how do I figure out where my language is? Because I didn't see any flags. So do you press a flag or something? Or so how will this be operationalized? So let's assume that the person cannot read a single thing. So how do I know where to press? So anyway.
I think there was one more question over here. Oh, two more questions. Juan Pablo, and then Andrew, and then we'll get back to Jennifer and Jennifer.
Juan Pablo Urquela, this is a question for Jennifer Kim, for a change. What I was wondering was, for the enumerators, when they're using the non-response follow-up tool, will they only be doing interviews in a language other than English, or will they be switching back and forth between English and that other language? And if they're switching back and forth, have you done any testing to find out if it's useful to have the menus in the tool in both languages, or keeping the menus in the same language while changing the wording of the question? Because I noticed for Spanish here, the menus are also changing, but then people have to learn the menus in two languages.
The enumerators.
The enumerators, yeah, have to learn the menus in two languages.
Andrew, and then Jennifer and Jennifer.
Andrew Samwick. I guess I have three questions. First for Jennifer O. I guess I'd just like some clarification about that 2017 we're required to submit the subjects. That doesn't seem to be binding the following year on the questions. So I was wondering what sort of feedback you got last year about subjects. The second thing is, I guess through this discussion of the citizenship question, I don't know, maybe I missed it, what sort of tabulations are now planned for that question, and at what level of geographic detail will they be made available? I mean, I think we've danced around that a little bit. I'd appreciate as straightforward an answer to that as we can muster at the time. And I guess for Jennifer K., thank you for all the work you're doing on this. I think this is very important. I'm curious to know how much non-English language speaking is responsible for the need for non-response follow-up, and whether that is specifically being tracked. Maybe whether there's a particular metric in mind for the contribution of non-English language speaking to the costs of non-response follow-up. And the only other point was the one that Roberto described about just needing to make sure that that first portal is as English language accessible as possible. So thank you.
So Jennifer and Jennifer, I mean, I know both of you, I don't think you're the same. Answer however you wish.
Okay, so I've got I hopefully have a comprehensive list of everything that was asked, and I think Jennifer Kim and I can answer some of these, and I'm going to call on a few other census people in the room for a few of them. So I'll start with what I can answer. So on the topic of the relationship question, so in the 2010 census, we had a statistical error with the reporting of same-sex couples when we tabulated that. We realized that there are a number of opposite-sex couples. We've verified this with Social Security data with the Newman-Dent file. Two people who, one person in the couple is male, one person is female, but on their census reporting as well as in ACS, they somehow both get reported as male or both got reported as female, making them look to us like a same-sex couple. And there's been about a decade of research that's gone into figuring out how can we accurately measure same-sex coupled households and opposite-sex coupled households. The error is very large. It might be up to 70% of those same-sex couples we identified were actually not same-sex couples. So different studies have shown different range around that error. So Census Bureau has very high quality standards, so that doesn't meet our quality standards. So what we've figured out is if we ask people to specify in the relationship question whether it's an opposite sex or same-sex couple relationship, then we can also look at the responses to sex for those two individuals in that household. If you're in an electronic mode, we now also have a consistency check that will come up before you exit the instrument that will ask, can you just double check your response to make sure, you know, and oftentimes what happens is people change sex. They do go back and they do change sex. So that seems to be working. And that is the approach to the relationship question that has been implemented on the other household surveys. The current population survey has it on there now. The American Housing Survey has this version of the question on their survey instrument as well. And the Survey of Income and Program Participation. So the ACS and the census are kind of the last of our data collections to implement this version. So that's why we're going that direction with relationship. So it's expanding, it's adding 2 categories. So we are aware of that. We are mindful of trying to have a reasonable number of categories, but it is important to us that we accurately reflect the population. And this a decade of research across the federal statistical system, our conclusion is this is the way to go. So that is the question we're implementing. Okay, so that one's done. You also, Sunshine, asked about telephone service. So our telephone service question, I conveniently have a nice document here. We've been asking about telephone service since 1960. That is one of the questions I mentioned is changing based on our content test. It's currently listed in a list of other characteristics of the housing unit. Questions about hot and cold running water, whether a housing unit has a bathtub or a shower, those sorts of things, physical attributes of the housing unit. We're actually going to pull the telephone service question out as its own question, standalone, so trying to take it away from this notion of something physically attached to your house, along with clarification. I mean, the question will read, can you or any member of this household both make and receive phone calls when at this house, apartment, or mobile home? And then the instruction is to include calls using cell phone, landlines, or other phone devices. So we are trying to be comprehensive because the intent of this question is to find out if somebody has the ability to make a phone call in this structure. We're not distinguishing between landline and cell phone. That is not what we've been asked to do. That's not the data need for this question. We did add questions on computer and internet use in 2013 to the American Community Survey. And on that question, we do ask about smartphone ownership. So we are getting some information, not necessarily cell phone, but for those who have smartphones. So we are getting some information from that. And I believe that there might be other federal data collections that are getting at some of that information, the distinction. Not sure if it's FCC or NTIA that get into more of the nitty-gritty on some of that. Oh, so the National Health Interview Survey. Yeah. So we don't ask for that distinction on the ACS, but there is some other information out there. Okay, so that's telephone service. Let me get, where did I put myself next? Well, how do we want to do this? Do we want to do yours next? Okay, so the ones I had for Jenny to talk about the telephone number, email request on the census form, the wording of citizenship regarding those born in territories, language on the census website, the portal, non-response follow-up languages available, and metric for cost and non-response follow-up of the language.
All right, so I'll try to go in the order that Jennifer just listed. With a question about the telephone number, I just quickly looked up the 2010 paper questionnaire, and we did ask for the telephone number as well in 2010, so this is a carryover from the previous census. As you had noted, asking for the email address is something that was new in our mid-decade testing. Wanted to make it very clear that that question only appears on the internet instrument, not on our paper questionnaire. We had that discussion earlier in the decade. Do we also ask for that information? And we had decided on the paper it would continue to just ask the telephone number. For email, asking for that information, this evolved out of our continual research on the feasibility of using email as an alternative way of contacting respondents. We saw through mid-decade testing that email is no way of completely replacing mail contact and mailing to our respondents, but this is just part of our ongoing research on the feasibility of using this information and building our email frame with it. In terms of our language questions, I like to first of all say thank you for your support for the language program. It has been a very fun journey throughout the decade, really looking for ways to make this program into a more robust one, and we have gotten amazing support from our leadership as well in really pushing this forward, and today I think was an affirmation of getting your support as well. So let me try to get a little bit more in detail about our plans for language. So one of the questions was about how would it become fairly noticeable that there are language options within our internet instruments. So there are different ways that we're going to go about it. This is one of the reasons why we are going to have the video language guide that will walk everyone through the instrument once they go into the instrument, starting from the landing page, how to navigate through it, and where they can exactly click to look at the options of the languages that they can, and that it'll walk them through all those options. As well as I had talked about one of our key recommendations coming out of 2010 was to test our materials earlier in the decade, and that's part of our cognitive testing and pre-testing. So as we are developing these languages into 2020, what is also in the schedule is after we go through a thorough translation review process, and once they are programmed, we will be doing cognitive testing on each of those languages, and we'll be getting input from our participants who will never have seen these instruments before, who are speakers of these languages at varying demographic makeup, and giving us feedback on it. So in addition to what we are planning to do, we will be gathering their input in terms of what was the ease of use in using these language options, and that's been scheduled for this calendar year for us to test that. That kind of leads a little bit into the question about the enumerator instrument in terms of toggling back and forth. Will it be that they will be for, I think the way I heard it was, will they be, for example, on one screen looking at the English version, and then if they were on another one, or can you clarify what you meant about the toggling?
Sure. So the question was whether enumerators will be doing some interviews, say, in Spanish and other interviews in English, or will they be doing interviews exclusively in one language?
I see.
And it's related to the fact that I saw on the screenshots that are included in the flyer that you gave us, that it appears that not only the wording of the questions change, that's obviously necessary, but the menu for the app also changes language. My concern is, at least in my personal experience, I find it a little harder if I have to switch back and forth between two sets of menus for the same language, even if I know the two languages. And I was wondering if there was some testing or rationale for changing the wording of the menus too.
Yes,
And
there.
not just obviously the questions need to change. But.
Yes, there was testing that was done with it. That's actually something in the earlier decade that we had really thought about. Would it make sense just to make the question wording in that language, or have them where it would result in a little bit of code shifting, where they would have to think in one language and then kind of think in the other. And as we did some research, and before we fielded the enumerator instrument in Spanish, and then we did an expanded testing and observations in 2016 census test. What we had seen through observations and through our cognitive testing, that it is actually better for us to make the entire instrument in that language, so we're not forcing people to kind of code shift back and forth. During the 2016 census test, I actually had an opportunity to go out to LA and to Houston area and observe our bilingual enumerators do this, and I did ask them what they thought about the instrument and how we had designed it. And what was really interesting was, but before I even get to that point, so our enumerators who are bilingual, they have the bilingual capability, but they have to be proficient in English as well. So they would do interviews, if, for example, if they were a Spanish-speaking bilingual enumerator, they're also proficient in English, so they are able to do interviews in English as well as in Spanish. So when they go to a certain household and they encounter a Spanish-speaking, for example, then they would set their instrument into Spanish. But what I had heard through some of the enumerators was very interesting, and this really affirmed our need to create the language glossaries. A lot of them said that even when they were doing the interviews in these languages, they actually used the English screens. But prior to having these interviews, they would look at the Spanish screens at home and study the terminology and how to ask these questions. But when they were going from home to home, they just stuck with the English portion of it, and even if they were conducting it verbally in another language, they actually used the English portion of it. And that's what really really made us think about, okay, in addition then, we should probably have these glossary where they can have it with them, where they can study it prior, so when they're encountering language barriers or the need to conduct the conversations in different languages, that they have these census terms in front of them. So that was some of the things that we saw. Does that answer your question in terms of the capability of the enumerator instrument?
I understand what it does, but I think from what you told me, it's a little trickier, right? Because you're saying that they're actually using the English instrument even if they're
Yeah,
doing the
anecdotally,
interview
they
in
were,
another
yes,
language.
some were expressing that. It was just more the anecdotal information I was giving. And then I did get to observe some enumerators who stayed on that non-English portion of it and used it. So I think it was sometimes at the preference of the enumerators.
There
But I
might be a
think,
preference,
yeah, but back to the question of the testing behind the instrument being fully in that language, testing results did show that it was more preferred and recommended to do the full sweep of that language. Okay, and then I think there was a question also about the workload for the language for non-response follow-up. I don't have those numbers in terms of the breakdown, but what we did was earlier in the decade, because we were planning to ramp up the self-response instrument in different languages, we did look at the top 5 languages from the 2010 census and these community members' propensity to go on the internet and to use mobile devices and their computers. And we saw that for the top 5 languages when we were doing that test, that there was a high propensity for internet usage, and that's what also propelled us to continue to really build on our self-response internet option for these language groups that resulted ultimately in the 12 that we have right now. And then I answered the question about telephone, email, and then I think I heard about the territories, the distinction of the different questionnaire. I think the question was, why is the questionnaire different for the territories? Is that how I understood it? Okay, so I can, yes.
I was asking, this is Peter Glynn, I was asking why there's a differentiation. And the U.S. territories are also part of the United States, legally speaking.
Yes.
So there's just some ambiguity in that question. I guess I was just wondering why it's phrased in that way. You could also have put citizen or born in the United States and then parentheses after that, including territories such as Guam, Puerto Rico, et cetera, et cetera. So
Okay.
I'm just wondering why it is that it's split out as 2 different pieces.
Okay, great. So I can speak of the 2 types of territories. The Commonwealth of Puerto Rico so this goes back to the data collection throughout the decade. So Puerto Rico, Commonwealth of Puerto Rico also has the Puerto Rico Community Survey, which is the equivalent of the American Community Survey. So we have opportunities to take data throughout the decade through the PRCS operation. The island areas, which are American Samoa, Guam, Commonwealth of Mariana Islands, and U.S. Virgin Islands, do not have the ACS type of a survey. So the decennial census is really one-time shot for us to collect data from the island areas, and this is why we have a greater number of questions that we ask that are similar to the American Community Survey. And this is also at the request of the island areas because there's data collection that occurs at this level every 10 years that we try to get more information, more data collected.
Asking about the citizenship question on the main survey, not on the ACS.
So this might be a good point, or good time. I was going to ask Karen if you could respond to a few of these questions since they fall into your division. So the questions on age and date of birth, why do we ask both? The order of the race questions and the write-in fields for white and black. Why male is first on the question about a person's sex, and perhaps you could also speak to the citizenship categories.
Hi, Karen Battle. I'm actually going to ask Matthew Spence, chief of our foreign-born population branch, if he can come up and talk a little bit about the distinction between these categories on the citizenship question. But while he's coming up, I'll go ahead and answer some of the other questions. The question about age and date of birth. So we do ask for people to report information on both date of birth as well as age, because we actually look at the 2 pieces of information and check for consistency, and that helps us get some idea about the quality of the age data. As you well can imagine, the age data is very, very critical. It is cross-tabulated by a lot of different variables, both the decennial census as well as the ACS. So knowing a little bit more about, I guess for lack of a better word, the strength of the age data is good to understand. And so what we typically do is calculate age from date of birth and compare that to reported age and look to see how consistent it is. And I don't have on the top of my head the exact percentage, but I do know that a great vast majority of those respondents that provide both pieces of information where we do this calculation, they're within 2 years of each other. So we feel like when we see age data and date of birth data that we can do this calculation and determine it's within 2 years of each other, we call that good age. And we also have a much larger edit in the decennial census as well as the ACS, where we jointly look at age, sex, and relationship together. And sometimes there's inconsistencies in those. And so again, having some idea about, again, for the lack of a better word, the strength of the age data, we have that information as we have to make decisions when relationship is not consistent with age, et cetera. So it's really just a way to help us have a little bit more confidence in the age data that we collect. There was another question about male being listed first and the question on sex. And I'm actually not aware of any specific research or testing that went into looking at the ordering of the categories. So I think I would have to say that I think historically that's the way these categories have been presented, but that's something I'll go back and take a look at. Regarding the white and black text boxes and write-in areas, I think the comment was that some people may not have a lot to report, but others might. And is that space enough? So what we are doing, at least on the internet, we're actually collecting up to 200 characters for the text boxes where people can write in their detailed information. And actually also on paper, we're actually collecting information that may be written in the margins. So we're also allowing up to, I believe it's also up to 200 characters. We would collect information captured off of the paper forms. We will see what the data show for white and black written responses. But from the past decades, when we've used the same type of text box to collect written data, detailed data for the Hispanic population, American Indian and Alaska Native population, et cetera, we've been able to capture that. And what some people tend to do is actually use abbreviations and such. We see that quite frequently with the reporting of like American Indian tribes, et cetera. And I think there was one more question about potential tabulations of the citizenship data that comes from the 2020 census. And again, this decision has just been announced, so there's still discussions going on in terms of how we might tabulate it. But
All right, so I'll take that real fast. So I think we mentioned it earlier. So what we currently do for the Department of Justice for their work on enforcing the Voting Rights Act is we provide them a table from 5-year ACS data that is at the block group level of voting age by race, ethnicity, and citizenship. And so that's from the ACS. So we currently collect citizenship on the ACS. What they have requested is that we reduce the size of the geographic area down to the block level. So that's why they've requested that we add the question to the census, and why the secretary mentioned that we should use a combined question, census question plus administrative data to be able to produce those block level tables. So, how those block level tables are going to be, how those estimates are going to be constructed from those two data sources, that's something that we're going to have to figure out over the next couple of years. But that's what the plan is.
Peter Glenn, I asked earlier about whether there's a legal requirement to answer all of the questions on the census.
So the answer is that we get item non-response for questions. We know that we have looked at the ACS question in particular, that it is differential by whether you're foreign-born or native-born, but it is, while we will look at and we will make every attempt to collect information from everybody. If that citizenship question or any other question is not answered, it is not, it would not preclude people from being counted in the census. So it is not required in order for us to take a census response.
Just let me reemphasize whether there's a citizenship question on the census or not, and maybe, you know, there is a reversal, or maybe another question is added, or maybe another question is subtracted. I mean, Congress can always weigh in on that. That's why we send these questions to the Congress. We're hoping that there isn't late design changes, because that puts us in a problem of executing on the plan. But remember, the Census Bureau will do its best to count everybody who's residing in the United States on April 1st of 2020, regardless of whether there's a citizenship question or not. So,
Peter Glynn again. Given that one doesn't necessarily have to answer all of the questions, is there a minimal set of questions that need to be answered in order to be counted?
Okay, thank you. This is Allison Plyer. So, oh, I'm sorry, my.
In the past, in the past.
Would you state
we-
your name? Tell me right.
Oh, Pat Cantwell, Census Bureau. In the past, we've used two pieces of information from the form to call it data defined. If we don't have the two pieces of information, well, we don't use that. It goes through other processes, including imputation if necessary.
No, I'm not.
Okay, so on the citizenship question, I had two quick things. And one is, I'm assuming the block level data will be made public? Is that right? I mean, that's typically what happens if I recall, right? So that's frightening, just, you know, as was said earlier. So in terms of, you know, the amount of hate that we're seeing in the country being expressed, and the use that the public could make of that to actually target very, very small areas. That's, it just struck me that's very concerning. You know, earlier you were saying something I didn't quite understand, Enrique, it was early in the discussion today about the redistricting, after Juan Pablo asked that we make very clear, you know, who is being counted. And so everyone is being counted. And then the states, do the states have the discretion to say, okay, we're only going to redistrict using citizens, is a question. And the last thing I would say is, you know, I don't want to harp on it, but I do really want to encourage the census where you have latitude to think about things like ordering of things like gender. I mean, if these really were done just by historical reasons, I mean, it is, you know, really important to get up to speed, gang. You know, it's like, women, we are more than you. And you know, you could do one thing that looked hip by putting women first. So, and we live longer too. We're just more numerous in every possible fashion. So, I mean, you know, like, we could do that and look a little bit hipper, just saying. Oh, yeah, and on...
It's not only on that question, in all the other questions, like, you know, it's a son or daughter, son-in-law, daughter-in-law, and all of them. So this is not only one place.
Yeah, so two different questions to add to the mix. The first is that this question about how useful will the ethnicity be for whites and African Americans is something that there are data already available from the tests, right? So would the 2016, 2017 tests already have, like, how many people say, like, I have no clue? And so it also raises the question of, should that have included a I don't know, or I'm a mutt type of response so that people don't feel like they're breaking the law by not filling out a question that's being asked on the census. The second question is, I was actually really thrown off by your response about the email, asking email, about building an email frame. And I would love to hear more about how often telephone has historically been used to actually clarify information that is provided on the census form versus some other use. Likewise, with the collection of emails in the use of these previous tests. Again, my concern is these are major flags for individuals in terms of concerns about confidentiality. I suspect you also have even, when I'm signing up for something, I give the email address of no@nopes.com. So, how many times do you get either item non-response or people giving a junk response? Again, it's going to give some indication about how people, what they're thinking about completing the census.
Ken Simonson. On the citizenship question, will there be tabulations showing how many people said I'm a citizen, how many said I'm not a citizen, how many didn't reply? Because I think that certainly gives a different picture than if it's just a binary listing of citizen and non-citizen. On the language, several years ago, I was a volunteer tax preparer at the Chinese Community Church in D.C., and invariably the clients didn't speak English or weren't confident in speaking to me. They had usually a young relative with them, and I wondered, for the census, is it permissible to have a minor answering the questions for the designated person or an unrelated person answer them? Second question, given the advances in voice recognition software, granted they're not always up to speed, is it possible to use some way of interacting orally with somebody who isn't an English speaker to identify the language that they would prefer to be interviewed in?
Babs Buttonfield. It's a somewhat different question. It's about the language, actually, for Jennifer Kim. I'm not a linguist, but I know that there is more than one dialect of Arabic. So I saw on your handouts that you had one just called Arabic, although I did see Farsi up there. But in the lunchtime presentation, Viola Willis had dozens. So when you say Arabic, how many Arabics are you saying, referring to?
Other questions? Oh, Catherine, Peter, and then whoever is going to answer any of these, answer.
Kathy Pettit. I was just on the timing, looking at the milestones. When is the timing for determining the tabulations for both the decennial and then the new, both on my happy data hat, for the new ACS options that are there? When would the tabulations be decided for, which ones to report at race for the 5-year, for example, or other things like that? And then for the decennial in particular, I assume that's on one of those detailed milestone pieces. When would be the right time for us to weigh in on the tabulations as well as assuming the data collection goes forward?
Peter? And then we're going to have some answers.
So I asked this question earlier about the potential of the Supreme Court rendering a decision not this year, but let's say sometime in 2019. And do you have any plan or any thoughts in terms of a fallback, in terms of what the census would do if you got a late decision from the Supreme Court in terms of the constitutionality of the citizenship question?
I think Ron's the person who's going to answer some of these, and we will let him go first.
So I'll take a couple of them. So I'll take the last one and then maybe get some guidance from Al as well. So as Al said, we would like to have this all locked down by this fall. I think there's still scope between, you know, the fall of 2018 and Census Day for making some changes. But obviously, the closer you get to Census Day, either we can't make the change or it's going to cost a lot of money to make the change. And so, you know, I'm not sure exactly what that tipping day is, but say, you know, at least 6 to 8 months before Census Day, we need to start printing forms and all that sort of stuff. So it's you know, we need to know that in a fairly timely fashion. In terms of Allison's point about the granularity of the estimates for the citizen voting age population tables, they're already at the block group level, which is, you know, not a lot bigger than the
600 to 3,000 persons.
yeah, so 600 to 3,000 persons. So the block level's, you know, obviously finer. You know, it's better for redistricting purposes. But so John Abel's not here right now, but we are looking at ways of modernizing the disclosure avoidance protection procedures that we're going to use for the census generally, and obviously this new wrinkle of other block level tables, you know, really highlights the importance of doing a good job of doing our disclosure avoidance. So we are working on that. That's an active line of research and development that we're engaged in right now, and is critically important.
So I don't know who was taking notes on all of those questions, but let me take one, I think from Sunshine, as to the detailed white, black, or any other of the race groups. In 2010, the race question did not include write-ins for white and black. It had detailed for Asian, American Indian, and Native Hawaiian, other Pacific Islander. So you could get right in your details for those. And you could also write into the other box, or the other race. We heard a lot from advocacy groups about wanting to specify, in particular, Afro-Caribbean groups, Haitians, Jamaicans, that they wanted to be able to write in their category. As long as they mark the black box, then we collect that information. You get tabulated as black or white. If you write in a detail, we will also capture that. So it's a 3-digit code. The first digit tells you which is the major race group, and then the other 2 digits tell you the detailed race group. We capture all of it, and we provide it on our files in terms of the tabulation. So if an individual wants to write it in or doesn't know, then we still capture them as white or black. If they want to write in white, you know, German, or black Haitian, then we would also capture that and tabulate them in the black or the white category as appropriate. I hope does that make it clear?
Well, I was actually just thinking about, given the tests, the census tests, I thought that in the census test, it did have this new format, and so there could have been some analyses, and maybe you've done it, that gives us some sense of how people responded.
Right. I just wanted to add, this is Karen Battle, to what you're saying and your question. So from the 2015 National Content Test, we did do analyses on how many people reported detailed race and ethnic groups. And so from the groups that we have traditionally collected the detail from, that's where you tended to see very, very high percentages, like we always see. So with reporting from the Latino population or the Asian population, it's well over 96, 97% or so provided detail. Now with the white and black write-ins, as Enrique was saying, we've never done that before. And what we tended to see with just purely the write-ins, about half, about 50% of those who identified as white were writing in a detailed response, and similar levels for the black population. But so it's less, but we were still seeing write-ins.
One quick question. If we have all the write-ins for whites and blacks and everybody else, why do we have the ancestry question on the ACS?
Well, Karen Battle again. I think that is exactly something we have been discussing internally. As you know, the ancestry question that we have now on the ACS, if you look at what's actually published online, What you'll notice is that basically we are publishing ancestries related to Europe, to sub-Saharan Africa, to the Middle East, and these are the kinds of groups that we were not able to collect from race because we did not have data collection for detailed information for the white population and the black population. So that's actually something we're discussing internally now.
Any other quick answers? So we actually plan to
Can
take
I
this
clarify
break?
something also? Peter, your question about does somebody have to answer all the questions? We look for everybody to answer all the questions. We will do follow-up if they do not answer all the questions. And we take all the information that we can from individuals.
Quick answer on one of the telephone number question. Our re-interview activity is conducted via telephone. We do not go on the street to do the re-interview activity. So our census questionnaire assistance group will be calling a selected percentage of households to re-interview to check the quality work. When it's done by an enumerator on the street, they tell the respondent, we're putting the number down because my supervisor may call you to check the accuracy of my data that I've submitted. So they give them that information. We also do that on a number of other surveys.
I was an idiot on the 1980 census and forgot to fill out the race answer for myself, my husband, and my daughter, and they called me. And I just felt stupid, but it was, they followed up. I think we can actually have a break, and so be back at about 15 minutes. Do you know?
Let's see. I think 7 sounds about right. Seven. That's
Shall we
seating's at
sit
7.
down, folks? This is going to be another lively discussion, presentation discussion, cybersecurity. Something we're all concerned about. I think that's fair to say.
Tommy Wright, thank you very much, Barbara, for calling the gang back together. This presentation is on cybersecurity and the 2020 census. Kevin Smith is the presenter. Kevin?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Kevin Smith, CIO of the Census. I know throughout previous meetings I've answered a few questions on cybersecurity and was asked to come and give an overall framing and perspective of where we're going. So I hope this fits the bill to frame up what we're doing, and I look forward to the Q&A to see how much I can answer in some of those details within a public forum. So in the beginning, my plan here today is to just give an overview of where we're going in cybersecurity for 2020 specifically, talk about what that plan is, the challenges we face, get into some of the design and threats we see, and then also just talk about our approach. So overall for the census, this is a very major focus of us. Cybersecurity impacts everything we do from a mission aspect. If we have a cybersecurity incident, it could actually affect our ability to do our mission, to collect data, and to do what we have to. So I'll just say from an aspect of IT, cybersecurity is one of our highest priorities. What we need to do is create something, and we believe we have, that can evolve as new cybersecurity threats are identified and be able to contain them and deal with them. And we're not doing this alone, as I said before. We're actually doing this with the best resources we can find within the federal government and within private industry. And we're continually engaging them along the way to refine what we're looking at. So from an aspect of our plan is to basically focus to make sure that we're going to improve the public perception and trust. We want to make sure people believe in what we're doing, trust in what we're doing, and know that their responses for us are secure as they give them to us. And once we have their data is ultimately secure as well. We're doing this by not waiting to receive cyber threats and then take actions. We're proactively trying to address these threats and have identification of them ahead of time as we go through trying to resolve them as they come in. And our goal is to respond immediately and contain threats. A very large component in cybersecurity is to be able to see what happened and why. And we believe we've taken steps to make sure that we can contain these threats as they come in, to do the proper analysis, to make sure we know what's happened and take action when necessary. And as I said before, we are working with the federal intelligence community. We are a civilian agency within the federal government, or civilian bureau. So we are working directly with the Department of Homeland Security, and they are engaging the rest of the federal intelligence community to help us identify and see things and also contain and react to threats as they come in. We also have many partnerships in the private sector, and we're using industry standard tools, a bunch of different tools to be able to detect and monitor that are using the best of what the industry has. So a challenge. How do you ensure from a security aspect public perception and trust? Well, the top priorities we've simplified into 2 areas. The data security is the first thing that we are concerned about. When someone gives us their data, they trust that we don't just protect the data legally by the laws for Title 13, but we protect the responses as best we can as they come in. We are encrypting everything as it comes in. We are encrypting data once it's secure inside of our data centers, and we are basically making sure our first approach is to make sure the security of the data is not taken advantage of. But the second thing we have to worry about as well, which was said before, is what about user experience? We need to make sure users like how they're responding, like the modes of response to give the data to the census, and actually believe in that response is protected. In the bottom left, it demonstrates that these typically are opposing forces. You can make the most secure system in the world, and it will impact negatively user experience. In the reciprocal, you can make the most amazing user experience site in the world with no security parameters, and you're actually compromising security. We here in the census have initially, intentionally in the beginning of our design, taken the facts that we can balance both of these in the cloud more effectively than within our data centers. And we're using, from a data security aspect, an approach called layering. We are basically segmenting out the system as much as possible so that we can see threats at certain areas and we can contain them. We're also, within the user experience, using the benefits of the cloud to basically isolate segments of the system. So what I mean by this is, it came down to what I said before from some of our design. We are not looking at an all or nothing approach, where if we see one type of threat, someone potentially trying to disrupt the website, or someone potentially trying to take data, we don't have a design set up where the entire internet self-response is going to come down. Certain portions of it will intentionally, potentially be contained based on that threat. But the service itself will still be up there. 95% of the people will still be able to respond. And this is intentionally done in the design. So as I said previously in the slide, a little bit about the layering, we are going to go through and make sure that we're applying the right balance of security. We're going to apply more security at the top ends of this funnel as threats come in, and we're going to apply high rigors of security to authenticate people into the system. And this will allow us to make sure we're getting the right people and the right respondents into the system and eliminate bad actors early on in the process. By doing so, it allows us to create the ability for the experience of the end user to actually fill out the internet response site, or even from the CQA aspect or from the enumeration aspect, from the enumerators. Use the tools, and the tools, once they're in and logged in, they're effective, they scale, they meet the user experience requirements for all those things we talk about of slowness, latency, the application working effectively. So a lot of that was just framing up the conversation of what we see as our threats in our landscape. I'm going to focus a lot of the conversation on the next few slides. The beginning was just kind of laying up the framework of our approach. At a high level, cloud does not just by itself protect our data and systems. We have to intentionally do some things in security to make sure we're protecting and monitoring things the right way. We've taken all of the threats that can exist, and I think all of you in the security realm can imagine there's hundreds of things that could happen, but we segmented them into 7 high-level buckets, which I'll describe in a little bit more detail later. But at a high level, there are external threats to the census. These are things outside of our direct control. We have to absolutely rely on the industry and other federal agencies to help us resolve these threats. These are things like bad actors attempting to compromise a respondent device. These are things like bad actors attempting to compromise the internet that exists in the United States. This also talks about individuals, bad actors, trying to impersonate the U.S. Census Bureau with a website. And I know this is an eye chart here. It's bigger in the next slide. This also comes down to potentially bad actors attempting to insert invalid responses. These are all things that are external. They're outside of the system directly coming to us. We have mitigations, but as I said, we don't have direct control over a lot of these. From the internal threat aspect, we actually have much more ability within our systems to see and take action. And part of these come down to if someone tries to come in and disrupt the internet self-response site. This is a lot of what people are talking about of a distributed denial of service attack to try to bring the site down and decrease self-response. There are things we can directly do in that area and things we can directly do to mitigate issues. Other things are data breaches, as well as people trying to compromise census devices, which include every census employee, every laptop we have here in the census, as well as it includes all the hundreds of thousands of devices we're going to use for enumeration. So, a little more detail on the cyber threats for external. So, what we need to look at here from compromising end user devices, these are the same threats that every end user today within the US or outside deals with. There's always someone trying to break into your system. There's always someone trying to send you an email. A lot of these things are things that we cannot necessarily directly detect. We can detect possibly within social media as events occur, but we have to rely on the fact of looking at communications and educating the public on what these things mean. And we're going to work with the communications organization and the contractor, Y&R, to make sure these messages are blended in as we talk about responding to the census. Other things that could happen, and I know like these have happened before and they have to be addressed. Someone could go through and compromise or attempt to go compromise the internet. They could go into one of the telecommunications providers that reside in the US and make a website appear to be responding to the census, and it could actually be going to a rogue website or somewhere in a different country. We're working with our partners to identify these areas. We're also working to make sure we're continually testing the resolution, and I mean by the technology resolution, where does the website live when people try to call it, to make sure we're mitigating against this. But a lot of this is stuff we have to talk with and rely on the internet providers and the telcos that exist in the US to make sure that this is taken care of. Impersonation of the US Census Bureau. This is rogue websites. This is people doing phishing campaigns to try to say, please respond to our data. These are things where we already have things in place to detect rogue websites. We've already acquired quite a few of the domains that exist out there in the world that would be impersonating the 2020 census response. But these are things that happen within the government and within the world overall that we can detect and follow the processes to mitigate. But a lot of this has to do with educating our public of how should you respond, what kind of data should you be giving and be comfortable with, what kind of data shouldn't you be comfortable giving, and really go through that within the campaign of educating the public, which will be done. The other standpoint is from the invalid response aspect. So what we're doing here from a security aspect is we are accepting responses. We're making sure from the security aspect they're delivered and given to the system securely. What we are doing though, when we see and target responses that come in that can be considered, quote, invalid, we're flagging them and tagging them and having the ability to follow up within the operational processes of 2020. These are things that have been done in previous censuses as far as responses coming in, and the internet does change a little bit of the fact of these responses coming in, but it doesn't change the process of identifying them and taking action upon them, which we're doing within the processes of census. So from the internal aspect, these are things we have a little bit more control over. Disrupting to the website, so denial of service and basically computer-generated traffic, robots coming in, trying to really bog down our systems. We're taking the typical actions you would determine that need to be taken for that. We're doing more than that, but I mean, things that people are going to be aware of. What are you doing for distributed denial of service? Our partners delivering our internet circuits have the ability to help protect against that, and we have the ability to help protect against those things as well. You notice when you fill out the website today for internet self-response, we're using things that detect if you're a robot, detect if you're an automated system or service. We're putting all those things in place to take care of this action in these areas. Other things within data breaches, which is a large focus of where we are. Data breach is the general term that you use for people trying to take data. We also know and acknowledge in the census, there's also a data breach which could be inserting data we don't like or changing data that exists in the system. All of that's incorporated in our description at a high level of data breach. And things we're doing there, we've done a lot of things to design the system to visualize and see when data may be affected or moving and take action to contain it. We've also done a whole bunch of security and penetration testing from the private industry as well as from the federal government, and we'll continue to do that as the system evolves. We are doing a lot of things to manage and look at basically the monitoring of the systems and make sure that we have all the processes to patch stuff at the appropriate level. All of this is actions we take to try to contain the situation, but as Autry Kaluri said earlier, a real big focus, which will be shown in a later slide, is we have to have the ability to identify, see an issue, and take immediate action. And there are a lot of steps being done to simplify the visibility of how we're going to see these actions and take immediate steps to resolve them. The last one is compromising end user devices. This is mobile devices, tablets, PCs, laptops. We have security in place. We have two-factor authentication in place for a lot of these entities. We do internal phishing campaigns all the time. The federal government does them as well to continually test our employees and keep them on edge. And we have a very good connection with our employees. If they see something, say something to us. And so we have all these NOCs, Network Operations Centers, SOC, Security Operations Centers, and an Enterprise Operations Center from the census, where these incidents, as soon as something's seen, it's declared to the teams for the security operations, and action is taken. And one thing we have in benefit in the census is a lot of our employees are technical. A lot of our employees know what to look for and why they should report it. And we really would like them to report stuff no matter what, and they do. And they follow through with that, which is a really big help when you look at trying to identify some of these issues. And once again in here, another part that was discussed over to the right is that we need to have federal partners involved to help us for the unknown threats. And so what I'm going to say here in a very high level is there's a theory in security you always hear, and Autry mentioned the unknown unknowns. Well, 95% of the security issues have been done before. 95% of the security issues, the industry has already inserted solutions into their problems to automatically see, detect, and take action on those. There is that extra 5% of the new things, as Al Fontenot said before. And I like I'm able to refer to my peers in this. We're all very focused on this area. No matter how many shields we put up, someone's going to come up with a bigger sword to try to penetrate or attack us. That is where the importance of engaging the industry and the federal intelligence community comes in, to make sure we're getting proactively information from all resources and taking action. So we're not just looking at the known things that are out there and protecting against that. We are acknowledging and assuming breach, as people like to say, or assume that something bad's going to happen, and really position ourselves to take a knowledge base of seeing things outside of just the industry-known issues in cybersecurity. So at a very high level, and this is the federal government terminology of security, but it does help focus us on who does what and why. So the National Institute of Standards and Technology produces the cybersecurity framework for the federal government. And all of us within the federal government take this framework and set up our own processes and procedures to handle this. But basically, in general, it's the continual life cycle you need to follow in security to make sure you're always on your toes, always taking care of incidents, and always managing what needs to happen. Something very clear here in cybersecurity is it is not all just technology. It is a lot of people and processes to make sure things are identified, they're knowledgeable, and actions taken, which is not always done automatically in technology. From the aspect of the overall ability to identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover to incidents, the Census Bureau is ultimately responsible for every one of those pieces, coordinating that amongst all of the partners we need to engage with. Within this framework, the contractors really help us work on protecting, detecting, and responding for the systems, the applications they support. And they coordinate and plug into, as we said, and it was mentioned, Security Operations Center, Enterprise Operations Centers. This is how they're all plugged together to make sure we're coordinating the right things. The federal intelligence community can assist in protecting against and detecting our cyber threats, but they cannot themselves help us respond, recover, or identify everything. This is where we have to use those agencies in the right fashion to help us. And a key part that was discussed in an earlier session or earlier presentation was the fact that communications has to be coordinated. There are absolutely direct steps to myself and Mr. Buckner here to my left to talk about when we see something, what do we say? What things are we going to potentially see, and how do we impact and communicate that effectively and quickly to the public if necessary, to make sure that the public trusts and everyone is assured that things are fine. This is a reality. We're going to have to assume these things may happen and properly plan for them. So as we had seven cyber threat areas to try to simplify things, these are the key focus areas we have in some of the discussions of the partners we're engaging with. So of the focus areas for 2020, number one on the list is basically making sure that we have a secure federal network connection for the 2020 respondents. This has to do with making sure that we have the right internet connections for everyone responding, to make sure we have the right level of monitoring to enable us and our partners in the federal intelligence community to help us see things and take action before they happen. We've been working with the federal government on this to ensure the scalability of the design. There are a lot of individuals we expect to concurrently be responding to the internet self-response. And we're taking the action to make sure that the connection they have to that website is secure and taken care of, not just from the website itself, not just from the website doing encryption from your endpoint at your home all the way into the website. It's also all the other traffic coming in potentially to look at what the website's doing. The other things we're doing, and this was what the previous slide touched upon, was our incident response capabilities. We need to strengthen these. We need to always look at strengthening these. This is something we should be doing continually. And what we're doing is we're actually working with improving the visibility of cybersecurity issues. That's what I talked about. What does the federal government and the intelligence community know, and how can they communicate with us as soon as they know something when we take action? Those all being taken care of as we speak. What are we doing with the industry? Same thing. We're working with some key industry partners in social media and other places to say, what do you see, when do you see it, and how should we react when we see these things? These partnerships are happening to make sure we're covering our bases. And we're also looking from the incident response capability. If we do see something at a major level that does happen, we're going to have the knowledge to take action. We're going to have the knowledge to contain it. But how do we effectively and immediately engage the right players across the federal government to help us figure out what the issue was and determine what to do? And this comes down to, I'm not going to sit here and say the census 100% needs to take care of looking at this. I am open to and engaging experts across the federal government to come in, and if we have an issue, you need to help us figure out what it is. So I want to rest assured with the group here, those actions are being taken. We're not going to try to do this without having the federal government involved from their industry expertise. The other piece is just always improving our cybersecurity posture, which is the people, processes, and tools aspect of security. We're having regular briefings with the federal intelligence community to know what to prepare for and what they may be seeing. And we're also testing our response procedures with the federal government. So we're actually going through and having individuals evaluate how we do incident response. We're actually testing them, and we're actually testing high-level escalated incidents that may be risen at a federal government issue level, not just a census level, to make sure we know exactly what to do when something happens. And as I said before, from the testing technology aspect, we have security tested the Internet Self-Response tool last year. Same tool, built by Pegasystems and SEDCAP. We have tested the tool again this year, and we've tested with the federal government as well. Nothing major was discovered. There's always things you look at to help improve. And we've also tested from the security penetration aspect all of the, quote, publicly facing or internet accessible type applications, including what does it look like when the call center tries to reply? What does it look like when a numerator tries to, on their phone, do something? What does it look like for basically the tools we have, the laptops and tablets we have for listing and mapping when they go out there and try to gather the address frames? All that's been tested from the penetration aspect to make sure we're looking at and identifying issues. And we're also engaging the industry and federal government to simulate more long-term cyber attacks. So a lot of penetration testing is kind of like a brute force effort. You bring in the team of experts to come attack you for 2 weeks or 3 weeks, and they just throw every scenario at you, and they try to do things. There's other approaches out there in the world that talk about red teams, and they talk about an adversarial approach where, you know, the red team's the bad guys, the blue team's the good guys. And what does it mean to engage a team of experts to say, can you do me a favor, and I want you for 3 to 4 months, pull out every bag of tricks you have to see what you can do to break in. Don't just go to the website and try all the typical things that someone may try to break in the known things. Combine everything you may know. Combine everything that you may do to attack the Census Bureau, and let's see what we can learn from it. And so we're engaging in those kind of efforts within private industry as well as within the federal government to have a complement of both sectors to let us know what we can do to improve. So just at a high level from an approach, it's going to be continually refined. We've designed things intentionally up front with the technology and the way things are laid out, that we have not painted ourselves in a corner where if we learn something new, we can't adjust. As I said, we've done layering and isolation as much as possible to allow us to take into change when we need to, when we see something. And we're going to continue to look at how to protect and detect and respond to cyber threats with our partners. And as I said, adjust our solutions. We have the technology and the architecture laid out so we can. And we're going to continually work with the federal partners to fill in the gaps. I think part of the layering and isolation and design allows us to know where the gaps are and have people nicely fill them in as we identify them. This is just the last slide I'll have just from a summary. It may help in questions as they come up to just kind of lay things out. But basically, from the cyber threat aspect as shown over there, from the data vulnerability aspect in the middle, I mean, this is something that everyone from their home computer knows. I mean, the data on my home computer is important. A lot of it from the census aspect, the importance of that data is once it's consolidated and brought into the census, where we have to take that data and process it to produce the deliverables we need to for the federal government, for the public. It's not saying the data on your end user device isn't important, but it's saying it's at the same level of vulnerability as it is today. I can help educate you. I can help work with you. I can help make sure that you're communicating with the right website at the census. We can go through all those steps, but ultimately that data is still the level of value out there. The centralization of it is very valuable. And so our general approach on the outside is just continuous communication. And our approach on the inside is continually evolving the technology and tools and processes we have. And I feel, and I think working tightly with 2020, we feel we have the ability to mitigate challenges as they come up. We're able to see things and detect them and take changes in a pretty quick fashion. And so I am done with my high-level summary. I'm more than happy to go into the question and answer portion.
Okay, so first, given that that's going to be my last meeting, I just wanted to thank everyone in the census, from Bob Groves to Ron Harming to John Thompson to Enrique Lamas and John Abu, and especially Tommy Wright, that has been a friend for such a long time. It has been an incredible privilege to meet so many people in the census. It's inspiring what you guys do. So I just wanted to let you know my tremendous appreciation. I'm very sad that I'm leaving at this particular time. But anyway, that's what it is. So thank you so much for that. And I hope that our paths cross again. So I'm always just an hour and a half flight away. And so please think about that. If I can be of any help, just know that I'm there. Let me give some reactions to the presentation. First, thank you so much for this. This is, I would have actually loved to see this before coming, but it's a very good presentation. Let me add, when I was thinking about coming here, I truly thought that the biggest risk that the Census 2020 has is a cyber risk. Today, actually, I think is a second risk. I think the first risk is political risk, clearly. But anyway, the one that we can control and do something, I think, is a cyber risk. I would like to know, so first, a comment that Doug made me just before. We have a lot of information on the web. Like, for example, it took us 20 seconds to find in the web the architecture for the Census 2020. I would really advise to take that out of the web, just in general. So I think that should not be there if we can. So I understand that documents that we are discuss here are public, but I will do that. I will take the names of the vendors, the contractors, of anyone that actually is involved of providing the services. I would just take all of them out of the web. So just next discussions just on paper, and slides are like that. That will be fine for the committee. I'm pretty sure that will be fine for every member in the committee, but just take that out. That was kind of the first one. So going to the two things that worries me. One is a trust of the responders. And the other one is a stress test that we are running. So I would like to understand, and in fact, again, in the motivation of the first one, I might not need a formal answer. Just a yes or no will suffice. But are we thinking about an Amazon event, like what happened a while ago, when whole northeastern got paralyzed? Is that the type of events that we're thinking? And are we preparing for those type of events? And if the answer is yes, then that gives me a lot of tranquility. If that's, because I think that's the magnitude of what we should be preparing for. On the trust of the respondents, how do we deal with rumors or attacks on rumors? I mean, there's important research that just happened at MIT. Sinan Aral just wrote a paper about that the speed that bad and false news are transmitted on the web much faster and deeper than truthful news. So, and this is a fact, okay? So if you take, and they have done the experiments, they just make up a lie, and in fact, it reaches more people, is retweeted longer and for more people than just telling the truth. So it is important to understand how are we going to deal with those issues, because the messages that you're going to transmit from the census are notions of fairness, notions of security, of responsibility. Those do not tend to be retweeted. So those are, great to know. The ones that jeopardize the reputation of the census, those will be retweeted 200 million times. So how are we going to manage that? And I think, again, it's important to be prepared for that, because again, I do think that filling my survey and then feeling that either something is being threatened at that time, it's going to change dramatically my attitude whether or not to fill that survey at the moment. So, and the last one, in preparation for that, what should be the message that the census should provide? So do we have any idea of, so kind of my view is that the census is being politicized in the news. Shouldn't the census say something that it is not a political institution? So what should be the message? This is not a political institution. The staff has incredibly the degree of professionalism, and it has been proven to me for many years and in many type of threats. But this is what we know. So I think that somehow we should transmit that to the citizens, and we should be able to do that in a way that separates from the political discussion. So I don't know if it relies on us, it relies on the census to actually specify that, but building that confidence before, I think is very important. So that will also help with the messaging in case something bad happens. That's one of my comments. Again, thank you so much for the privilege of spending time with you guys for 6 years. Thank you.
Juan Pablo?
Yeah, this is Juan Pablo Rucal. So I have some comments and some questions that are more specifically getting to the technical aspects of managing risks. So one of the, I think you're completely right that a lot of the challenges are not so much technical, but coordinating across Census Bureau, industry, and the other federal agencies. So the question is, do you already have some kind of flow chart or something with pre-assigned roles for different kinds of problems in people or groups identified as being responsible for managing different types of risks? So that's one. Now, both of you are sitting next to each other, so I'm assuming there's a lot of coordination between communication side and the security side. But I think that's one of the key points, and goes back to a lot of what Roberto was saying. The messaging in communication with the public is going to be also a critical way of addressing some of the more difficult risks to address. One question related to that is whether you're planning to proactively manage phishing risks, so specifically providing respondents with instructions on how to ensure that they're actually at the right site and not at a phishing site. And the other question I had is what, to the degree that you can answer this without causing problems, to what degree do you have support from DHS at this point? Is there dedicated staff at DHS that's going to be 100% dedicated to ensuring the security of the decennial.
Oh,
I also just have a question related to, over the last year or two, there's been a lot of discussion about the role of the Facebook platform in influencing the 2016 election. So has there been any thought given to the possibility of, for example, foreign powers interfering with the census and having some at least marginal impact on the apportionment process by adding in records at the margins?
Sorry, Jeff Lauer, I just want to add to Peter's comment related to Facebook and some other recent breaches, Equifax, other lessons learned from some of those breaches that takeaways for security, for data records.
Okay, Kevin?
all right, and as the group acknowledged, I'll take some of the technology process kind of questions and actually have Stephen answer some of the messaging ones as well, so you guys can get a full complement. So first question I had was over from Roberto about stress testing, and are we taking into account scenarios like what if the whole East Coast goes down in those scenarios? We are designing the technology systems based on what the industry has and can provide. So in some of these systems, we have went into and worked with Amazon Web Services as our cloud provider. We're going to incorporate whatever disaster and business continuity we can within their technology solution. But some things cannot be designed to work forever across everything. It's a money situation. So in some cases, there's risk you assume if the entire East Coast of your service provider goes down, you have to then have an operational backup and another mode of collecting data. I will say from the technical aspect, we're best utilizing our industry providers to provide that resiliency. But we for sure know that if a technology provider is unavailable, we have operational processes and other modes to collect the data, which is our backup from that scenario. Another question was asked about prearranged roles, responsibilities, and risks. So in general, the slide that went through like the incident response process, there are clear-cut roles of what system developers and support entities, the administrators, need to do and how they need to report their functions. A lot of that coordination flows up through security operations centers and enterprise operations centers of the census, which have direct protocols and responsibilities to communicate to the federal government when we see something at a certain time and engage the federal government. I'll say what we're doing above and beyond those typical responses, those would be declaring an issue and then coming through and the census resolving it themselves. We are going through the process and we are working on the roles and responsibilities currently of what if we see an issue that responds to and is at a federal level issue. So a lot of the correlation is what about something like the elections? We are coordinating amongst the federal government to have them engaged immediately and actually proactively involved to see those things with us. So that's something we're doing from the roles and responsibilities aspect, but there's many procedures written out to how you should operate and secure a system, how that system should then inform the process if they find an issue, and it flows upstream from that as well as the monitoring. So there is definitely who does what in those aspects. Dedicated staff at DHS. We are directly working with DHS on more than a handful of very important initiatives focused on 2020. They have resources dedicated to help us make sure we're getting the right information from DHS. So DHS has staff dedicated to manage all of the coordination of our events, but we are utilizing the services that they currently provide across the federal government as well. So they do not have a direct staff just for the census. They have direct staff focused on the census for coordination, but we're using the best of what they have in all these other expertise areas to, as I said, come and do a slow and low red team cyber attack. That's a team we're going to get. There's a bunch of others we're going to do within DHS to help us in those areas, as well as from the monitoring aspect. Because they have responsibilities for helping the entire civilian side of the federal government, so we're utilizing the best of what they have to do that. And then the other thing as far as like social media and Facebook and Equifax and lessons learned. So absolutely, you learn lessons from some of these organizations and areas, and you look at some of the simple things. It comes down to sometimes in security, just the simple blocking and tackling stuff, where some of these things were just based on systems not being patched. You know, known issues that are vulnerabilities, and no one patched the system to take care of it. These are things within the census that we scan for all the time, and then we go and measure the fact of how quickly we can patch them. These are also things from the public-facing system to let everyone know. The Department of Homeland Security scans all of the public systems as well, all the time. So we have 2 to 3 different entities making sure our systems, from that at least lessons learned, we identify as soon as possible, is there a patch issue, and then we patch it. You know, so we're doing the best we can in those areas to do that. There are some reasons you can't patch things and can't do things. And what I'll just say from the lessons learned aspect there, as well as working across some other entities collecting data similar to us, is you don't just design the system so that it depends on a patch that exists on a server or an application. You within the network do some intentional things that you can block stuff. Even if you can't patch something, you're at least making sure data's not doing something you don't want it to do. And we're taking the measures to do that. I'm gonna hand it to Steve for the rest of the questions.
Thanks, Kevin. Stephen Buckner. So I'm going to try to go through a couple of them, and maybe I'll just make some high-level comments first. So I think one of the most important things when you're dealing with something this big, it is the largest thing the government does. And preparation is key when looking at communications, and that means preparation in working with operational folks, our Decennial Directorate, who has their hands full with a bunch of operations and making sure that we're seamless and integrated within those operations to understand the things that could possibly happen or will happen given a census environment. It's being in the middle of IT and understanding the various systems that they have purview over to make sure that we're integrated within their notification systems and that everybody understands their role and their responsibility. Sometimes just simply knowing who does what and when, and how do you notify somebody of an issue can really make a difference in responding to an issue or a full-fledged crisis. And then, of course, working with our field directorate, putting hundreds of thousands of people out onto the streets of America to follow up with households. Things happen. They happen as we do ongoing surveys. They will happen during a census. We've had office fires, we've had floods, we've had deaths, we've had threats. Those are real-life circumstances that we have to deal with and respond to in a census environment, and so preparation is really key. In terms of some of the stuff that was talked about, whether it be a foreign country or a domestic attempt to introduce bad data or cause people to maybe boycott or put false information on social media, I truly believe that a good offense is the best defense you could possibly have. And so in terms of preparation, what does that mean? It means that we need to make sure the American public understands the importance of the census from day one. And so you start flooding the zone with the content that is accurate, not just from your own organization, but from your partner network. Remember, we had about 240,000 partners in the 2010 census. That is massive because it's our partners that are trusted in these local communities that are going to be very suspicious of government interactions or the census. We need them to carry these messages forward. But with the advent of social media, we have to basically go through a massive content marketing campaign today and leading up and through the census so that when you start to see false information come forward, the information that we have that's already been validated and accurate from our partners and from the census is the first type of information that gets searched. We also work with a lot of our consumer protection agencies, with those people to understand one of the first things people do when they think of a scam, what do? They call their local television station or their media outlet and say, hey, is this accurate? And they go and they do some investigation on it. So we try to put out notifications to them to make sure they understand the steps and processes of the census. There's some fraud that can be, somebody might try to impersonate a census worker. You know, we've seen this over the last couple of censuses. So how do you do that? Well, you have to get enough information out there, but not all the information, because you don't want somebody just taking a Photoshop of your ID or everything that's census to where it makes it look more realistic, right? So our job is to help protect the public, but also to make sure they have accurate information. That's just sort of the earned media side and being prepared and getting content out there. We actually have a very dramatic impact effort going on right now with email marketing. So we're really diving in deep into content email marketing. So you'll see a lot more of our stories getting out there today than you were seeing a year ago in terms of how the data make a difference in people's lives. So we have to sort of complete that life cycle to get somebody to understand the value of why they need to participate. How do you do that? Well, we collect a lot of data. We need to have those data stories, these storytelling getting out there so people can see why it's important for them to participate. How does the data being collected help their local communities, whether it be in helping to determine new jobs or new business markets to go into, whether it may be roads, transportation, schools, hospitals, job training centers. These are all messages that are being tested, and we hear in both our quantitative and qualitative research over the decades when we go into a campaign around the census. So I think a lot of this, the messaging aspect of this, yes, we're going to be taking the quantitative and the qualitative data out of CBAMs. We're going to be then starting to do audience segmentations to understand what those mindsets are. We'll then deliver sort of an overarching creative platform and messaging of which we'll put into testing to make sure that it resonates with those various audience segmentation models that we've put together. We'll do propensity modeling to test those messages and look at whether or not they actually will make a difference in getting people to respond. So there's a lot of science to what we will be doing, but the availability of the data that we have and the rich content that we have feel like we have a pretty good offense ready to go. We're also going to be making sure we can work with some of the social media companies to make sure that they're also policing nefarious actions to help us because the census will be one of the biggest things going on in 2020.
In terms of combating misinformation, I hope that you guys will get started soon. I saw that the White House put out a statement falsely saying that the citizenship question had been on the census up until 2010. Breitbart also has similar type of false statements about the inclusion of the citizenship question on the census.
I wanted to follow up quickly on something that you said, Kevin. You know, pushing a little bit outside my area of expertise here when it comes to cybersecurity, but it seems like one of the tensions you guys are facing is that creating this kind of big shield you guys talking about is often about kind of being as close to the cutting edge as you can and staying up to date with new developments, but you guys also tend to run a pretty long testing process, right, where you run these tests years in advance of deploying systems. So for example, talking about the technology stack earlier, this point was brought up about how you guys, your enumerators can't upgrade the latest operating system because the technology might not work on it. Or issues like that, you could imagine there's a tension between that and the comment you had about, you know, pushing the latest patches, right? What happens if that tension becomes a little more real, where you guys, because you guys have deployed technology, tested and kind of solidified it years ago, you aren't totally up to date on some of the requirements from a security perspective?
Yeah, Ken Simonson. Last week, the city of Atlanta had a ransomware attack that apparently shut down its entire computer system for up to 5 days. And just wondered if there are lessons in there for census. Are you aware, without needing to inform us about the technical details of how that happened? Is it something that you're already guarding against, or you've found deficiencies that you're able to address as a result of what happened there? And I guess just taking that as an example of kinds of things that happen elsewhere, how well plugged in do you feel you are to learning what's going on in other places, what's being done about it, or how you can prevent the same kind of thing?
So if we can get responses to that, and then we're going to have to move on.
Okay, so first question from the security patching aspect and being on modern technology. This is a problem within every industry, and we talked about Equifax having the same issue. I'll say from the aspect of what we've done, part of it is in the design, containing stuff to make sure that if we have a patch issue, we're actually watching it from the data and network aspect as well. A lot of the things we have on the public-facing side, which are external to the census, are on modern systems, modern technologies. A lot of those patching problems may have an issue. As we talked about earlier, there's a small patching problem potentially. with the enumeration tool, but it's not a security issue. It's more of the application working. When it comes down to some of those, they're on modern platforms, they're on modern systems, we should be fine. The ones that are in our data center behind many different network items are still on modern platforms, but we have a little bit more leniency in how we need to patch those based on how we have all the other protections in place and the procedures to make sure if we see something, we detect it and contain it. From the ransomware attack, what's interesting is, and as we said, it's kind of like the adage of the people, process, technology stuff. Ransomware, we do have at the census tools in place that take, as email comes in, kind of looks at what it is, evaluates if it's a good or bad email, does some actions to it to basically not let the bad ones come in. And if bad ones do come in, the other approach to that is going through on phishing campaigns and education of the employees. Don't click this link. Like, don't do these things. And our employees are well educated in that. We test them regularly. So even if something gets past our technology tools that attempt to block these type emails, the second action is that our employees are educated not to touch these things and link them. And if they do something, we have monitors, logs, and we take action quickly. So that would be my response to that.
Okay, Tommy has an announcement.
Thank you very much, Kevin. That concludes that session. I should have noted earlier that two folks have joined us. One is Ken Simonson, but he's already spoken for the record. And I should also acknowledge that John About has not changed, but this is John Elting sitting in his place. He's the Assistant Director for Research and Methodology at the Census Bureau. John had another commitment. Barbara, it's in your hands.
With the microphone. Let me explain or remind you what happens next. As you may remember, we have to present, or all kinds of bad things happen if we don't, present in writing, our recommendations at 1:30 tomorrow. It used to be we could kind of draft and consult and do it, and that was not so bad. It's changed. We are a public committee, as you know, and if we don't finalize this, I think except for like minor edits, maybe, by the time we finish tomorrow, it's a mess. We've got to set up these conference calls that the public can listen in on, and you do not want this to happen. So we really want that done. What we're going to do now and finish tomorrow, and this actually has gone quite well the other times, if a session had a discussant, that person is the organizer of the comments. And I talk to people ahead of time to be the organizers of the comments for things that do not have a discussant. So for example, well, not example, say, Sunshine was the discussant for the update on the 2020 census, and she will be the organizer for the comments, suggestions out of that. Andrew agreed to be the organizer of the comments for the 2018 end-to-end test. You are all so cooperative. You are fabulous. You do 95% of what I ask you, which is great with me. And Kathy agreed to be the organizer of the comments about the demonstration on recruitment and assessment. Doug is going to be the organizer of the comments on the presentations by the two Jennifers. And Roberto and Juan Pablo together are going to organize it on cybersecurity. Roberto has to leave at some time today. Okay. And then, so you'll cooperate for now, and then Juan Pablo will take over. And the way we do this, which I have been told is totally legal, is that if you want to weigh in on something, gather your chairs around the given person and consult and draft something and email it to me. And I will spend time tonight putting it together to come up with something on these tomorrow, and then we meet and do the rest. And then at the end of tomorrow, what we hope it does is we have a whole draft that kind of makes sense. My Word document, this is tomorrow, my Word document will go up there, and we will go through it probably twice, editing on the fly. And this has actually worked fine. So by 4:45 today, in like a couple of minutes more than an hour, I want you to email me whatever you have on your comments. And I hope that Tara doesn't shoot me, but I would like you to email those to me at my University of Michigan email address rather than the CSAC chair address. And my University of Michigan email address is barba@umich.edu. If you have additional thoughts and comments, email them. I mean, you will, but I mean, if you have them tonight, I know you'll have more thoughts and comments. That email them to me at my University of Michigan email address, and I will do the best I can. And if you need help from people, the census technical people are very accommodating, but whatever you have and whatever order you have it in, please email it to my University of Michigan email address by 4:45, so if there's a glitch, there's a few minutes to actually get it in order before we turn into pumpkins and get on a bus. Okay? Go for it. You folks are very good.
I just wanted to add that your email is in the members list here, so if anyone did not actually get your email, it's there.
Fine, but send it to that, not to
Yeah,
the
yeah.
CSAC
No, no, I know,
chair,
no, just to
because I
let
sometimes have
everybody.
trouble actually getting that up.
Tommy Wright, Ron has reminded me that if folks want to leave, please feel free to do so. This is primarily a committee function, this aspect. Perfect. Perfect.
They do everything I ask them to.
Yes, yes. Tommy Wright. I think the meeting is ended for today. Thank you very much.
You are
Have a good evening.
I always like talking to you, Tom.
Okay.